What's happening, people? What's going on? What's good? What's good? What's good? You know, we're streaming the party right now. Have to the site doesn't even work correctly. Okay, well at least the party chat does work. We'll see. We'll see. They said they were paying like streamers. They were gonna handpick streamers at the end of the month. What's up, Bertstein? Welcome back. To pay like $1,000 to or whatever, because they want to incentivize people to move the party or whatever. There's not even a politics section on party. What's up, Mike Lightyear? Welcome back. There's not a politics section at all. So your boy's not winning it. But you know, the reasoning behind it, you know, I used to stream to D Live. I can stream to 8 places at once with the restream plan I have. Nobody is on D Live. I'm hoping that at least for a few days, some people are on party. Just because. I mean, just because they said they're gonna pay people. Although I don't know who watches on party. I understand streamers switching to party because of that, but who the fuck? I don't know who the fuck is watching on party. I don't even know if this shit is working. Oh, there I am. No, it works. So, yeah, everyone liked the party stream. We'll see if maybe it'll pop off, who knows. Yo, Bert Stein, thank you for the resub. Hell yeah, I appreciate it.
Money streak.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for all the Russian propaganda I do, I know. To get Kamala Harris elected. It didn't even work, but... Nepal to Indonesia. Thailand. Malaysia, then Thailand, and then Myanmar. And then... Do I need India? Yeah. What's up, Isaac? New weekly challenge that I'm not going to be able to do. Oh wait, I can probably do this one. Fuck. I don't know if I can do this one. Mediterranean. Nope. Off to a great start. Okay. Algeria then. What's up, random debates? Welcome back. Chad, I guess I'm gonna need. Nope. Okay. Niger. Bro does not know his... Bro, do you know African countries, Isaac? I don't think you do. Nigeria. Bro doesn't even know Lesotho. Bro, wait, I have to get to Lesotho going in a straight line. Okay. We're definitely going to need the TRC, and the Central African Republic as well. Nope. Just the Republic of the Congo, not the Central African Republic. Okay. Cameroon. Gabon. Yeah, okay. We're gonna need South Africa and then Botswana, right? And then it's like Angola and Zambia are there. Mozambique's over there. Nafa, what's your opinion on nullification essay in general? I mean, I haven't done a ton of reading into it, but like it just seems way better to have one ultimate decider as like who interprets the Constitution, not like letting all 50 states do it. It just seems like that's not a good way to preserve the Union. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Whoever subbed, the hot guy. There's like 4 hot something. And it's old subs. The Thinker, thanks for the sub, I appreciate it. Oh wait, I'm gonna copy structure that. I was playing a cover before. Now it's just playing a song. Thank you, Ruben, for the sub. Fuck. Why don't I remember? If I Zambia. Fuck. I know it's not Angola, but oh, fuck, it is Angola. God damn it. Wait, I really just need Angola and Namibia? I could have gotten that. Okay, fuck. Well, you know, top 82%, okay? Top 82%. What's up, Guido? Welcome back. Ready for World War III? You know, Ukraine's been, striking into Russia for a few days now, and World War III has not yet happened. So, you know, I'm not placing bets in it. Seems like it's not something to be super concerned about. I don't want to fucking do that. It's too much work. Jack Smith is earlier this morning or whatever. I think the judge actually already agreed to dismiss the election interference case. Presumably, he's going to dismiss the documents case as well. I just don't think he's done it yet. Today bids farewell to accountability for Donald J. Trump. In a brief filing in a January 6th case in a federal court in Washington, D.C. this morning, Special Counsel Jack Smith put it plainly. It's good to remain optimistic. As a result of the election held on November 5th, 2024, the defendant, Donald J. Trump, will be inaugurated as president on January 20th, 2025. It has long been the position of the Department of Justice that the United States Constitution forbids the federal indictment and subsequent criminal prosecution of a sitting president. But the department and the country have never faced the circumstance here where a federal indictment against a private citizen has been returned by a grand jury and criminal prosecution is already underway when the defendant is elected president. Confronted with this unprecedented situation, the special counsel's office consulted with the Department of Office of Legal Counsel, whose interpretation of constitutional questions, such as those raised here, is binding on department prosecutors. After careful consideration, the department has determined OLC's prior opinions concerning the Constitution's prohibition on federal indictment and prosecution of a sitting president apply to this situation, and that as a result, this prosecution must be dismissed before the defendant is inaugurated. Gates got yeah. Gates is down. Gates is down. We did it, boys. He was at them DC freak-offs and got blackmailed. Was he really blackmailed? The Republicans covered his ass. What do you mean blackmailed? They wouldn't even vote to release their ethics report. So it's over. The long saga, which began with the FBI trying to figure out whether Russia had managed to penetrate the 2016 Trump campaign, continued through Bob Mueller's investigation of collusion and obstruction, morphed into the first impeachment, which careened into the second impeachment, with a barely a pause for a pandemic, and then renewed as a spree of investigations by the Justice Department and by district attorneys in New York and Georgia, is now finally done. Yes, I know it's not technically done. Judge Tanya Chutkan dismissed the case this afternoon. The classified documents case, currently on appeal in the 11th Circuit, requires a separate wind down, as do the state cases. And technically, at least this case could be refiled after Trump leaves office. But let's be real, it's over. It's so over. If you have to say the words equitable tolling in describing a vision of presidential accountability, after read a 3,000-page paper on Karl Marx due tomorrow. Wait, bro, you don't do that every day already? What the hell? Dude, you guys want to know why I wasn't streaming like the past 2 days or 3 days? 2 or 3 days? Basically, I had college work to do. And then here's the funny story, is I didn't do it, and I opened ICBM Escalation, and I played that for like 2 days straight. I did eventually get around to doing it. Most of it. Not all of it. Most of it. Which is why I can stream now. But ICBM 2 is so good. I know, exactly. Freak off is a hilarious term for criminally illicit sex crimes. Are you full online? What do you mean by that? Oh, full online student. Why doesn't it show that? Oh, I didn't scroll down on my chat all the way. Yeah, I am fully online student. Yep. Not really talking about presidential accountability. You're talking about a fantasy. You're lighting votive candles with pictures of some prosecutors. You gotta join the debate team. I should. There's no way. I don't think I would do well in actual structured, in any actual like structured debate. I don't know. I don't know if the skills translate. You and tomfoolery gotta collab sometimes. I don't think tomfoolery knows who I am. I would absolutely love to talk to him sometime. I don't know what we were talking about, but never played Minecraft, but I have over 1K hours in Valheim. Damn. Think if you do even decent in real debate, you could blow the floor of Hassan. I don't. Hassan has the rhetoric maxed up, man, and he has the he's perfectly willing to basically lie. Like whenever, like he does the Schrodinger's Houthi stuff all the time. Like I'm pretty sure didn't when he debated Willie Mack or whatever. He'll do the like, oh, I just it's just a random Yemeni kid on my stream. It's totally didn't do it with the intention of bringing the Houthis out, like it, yeah, or supporting the Houthis. Tomfoolery is indeed foolery. It's wild.
Say, give me what you want to say. The video's.
And this whole thing, I'm pretty sure literally oh wait, I remember. Willie Mack was like pressing him about like the Ukraine war and everything Hassan said about that. I think Willie Mack just said like, you didn't apologize for it, and Hassan was like, yes I did, yes I did, yes I did, you just lied, yes I did, and he like hyper focusing at one point because he didn't want to actually address like any of the other fucking things he did. I remember that. Yeah, I don't know. Learning experience. Tomfoolery is indeed foolery. So true. Smith's filings written in spare prose, stripped quite bare are rhetorical flourishes, yet it contains some extraordinary language. The people elected as president manned under federal criminal indictment. The above quoted language states, and there's simply no way to reconcile the continuation of prosecution when he takes the oath of office with the Justice Department's historic view that the president cannot be prosecuted while in office. So the case must go. It's not understand that the government no longer stands by its case. Smith goes out of his way to note that the prohibition against prosecuting sitting presidents is categorical and does not turn on the gravity of crimes charged, the strength of the government's proof, or the merits of the prosecution, which the government stands fully behind. Oh, charges dropped. Well, I don't think the Mar-a-Lago case has been dropped, but they did. I mean, charges weren't. I mean, the case was dismissed because he got elected president. What's up, Scaro TV? What's up? Welcome to the stream. I knew streaming on party was going to be a good idea. See, I told you, chat. The Mar-a-Lago case isn't dropped yet. I don't know what will happen in that one because his lawyers also committed crimes. They also obstructed the investigation. So I don't know. Trump could very well just pardon them if once he's in office. He later adds that the government's position on the merits of the defendant's prosecution has not changed. Consider these words for a moment. In just under 2 months, a man will take the oath of office as president of the United States. A man whom the Justice Department argued today has committed grave crimes for which the evidence is strong and prosecution merited, and he will do so. With that same Justice Department having released him from criminal prosecution, not because he's innocent, not because new evidence has arisen, not because we have repealed any of the laws in question. He will do so because, and only because, the electorate chose him to be president, notwithstanding the indictment, and in a democratic republic, the electorate's choice must reign supreme over even criminal law. I don't quarrel with any of this, at least not intellectually. If you had asked me a year ago what would happen if Trump won the presidency while his criminal cases were still pending, and people did ask me that, I would have argued, and indeed I did argue, that this is what should happen. Oh, it's a full-ass podcast. And it's a fucking PowerPoint.
Been sentenced yet, right?
Yet I'd be lying if I satisfied myself with some banality, like in a democracy, the people are sovereign, or the people are entitled to elect a criminal. Of course they are, and of course they are. And Sam Moyne, writing in the New York Times the other day, is correct when he says that many liberals convinced that their cases were righteous didn't register the risk of this legalistic strategy, which included being seen by voters as treating the law as politics by other means. But speaking as one of those who Moyne calls out by name in his essay, I want to say a word in defense of those of us who chose to take seriously the work of the January 6th committee, the Office of Special Counsel, and the state prosecutors of Fulton County and Manhattan. Those of us who watched the trial in New York firsthand, and those of us who believed all this had something to do with protecting democracy. It's not a particularly strident defense, as I mentioned the other day. I feel like something of a fool for believing in this process, and I certainly promise never again to invest my hopes in the criminal justice system, at least not for anything more elevated than locking up routine offenders for often excessively long periods of time. But I do want to insist that we lose something when we propose, as Moyne does, to give up on the idea that we should prosecute a foreign president for conduct which certainly would prompt prosecution of a lesser figure, because we aim to defeat him in the political arena. We lose something when we accept Trump can't be impeached and convicted because prosecution is available, but also can't be prosecuted, and thus can only be defeated by the means we would defeat, say, Barack Obama or George W. Bush or Teddy Roosevelt. I do want to insist that we lose something when we accept that Nixon was a chump for not firing Leon. I don't know how to pronounce his name, as well as Archibald Cox, and it was a fool for thinking that he indeed could pardon. He needed a pardon from Gerald Ford at all. Both of which facts. The last 4 years have proven Jesus, why can't I fucking read? Both of which facts the last 4 years have been proven pretty conclusively. And I want to insist as well, dude, I can't wait till we get instead of the vice president pardon, we get the self pardon. So fire, dude. I want to insist as well that we lose something when we suggest not merely that his case has to be dropped as misfiling knowledge, but that it shouldn't have ever been filed. I just can't go that far, because once you do, you're really saying the criminal justice system only has authority over those without power, and while that might be true in fact, it's not a reality I choose to accept. Situation continues tomorrow. Dude, I don't know. Dude, how would it have gone? How would it have gone if Nixon just claimed criminal immunity? What if he just did? How popular was the Nixon pardon at the time? Poll approval for Nixon pardon. %53 agree that Nixon. Now that Nixon has been pardoned, others involved in the Watergate affair should be pardoned. Only 33% disagreed. 70% the Nixon pardon was unfair because it means that all people are not treated equally by the law. 70% of respondents said they agreed. Dude, Trump could give himself a pardon, and 60% of Americans would think that's based. He doesn't have to do the vice president route. He can pardon himself. Okay, and the Supreme Court will fucking. There's no way they uphold it. There's no way. No shot they uphold it. No shot. Right? How do I see how many people are watching on? Oh, it's up there. 0. Let's go. New Micah blog post alert. It's not that long, but Our federal tax code is a disaster. It's a bureaucratic nightmare requiring armies of CPAs and lawyers to navigate. It's a damper on growth, imposing penalties on positive behaviors like research and offering harmful special breaks for bad things like coal extraction. It's a disastrous mess, imposing higher rates across the board to make room for an endless litany of lobbyists' extracted caveats and loopholes. Worse yet, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. Politicians of all stripes are constantly promising even more complexity on the campaign trail. There is little more fashionable on the Hill than a new tax credit, deductions, exclusions, or exemption. These tax expenditures, as they are collectively called, never cease to fail to solve the problem they are aimed at. Yet have been deployed ambitious and bipartisanly for decades. To point out one timely example, our newly elected Trump proudly campaigned on creating new exclusions for overtime pay, tips, and even things as marginal as specific car payments. Needless to say, these changes would add more intricacies. Why can't I pronounce that? To our already endlessly spanning pages of code. Earlier today, I was pondering this fact, and it jumped into my mind. I wonder how many tax expenditures there are and how much they cost in total. It didn't take long for me to find the answer. Thankfully, the Department of Treasury makes data on tax exemptions readily available on this website. From their data, there appears to be 169 tax expenditures in total, costing the United States over $1.5 trillion last year. This is a truly whopping sum, nearly equivalent to the size of Social Security. I've listed them here so you can look at them, each one for yourself. There's like a million of these. We're not reading all of them. Exclusion of reimbursed employee parking expenses. Marginal Wells credit? What does that mean? Oh, is this like an environmental thing? Exclusion of interest on small issue bonds. Clearly not all of these can or should be eliminated, but the vast majority should. To point out just 3 opportunities for consolidation. Our fragmented array of complicated healthcare tax breaks, which are far from guaranteeing universal affordable access to care, would be better replaced with a thank you, Wise Kanye West, for the 5 bits. I appreciate it. With a simple health insurance subsidy done external to the tax code. Our various accelerated depreciation schemes and special investment tax breaks would be best replaced by a blanket deduction for all investment costs of all varieties, full expensing. Crazy. Our litany of tax exclusions for government-provided benefits would be better replaced by a single large tax exclusion for all government-provided entitlement benefits. Simplicity does not require us to abandon the aspirations of our tax code, nor does it require us to give up progressive tax brackets, as many on the right have claimed. What it requires is taking up a large and politically challenging task, one that will put us at odds with a powerful army of special interest groups. Difficult as it might be, it's a worthwhile priority and one essential for curbing the unsustainable budget deficit we are currently faced with. So true. You know, dude, I watched the Matt Brunegg on Destiny. How do you spell his name? Brent Brunegg on the Bridges podcast. I liked his I like that he mentioned, like, I've never thought about this before, but the reason like the employer side payroll tax in like a lot of Scandinavian countries can be so high is because workers don't realize they're the ones paying it. And like value added tax also has like low salience. Like people don't realize that they people just don't realize they're paying it. I've never thought about that before, but that holy based.
Taxes, you know. I mean, it could be as simple as a payroll tax if you wanted to.
What are your favorite taxes? What do you think is the best way to tax?
That they're paying a tax, and there are a couple of taxes that work like this. So the employer side payroll tax works like this, where every dollar you pay your worker, you have to pay 6% to the Social Security Administration, or 6.2%. That amount the employee never sees this. The employee also has the employee side of the Social Security tax, but the employer side is like totally opaque to them. And in Sweden, that tax is over 30%.
Jesus. Okay. That's okay.
But
I heard a little bit about
And workers just don't realize, at the end of the day, the worker does bear the burden of even employer side payroll taxes, because I mean literally it just means more. It just means when a company hires someone, more money goes out of their account, right? So not only are they considering wages, but they're considering the employer side payroll tax as well. It's like literally the equivalent of just increasing, like having like a higher minimum wage or whatever. At the end of the day, the worker pays bears the burden of that tax. It's not like the corporation reduces their profits to pay for it. What the fuck? But anyway, that was funny too. And then also the some of the MMT people have talked about this a little bit before, but
the other end of the debt, it's people who have investable money, which are rich people. So tax the rich, don't borrow from the rich. I mean,
this was a funny point.
Now, I'm not someone who is like, there's some people, there's especially kind of like the MMT inflected people who they want to be like, who cares about the debt? Like, I don't care about it at all. I mean, I have a more kind of old school, conventional, I guess maybe socialist, perspective, which is like, all things equal, I'd rather not be borrowing money that we then have to pay interest on, because that's just another form of capital income. That's what we hate. I don't want the government sending interest payments off to rich people all the time, in increasing quantities. Like that's what the debt amounts to. Who owns the other end of the debt? It's people who have investable money, which are rich people. So tax the rich, don't borrow from the rich. But
it's like, yeah, literally, either like you tax the rich to get the money, or you borrow from the rich to get the money, because they're the one with capital income and buying these bonds, and then you have to pay them back later.
Like dealing with recessions and stuff like that. If you want,
I'm sorry, that was a really good point. I've never thought about that before. That's true. I'm sorry, I've never heard it phrased that way before. But if I have a rich person and I'm the government, I could either say, I need you to give me $10, or can I borrow $10 from you and I'll pay you interest on it in the form of a treasury bond. That's actually incredibly true. Yeah. And if you're selling debt, that is what's happening at the end of the day, because a lot of people don't understand the connection between.
Yeah, those were two funny points, I thought. I like that. That's what I'm going to be advocating for more from now on. We need taxes to be less transparent. Why can't I fucking speak? Less transparent, so the idiots don't realize that they're paying them. If we could have them be high enough to fund things people like. Oh, it's up here. That's why. Full EU taxes mode, true. Value added taxes are arguably less salient than other taxes, but abolish all inland federal. Why would you want to do why wouldn't you just do a land value tax? Why? Like what is the justification for if you want limited government spending and you only want to do one tax, do a land value tax. Like, that's unbelievably better than tariffs. Are you kidding me? I love the fact that I had to do my tax in Canada. Could actually see what I was paying. Wait, do you not do that in Russia or whatever? How does it work in Russia? Spending decisions should be made at the closest level to people being taxed, and land value tax is still a good way to do that. No paid by the employer unless you're self-employed, which most people aren't. Oh, okay. They did talk about that one, the whatever Faroe Islands, who people talk about a lot, where like all the, like your paycheck from your employer just goes to the government, and they take out what they take out what they need, and they add in any benefits that you're entitled to, and then you get the paycheck. Yeah. We should. What's the automatic? Is it automatic filing? Is it, what's it called? You know, in the U.S., you actually have to like fill out your tax form. When in most other countries, it's more closer to just actually just, you know, sending you a bill. What's the word for that? What's the There's a word for it. Why don't I remember it? It's like, it's not automatic filing, I guess. It's a, it's like, I don't remember what it is. I think we tried to get TurboTax to do it. It's not free file. It's, fuck. Don't most European countries require employers to pay the tax too? I don't know exactly. I mean, I know basically every European country has value-added tax. I know a few of them have wealth taxes. Basically Norway and Spain, and one other place I think has some type of wealth tax. Really all I know about them. I know like the average rate is a lot higher, but we gotta start starting this shit better. I feel like where did I... Isn't it here? It isn't here. Yeah. Got a little bit of reading. I think at... Hold on, when did I agree to do this? At 8:10 p.m.? I think, I don't remember. $10 p.m. PST. What is 1 a.m.? Okay, I guess at 1 a.m. So bored, can't wait to be married with kids. Okay. Bro, how you bored watching a non-fun stream with fucking Subway Surfers on it? Nothing entertains me anymore. L. Okay, time to dumping. Dumping is a practice of a producer in one market selling below cost in another market to drive out competition has a dubious logical pedigree, but its political history is second to none. A perfect shut-up argument. The idea seems to be that you should always accuse competitors of dumping. It does not sound much better than... does not sound so much better than foreigners are producing a better product at a lower cost, and I want men with guns to stop them at the border. Take the secondhand apparel. There's a reuse, recycle market that actually works. There's such a huge stock of already produced, slightly worn, slightly used clothing that a number of nations in Africa and South Asia have claimed such clothes as being dumped. The idea that this is dumping has also popped up in New Guinea. Putting non-fun stream on one screen, YouTube Shorts and Reels on the second, and playing Roblox third is brain rot maxing. Based. I love brain rot maxing. Dude, dude, if I will. People have told me that I should only stream vertically. If I want to stream to YouTube Shorts, I should only have the short stream. That way, basically, I'm not splitting my viewers. So like everyone who likes to watch me on YouTube will just like watch a short stream, and like everyone's on one stream, and it's better for the algorithm. If I woke up tomorrow and my streamer, if fucking Destiny was streaming vertically and only vertically on YouTube, I would shoot myself. I'm not watching that shit. No, I'm not. I ain't doing that. I mean, I would just not stream on YouTube, to be honest. I make way more money on YouTube than I do on Twitch. YouTube's way, yeah. So true, localist. I mean, maybe if it weren't for the Twitch adpocalypse, I would be making about the same on the live streams, at least. No, because YouTube also has like YouTube videos, I'm always going to make more because the videos stay up forever and keep getting revenue. But this is a link to a fucking dictionary. Yeah. Described as one producer, but we don't use a politics warning. You don't have to use a politics warning thing that when you stream politics. I honestly don't know how that works. I'm in the politics category. I think there is. I don't know where that checkbox is or anything. They did add that. If it might be on automatically for me because I am in the politics category. I assume it would be on automatically. I didn't turn it on though. Maybe I should. Maybe there's a reason I should do that. But yeah, I don't know exactly how it works. I honestly don't. I saw that they made that change, and I just didn't do anything. It's not. That's the thing. Or below. Cost in another market. Do not compete producers. Or outcompete domestic producers. Howard Often. I don't want to use logical pedigree. It often has only political justifications. It's like creator dashboard home, edit your next. Jesus, what the fuck? I don't want to do all that, man. Is there any? I don't know if there's any reason to do it or not do it. They're not gonna. They wouldn't ban. They would have banned me already for it, right? We're informed on education policy. I don't know. I mean, I don't. Probably not. I assume you support to abolish Department of Education. Intuitively, that seems really bad. No, but it's not like I've done a ton of reading on it or anything. I said intuitively bad because there's probably a lot of schools that rely on money from the federal government through the Department of Education that without it are going to lack funding. And that's just not that, you know, education is like one of the big things that increases human capital. So we should probably do that. Secondhand apparel. That's it. Huge stock of already produced, slightly used clothing that a number of nations in Africa have claimed such clothes are being dumped. Is this like this is like used clothing from where? Like the US is being sold here? Wait, what the fuck? That can't be right. Page not found. Okay, I'm so glad all these links are dead. Argument that new textile and apparel manufacturers make is that their jobs must be protected from the goods of the nation, for the good of the nation. But study after study shows that the cost to consumers is an integer multiple, three times, 4 times, maybe 10 times the benefit to the textile worker. Okay, take secondhand apparel. The nation, some nations. Africa or South Asia claim are being dumped. Textile and apparel manufacturers claim their jobs must be protected for the good of the nation. Despite studies showing the cost to consumers. Schools rely on federal funds. It's not no strings attached. I would expect that. Federal government uses to blackmail states and schools. But why would you support abolishing the Department of Education? Wouldn't you just do no strings attached funding then? Is that your big issue? But uses to blackmail the states and schools into complying with their standardized testing, federal policies, accountability measures for schools, performing. Yeah, I mean, it's really disgusting. I don't really like if you're giving money to someone. Like if I'm making an investment in a company, like I would hope that that company has like some standards. Yeah, like if the federal government is giving money to states, and like yeah, there are probably good standards set in place to make sure that you're not just wasting the fucking money. But okay. But you know, it seems like a red herring because wouldn't you just support? Because even if they gave them money, no strings attached, you would still support abolishing the DOE, right? So, are looking at tariffs? Yeah. So I mean, it just seems like you don't even really care about that. Maybe those investments would be better if they had been raised on a state level. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if states. I mean, I'm sure some states do fine, but. Save of course in a comment. Wait, localists, if they gave the money no strings attached, would you be in favor of abolishing the DOE still? Does anyone have a good estimate of how much tariffs will tank the market? How much the market will tank when 20% tariffs are leveled? I don't think people make estimates for that. No, there's a few estimates of the whatever cost of the average family, but you know, we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be so fun. Undone. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Any child has a that has an IEP, needs a Department of Education and proper teaching. What is IEP? I have no clue. Private schools and charter schools can turn kids away if they have a learning disability. Oh, okay. Yes, Virgo. Okay, so then don't bring up the fact that they're coercing states or whatever, because that's just a red herring. Because you don't actually care if they're coercing states, because you would still support abolishing the Department of Education even if they didn't do that. So I don't know why you start out your argument with that. Didn't they do like 2% tariffs with these? I'm pretty sure it was more than 2% for the Smoot Halley. You know, worse than the Great Depression. Yeah. Which we have to read that freaking Cato article today, probably, actually. It's not a red herring at all, they're enforcing a wait, it's a red herring because you don't actually care about that. Because you still want to get rid of it, even if they didn't do that. You're opposed to it. You're opposed to it on like a more fundamental level than just they're doing X bad thing. Even if they're like, it was 6% just checked, yeah. Individualized education program. Yeah, that makes sense. It's conferral, subsidiary rating, proportionality doesn't even pass conferral or subsidiary rating. Yeah, well, exactly. This is my point. You don't care that they're giving money to states with strings attached because you don't want it to exist at all because it doesn't adhere to your whatever fundamental principles, which is fine. But then don't say I don't like the DOE because they're doing X thing. Say I don't like the DOE because they're opposed to my fundamental principles. Even if they gave the money no strings attached, you still would not support it. Still, there may be some point to this since reason that second-hand clothes are so cheap is the goodwill of industrialized nations. Huge shipment of second-hand clothing from general organizations that want the market of third world nations. Sorry. Driving the native clothing market out of business. You might want to draw the line at undies, though. Why are all these articles gone? Yeah, okay, this makes sense. Donate large amount of secondhand clothing from developed nations. The existence of the Department of Education isn't constitutional. You can say that, but that again, just don't say that you don't like that they have the strings attached to the money because you don't actually care about that. I imagine you have a obviously very different understanding of the Constitution than most people. I don't know I mean, it seems like, I mean, it's voluntary whether states accept the funding. I think arguably be unconstitutional if they like literally force states to accept DOE funding or whatever. But just having Congress create an agency that is able to disperse funds to states for education and having them establish standards for when they can get the funds, I don't think that's not unconstitutional. Why do I keep saying able? Unconstitutional to my understanding. I absolutely care about the federal government forcing it. Yeah, but if they didn't do that, you would still support abolishing it. That's not your biggest. That's not the. That's what I mean when I say it's a red herring. Even if they didn't do that, you would still support abolishing it. All kids got to learn. A child with dyslexia needs the DOE, so public schools and offer training to teachers to teach children with needs. True. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, that would be arguably, that'd be a good string to attach to the money. It's like, hey, if you want to accept the fucking DOE money, then you actually have to have like a teacher here who can teach children with special needs. That seems like a reasonable thing to me, but education has always been a state and local responsibility, never a federal one. So true, buddy. Problem is, many parents would teach crazy nonsense at schools, would go along with it, and no federal guidelines. I mean, that's true as well. You could very easily imagine, like, without any federal guidelines, there's like a community in fucking Oklahoma that doesn't teach evolution, which is probably not a good thing. Yeah. You shouldn't be dumber because of what the zip code you found onto Earth. True. Does America have banded classes? Do you mean branded? There are cases where they're fucking companies will like make courses banded. I'm assuming you mean branded, right? I don't think banded is a word. No, banded. This is not a thing. Federal education mandates restrict the ability of states and local communities to implement innovative education solutions. Why would you like? One, states don't have to accept the money. If they don't want to accept the money, they don't have Texas. I'm pretty sure Texas doesn't accept DOE money. They can raise them fucking money themselves. But if my taxpayer money, if the money I pay to the federal government is going to education in other states, I want those states to teach evolution. I don't want them teaching like fucking I shouldn't say not teaching biblical studies, like teaching like literally doing a fucking what's the word for it? I'm fine with them teaching the Bible, obviously. I just mean like teaching from the Bible, saying that the Bible is like literally true. We're concerned of innovation. We're concerned with people saying there are no dinosaurs true in the world of 6,000 years old. My property taxes go to my local school. You elect the school board. You can control these things as well. Again, the state does not have to. Even on a county level, I don't think they have to accept the DOE money. If you don't want it, do that then. If you want to control your school or whatever, the school board doesn't have control over anything. That's not true. America doesn't have banded class. I don't know what the fuck you mean. I just told you didn't read. Didn't I? Isolate from the Rawson student from the rest. Oh. Not really. I mean, like, Kinsville, he means a dumb group. When you say rotten students from the rest, that makes me think just like bad behavior. But like, yeah, we have different like level. I mean, there's the regular And then there's the honors, and then there's like AP. Yeah, there's... School board rely on federal funds. They don't have to. If they don't have to accept the money, it's voluntary. If they fail to pass standardized test requirements, the federal government comes in and starts intervening because they're failing. They're not doing good. Yes, if the money's being wasted, then they should do something about it. Or they can just not accept the money. Okay, Talk about unintended consequences. The guy wearing the Munger family reunion 1996 shirt in Mombasa got the shirt for free, but now he's lost his job at a small textile company without meeting two industrialized nations. They're subsidizing exports of secondary clothing, which is imported onto third world nations at prices very close to zero. Of course, you can't win for losing. When government tries to respond by putting tax on secondary clothing, they drove other local businesses bankrupt. After 3 export processing zone companies said they will close shop because of punitive tax imposed on them by the government. Secondhand clothing. Don't the bad teachers who are failing kids who put the best ones with the best students? Yeah, good teachers are what you need, but how aren't there aren't enough teachers already? That's true. We need to pay teachers more, yeah. But good teachers are important. That's like one of the... I feel like education is controlled at the state level, and state policy is shaped by federal curriculum and standards. They don't have to accept the money. They don't have to do it. It's a voluntary transaction. Like, no, you don't have any control over your education. First of all, like, I understand if they accept if they accept the money, which they don't have to do, then yeah, the federal government does put standards in place. Even then, they don't, like, the standards aren't all encompassing. Like, let's just go to fucking, look. Like I follow like my school board. Like, I'm sure if we go, like, if we just go to, this is a planning board. Like, if we just go to like my local news site, like, there will be articles about like school board debating X policy. It happens a lot. I follow the school board. Like, I remember when they were all debating the critical race theory shit fucking 3 years ago. Like, that was up to the school board whether not to like fully ban it. Like, it was up to the school board whether to fucking ban fidget spinners. Like, this is not true at all. So there's another teacher to split the class. Correct school vouchers are a horrible idea. I don't know how I feel about school vouchers, but again, I don't think they should be going to religious schools, though. That seems dumb. Control F. School. Congratulations to the new member of school board. As a retired teacher, know these programs bring new approaches. Oh yeah, new district program designed to improve our school with public impact. Like this is a... POP need to get groceries. Like, saying they have no control when it's voluntary if they accept the money. 1, they can choose whether they accept the money. 2, even if they do accept the money, there's still a lot of things that they do control. It's just that there are certain standards they have to meet or whatever. School vouchers is a way for charter schools to take money away from public schools. There were several classes, but they mix up schedules so you expose all students in a grade, at least in high school. Yeah, that's how mine was, yeah. Don't make them segregate harder. I don't know why you would I mean, like, not everyone's good in every set. Like, I was in AP economics, right? So I was in like the smart economics class, but I was in standard English. I was in the dumb English class. Now, really, I could have been in the smart English class. I could have been an honor. I probably could have done AP too. I just really don't like doing it. Whereas I'm fine with doing economics because I had a good teacher. Shout out, Mr. Sunheim. But yeah, I definitely could have been in the better math classes too. I literally got a 100 in the last math class I took. But yeah, like that's the way it worked in my school. So it's like you could be in smart classes for one subject and dumb classes for another subject, right? So you still get to meet everyone or whatever. Dude, I think I might have told this on the stream before, but like we had an English test one time. And it was just a 10-question quiz. It was like read like a 3-page poem, answer 10 questions. I got a 100. Have you heard of the race to the top? I mean, I'm familiar with the saying, yeah. Like I got a 100 on the test the first try. Apparently everyone else did so poorly that she passed the test around again and gave everyone a fucking second chance. Every Student Success Act. I mean, is that the No Child Left Behind thing? Oh, replacing the No Child Left Behind Act. I don't know the specifics of this one, no. Yeah, but that was wild. I literally, the fucking quiz was like, it was 10 questions. Most of it was like directly in the text, and you didn't even have to fucking read a story because it was literally like, what is the mood of the story? A, happy. B, joyful. C, sad. D, exciting. It's like, well, there's 3 synonyms and 1 antonym. It's probably the 1 antonym. Cook at a degree so he can be a fry cook. True. I don't know the specifics of this one, localist. Modify but not eliminate provisions relating to periodic standardized test. All right, the standardized tests are probably... Are you just against standardized testing? Standardized testing is probably relatively fine. There's a reason that like all the schools that stopped... I shouldn't say all of them. A lot of like the colleges that stopped using standardized tests started using them again. Because standardized tests are probably a decent way at measuring how well you understand any given subject. Also, look at steel. Standardized testing is bad if they lower the standards? Probably. Well, they've kind of... I think COVID fucked us up with that, right? School has been completely unserious since COVID. President Bush imposed tariffs briefly on imported steel because of alleged dumping. This is an old argument. Problem is, steel is a very high fixed cost industry, and in a slump in the short run, it makes perfect sense to sell low prices so you can cover your variable cost and party fixed cost. I feel like standardized testing should not be as time as they are. Not you can cheat by taking longer to think. True. I love standardized testing because every time I do my Western Civ, we have an 80 question quiz. Or no, like sometimes we have the 80 question quiz, but he also has like whatever reviews. Dude, my Western Civ class is awesome. Well, I like a 25 question quiz, and he'll have like a document to go along with it, and like you just like question 1 will be something, and you basically just copy most of question 1 and then just hit Control F on the document and paste question 1, and then it'll have like the exact phrasing of the question used in a sentence with like the answer. And it's like real intelligent work here. Standardized tests at the federal level are absolutely bad. Title I ties funding to standardized test performance. States and schools prioritize teaching to test to comply with these mandates. I mean, there are like, I understand some of the frustration with standardized testing, but like, I don't know. Sorry, not standard. I think standardized testing is fine. I understand the issue of like just teaching to test or whatever. There might be perverse incentives there. But I also think this is a red herring, because even if that perverse incentive wasn't there, you would still support abolishing the Department of Education. I don't think that's your real issue. But yeah, like I can understand some of the frustration of that, but I also do think standardized tests are probably a decent way of measuring student performance in general. You see Trump announcements, it's over? No. Oh, fuck. Thoughts on Hunter Avalon? I like Hunter. I haven't seen that much from him, but he seems cool. Hunter Avalon, if you're watching, DM me, brother. I think Hunter's cool. Oh, it's but he won't actually. I know. I'm tired of like. I'm tired of the cope. At least I have this now. On January 20th, that's one of my first immediate executive orders I will sign. All necessary documents that charge Mexican Canada 20% of all products coming to the States. Oh my god. Oh, where's Brass House, dude? Where's Brass House? Where's the I thought he was just gonna do it as a threat. What? Huh? What? Wait. Hmm? Oh. Yeah, this would also end USMC, his own fucking trade deal. His trade deal, he got rid of NAFTA. He's just announcing it as leverage, I bet. Oh, he got rid of NAFTA, okay. Replaced it with his own trade deal. And now it's just gonna fucking blow that up. Hopefully. God damn it. Kill me. You know what's fun? Mexico is like literally a bigger trading partner than China. China's second. I think Mexico is first. I think Mexico is our biggest trading partner now. So like we're double fucked. He won't actually do it? I bet, dude. China is stuff, Mexico is food. Sure. How much are you betting? Betting on what exactly? That he will do a lot of tariffs? I don't know if he'll do full universal tariffs because I don't know if he has the authority to do that. Would I bet that he increases tariffs on Mexico and Canada and China? 100%. on Mexico, you'd have to define a little bit. 20% tariffs on everything coming from Mexico. I would put it like a like 20% probability of happening. Literally everything, like a 20% probability. Increasing tariffs to 25% of Mexico for, I don't know, for 50% of the goods coming over. And like, yeah, that's a good 80% chance of happening or whatever. 20% is probably 1 to 5 odds, right? I mean, I don't actually have money to bet. I'm just telling you the probabilities that I put on it. So I get a sub if he doesn't. Sure, yeah. If he does, I'll draw 5 subs on literally. I'm tariffing literally everything from Mexico. I don't think there's a super high chance of that happening, because I think someone will probably talk him down from it because they'll say like X, there's going to be retaliatory tariffs and that's going to hurt farmers who all vote for you. So I don't think I'll do that. All right, sorry. I think there's a 20% chance of that happening. However, there's like an 80% chance of him increasing tariffs, just increasing tariffs on Mexico in general, which I still think is bad. You're delusional if you think Trump can be talked out. If when he's like a narcissist, he like, remember he didn't want to give funding to he didn't want to give funding to California for the wildfires until somebody said these are people who voted for you. Until they showed him how many people voted for him in California. Seriously, problem of tests is that tests are shit. What do you mean? They need better tests? What do you mean by that? American tests are crap. What do you mean by that? So teaching tests would be teaching to test wouldn't be a problem. What do you? I don't know what you mean by they're crap. I don't know what you mean. What should pose temporary tariffs? Steel. On accusations. Dumping. However, steel is an industry with high fixed cost. And in a short-run slump. Tariffs within a single industry, which makes things locally is being protected, still bad for consumer. I mean, true. Like, you can use targeted tariffs to reshore manufacturing, or even, or not even reshore, but just take it out of like China, right? Because it may not really matter if batteries are being made here or if batteries are being made in Japan, our ally. Batteries is actually a big national security thing, so at least some batteries should probably be made here. But I'm trying to think of a less extreme example, but I'll keep going. Batteries may not matter if batteries are made here or if batteries are made in Japan. We just want them not made in China, right? But if you tariff literally everybody, you're also tariffing Japan. You're undoing another thing, by the way. Undone. Biden focused on a lot of friends shoring, doing what I'm talking about. Biden actually made decent progress on getting some things, getting some like supply lines out of China and into not necessarily America. He did with semiconductors. We did America, but with getting some supplies to allied nations, and Trump's tariffs will probably just blow that up. If you're talking about testing to see student learn something as when you need it, depending on a topic to track progress. I don't know if tests are really that bad for that. I don't know. I think tests are, you know, if I ask you, like, maybe this isn't a perfect analogy for whatever reason, but like clearly if I like asking you to write down the ABCs is a decent way to know if you understand the ABCs. America's problem is it doesn't have workers anymore. We couldn't manufacture a lot of stuff anymore because people are too weak to do manual labor. So true. That's actually the best argument against tariffs, is that even if you brought manufacturing back, all the soy boys like me wouldn't do it. I would just keep streaming. Everyone else would just keep drinking the soy. Welcome back, Liberty Twitchy, by the way. Like for one subject, and we took a total of maybe 40 a year. I took 12 subjects, so it's about 500 a year. What? Are you talking about test? Why is Rogan freaking out about Russians using ICBM missiles? Because Joe Rogan is Joe Rogan. I don't know. Every podcaster seems to absolutely freak out about the like Russia-Ukraine shit for no good reason, seemingly. Like, all right, God, Biden's gonna cause World War III. I can't believe Biden's gonna cause World. They've been saying Biden's gonna cause World War III for for how many years at this point? It hasn't happened. I think arguably the fucking Israel shit is more likely to cause World War III than Russia-Ukraine. I don't like really. I don't know. Look at the rates of obesity. All obesity rates are actually falling now, but all those fat people don't like physical work, obviously. But Russia will be gone a week if it does that. I mean, that's true. Although everyone else will be, it'll be like my ICBM game that I played for 3 days straight. Okay, we haven't even read this one like short thing. So on a short run slump. How over is it if Trump declares those tariffs? I mean, Canada and Mexico are biggest trading partners, and this is the end of NAFTA/USMCA. It might be. I mean, it's gonna be rough, especially because because of NAFTA and because of USMCA. Like usually, like I shouldn't say usually. Like the standard model of tariffs is like, oh, you know, you tariff a good, consumers lose more than producers gain. Therefore, it's bad. But supply chains are so integrated between, you know, U.S., Mexico, Canada. So if you tariff Mexico and Canada, you're tariffing a lot of intermediate goods because a lot of goods, you know, countries don't specialize in you know, X good. They specialize in parts for X good. They specialize in parts for X good. Like, there are a lot of intermediate goods that are like made in Mexico and then moved over to the border to the U.S. to you know, assemble and then like sold back into Mexico, you know, things like that. And tariffing those intermediate goods is really, really bad. Like the actual effect it has, rather than like the standard tariff model, the actual effect that has is you just shift the supply curve left, and there's less consumer surplus and there's less producer surplus and prices are increased, and it's just bad. I don't think localists unironically thinks that we should ban all testing on a federal level, but at least it'd be really fucking hypocritical if he does. I think he's just being extreme, but like localists, there were like fucking lefty California school districts that like got rid of a lot of standardized tests, right? A lot of colleges did this, although they don't have like the same federal funding, standards that a lot of like, school districts do or whatever. And a lot of them put them back because standardized tests are sometimes useful. I think we should coerce states by making essential. You're making sure that if you give money to some states, it's not being wasted. I don't want my tax dollars to go to a school that teaches that, the world is 6,000 years old and evolution isn't real. Might be wrong, but giving up potential returns given a random Trump mania in the market. I don't follow the stock market at all. I don't. It gets wasted by having to comply with all this bullshit. Do you think it... Logos, can you just answer this question? Like, with just like a yes or no. Don't do your like random unhinged like rant where you don't actually answer the question. Do you think a school is more effective if it teaches evolution or if it teaches that the world is 6,000 years old, dinosaurs didn't exist, and that evolution is fake? Which one of those two things do you think is better for human capital? Just which school do you think is spending the money more effectively? Evolution probably more better. Okay, thank you. So you would agree if we do give funding, if we coerce states to teach evolution, that is the money being spent more effectively. Seems like you would agree with that. Now I understand on a fundamental level, you're still opposed to that. That's fine. I disagree with it, obviously, but like, that's fine. But like, you understand the argument of like, we're making sure the money is spent effectively. Clearly, in principle, money can be spent more effectively or less effectively. And we're making sure the money is spent more effectively by putting these standards in place. In principle, that can be a good thing. It's just that you disagree on the level it's being done on. Perfect sense. To sell at low prices. So you can cover your variable cost. Let me ask you this. What producer is guilty to most egregious dumping in the U.S. steel market over a decade? The answer, the U.S. Steel Corporation. Yes, they've incurred huge losses over several in the past 10 years. I'm pretty sure that means that they have been selling steel at prices below cost. That is dumping. Sure, that's nonsense, but dumping is a nonsense concept. Dump it. If we give states any money, we should have top-down complete. If we give states money, well, it's really if states accept the money, right? Because they can reject it. They are under no obligation to accept it. Now, states often don't raise that much revenue. States actually have to be fiscally solvent. The federal government doesn't really have to be fiscally solvent. So there is that. But if we're giving states money, I would want to ensure the money is spent effectively. They can't reject it. Texas doesn't accept DOE money, right? They're under no obligation to accept it. It's my understanding. Texas, DOE. I don't think Texas accepts DOE money. This is this is the Department of Energy. Oh wait, sorry. Hold on. Maybe the reason I don't think Texas accepts DOE money is because they don't accept Department of Energy money because they have their own fucking separate power grid, but they do actually accept Department of Education money. Maybe. Or maybe they don't accept this either. Except federal. Funding for schools. Texas uses local, state, and federal funds to support educational operations. Yes, Texas accepts federal funding for schools. Okay. Texas Education Agency registers federal grants for public education. But I don't think they accept. But it makes sense they don't accept DOE money as in Department of Energy money because they have their own separate power grid. They also tied additional money to adopting Common Core. Yet they're under. My understanding is they are not under any actual obligation to accept that money. Most states do choose to accept that money, but they don't actually have to accept it. They're grants. Like, they don't even have to apply, right? Like. How do you crash the state budget? Arizona did this, crash the state budget. It's not close, it's borderline suicidal. I mean, states can't actually go bankrupt. The federal government can't really go bankrupt. Well, it kind of can. Not as easily as state governments can. Oh, it's the school vouchers. I don't actually. What's the mechanism for this working? But states may appear to have control over education on paper. The dependence of federal funding for essential programs means they might comply with federal mandates. It takes up the money. I don't know why you can't accept that they're dependent on those funds because they don't raise enough fucking revenue to do it themselves. If you accept federal money, then you've got to accept the mandate. If you don't want to accept federal money, then raise taxes. States just don't want to raise taxes because it's not popular. It's not a choice to refuse those funds. Yeah, okay. Also, have you checked out Blue Sky? I do have Blue Sky. Everyone go follow the Blue Sky. Also, if you're saying... you're saying states are... coerced because they don't, rabbit. They don't have the money to do it themselves or whatever. How would getting rid of the DOE help with that? States would just be left without the money. They'd have to raise taxes. But, like, if they can do that, then why wouldn't they just do that already? If they thought that was going to be beneficial, they would just do that. why are all these links dead? Arguably, if anyone is dumping, it's US Steel. They've incurred huge losses over the past 10 years. That means they're selling below cost. This is clearly dumping. His first term, Donald Trump began a trade war by imposing nearly $80 billion worth of new import taxes to tariffs on a broad range of goods Americans buy from overseas businesses. Now, as a candidate, Trump's proposed even more tariffs that would potentially apply to every single import purchase Americans make. What do tariffs mean for American consumers and businesses buying foreign goods? And what about American businesses selling their own products to foreigners? Import tariffs are taxes levied on goods entering a country. They're collected at customs and paid by the importing business individual. So when Americans import goods from foreign countries, they pay foreign exporters for the goods and pay the U.S. federal government an additional tax based on the tariff rate assigned to that specific import. Sometimes politicians try to impose tariffs to protect domestic businesses because making imports more expensive through higher tax rates also makes domestic goods more comparatively more desirable. However, tariffs have significant consequences. High prices for American businesses and consumers are just the tip of the iceberg. Counterintuitively, placing a tax on imports is economically like placing a tax on exports. We identifies 4 ways in which tariffs can hurt exports: misallocation of resources, higher production costs, currency appreciation, and foreign retaliation. Often, politicians. Then we can use tariffs to protect American businesses. Since they make domestic production comparatively desirable. I don't need this. I'll just do higher costs for consumers. The only negative effect of tariff. Negative effects of tariffs. Tariffs also tax exports by misallocation of resources, higher production costs, currency appreciation, and foreign retaliation. Okay, I need to pee. Let me load up a funny rabbit video or something. Yo, it's your boy. Dude, did I also see chicks with dicks in my bathroom? Nancy, why? No! Why? Actually, this is entirely expected of Piers Morgan. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ugh. Nancy Mace. Bro, kill me. Bro. Oh my god. Yeah, Piers Morgan, like neutral dude here. But then I'm gonna like Nancy fucking Mace, like literal like TTS, or sorry TDS, trans derangement syndrome. Like a trans person goes near her. A trans person is going to be in the future. She's not even in Congress yet, in the same building as her, and she's like, we gotta do something about this. The genital inspectors outside all the bathrooms in the Capitol, even though most of the bathrooms there aren't even like public. I don't know, like public bathrooms. Like they're all like private, like gender neutral bathrooms. Oh my god. Is it not? Wait, what? Dude.
So what is this?
Dude, she pinned this! She pinned this!
This says you can't erase us, Nancy. Well, then you shouldn't try to erase women.
Like, actual trans derangement syndrome. Oh my god.
Room.
Actual TDS here. Oh my god, how long has she been tweeting about this? All because one trans person might be in the same building. Oh my god, she tweeted 3 times the fucking quote tweet at AOC. Holy shit. Dude, I saw, I was watching Vosh, because I saw Vosh's video about the Nancy Mace thing. He was like, I can't believe, because like, Sarah McBride, after they whatever passed a bill to fucking ban her, or it's not a bill, maybe it is a bill, I forget. I think she does also want a bill, but they passed whatever to like, you know, have you can only use the biological gender bathrooms or whatever. Nancy Mace just put out a statement like, yeah, I'll comply with the rule. I'm not here to argue about trans bathrooms. I'm here to actually get legislation done for like my citizens and my constituents in Delaware. And Vosh was like, I can't believe she would give up on trans rights so easily. Like, what the fuck? Like, what do you want it to do? I can't believe Democrats are abandoning trans. Like, yeah, like really, like. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm back, chat. And looky. Look who I found. Look at this guy. Ugh. He's so upset. He did not look happy, man. Alright, I'll put you down. Look, he's got his little. You see this is fucking this thing there. He sits there, and I can just reach over. He's so nice. Ah, he's biting me. Oh no, he's licking me. How do tariffs affect resource allocation? I need to make a thing with just my camera on the right side and Subway Surfers on the left side. Subway Surfers in the chat. That way, whenever I have the cat, you don't have to watch. You don't have to stop watching Subway Surfers. Tariffs make domestic products more attractive by raising the price of foreign products. To the uninitiated, it may sound like a good thing. Won't that create more jobs because it increases production at home? Not so fast. Tariffs make domestic products relatively more affordable. I shouldn't say affordable. More. I don't want to just copy word for what they say. Tariffs can increase domestic production. Where's the Jubilee guy? He'll be here at like 1 a.m. he's in a PST, so 10 p.m. his time. I should probably add that to the title. 10 p.m. his time, which is 1 a.m. my time, right? Which Jubilee guy is it? Fuck. I should remember his name. I invited him on my stream. I should remember his name. I don't know why I don't remember it. Not these gay dudes. Don't worry. This dude.
That's time.
I don't know why I forget his name.
Better. He literally bracketed federal.
Why did Donald? I think you guys like. So we already talked.
Daniel.
About inflation 1.9 under Trump.
No graphs you slip in? I mean, they're on graphs, but they were. I don't know. I mean, it's still note taken. Don't worry. Don't worry. Hello? Oh, wait. I gotta do this. Now. Good lord, this is enlightening because I'm unable to make up someone this cartoonishly evil. What the fuck? What are you guys on about? People get stuck at upload trucks for UPS, put in the time, then become a driver. They make $47 an hour. Damn. Paid bennies, $25K a year in pension. Damn. Not fun, I swear. You are like a retard magnet. I barely got it. Listen, I mean, listen, it's Twitch chat, okay? Just to be clear, your assessment is that an 18-year-old who gets shot should bleed out because he can't buy it. Yes. Okay. Well, at least he bites the. At least he bites the bullet. He doesn't obfuscate. Okay. There's that. There's that. Think on the bright side. Think on the bright side. Oh, also, while we're talking about debates, I think on the whatever day Friday is, the 29th, Friday, day after Thanksgiving, we have a Gibbs knows, because I was talking about it on Twitter. Gibbs knows that I don't like tariffs, and he invited me to a panel. I don't know who else is gonna. I know Gibbs is probably gonna be on it. I don't know who else is gonna be on it. We'll find out. This is like probably my most well-researched topic, so I need like a whole. I need to buy like sunglasses. I need to make it. We can make it an event, bro. I need to buy sunglasses. I need like intro music. I need. Which may sound good. However, this shifts. Placing a tax on imports absolutely shifts more business towards domestic companies that formerly struggle to compete with lower priced imports, but that shift towards higher priced domestic goods comes at a cost to others. Comes at a high cost to others. What if we impose the tax in question another way? Should we place a tax on U.S. products? On the products U.S. Firms export to the rest of the world? This probably sounds like a bad idea. One of the job production. What if we told you a tax on imports and a tax on exports ultimately have similar effects on the U.S. economy? Okay, they're just repeating this whole. This is redundant. Economist Dargo illustrates the sameness about taxes with an example of clothing manufacturer and aircraft manufacturer. Placing tariffs on imports would cause domestic clothing prices to rise at higher prices. More domestic firms would be attracted to producing clothing, and more investment would flow towards domestic manufacturing. Why shouldn't we place tariffs on clothing? And then I can do the imports, clothes, and exports. Aircrafts. Next, we place tariffs in clothing. Or I'll just say, placing tariffs in clothing would cause domestic prices to rise. Incentivizing more firms to produce here. Domestic investment would flow towards clothing. Moving resources away from the aircraft manufacturing sector, which becomes relatively less attractive than the tariff-protected clothing sector. Now imagine instead of a tariff applied to clothing imports, the government placed a export tax on aircraft. The same reallocation away from aircraft manufacturing towards clothing would happen because the policy has the same effect. Changing the relative profitability across industries. Placing a tax on aircraft exports. Reduced investment from aircraft to clothing. Therefore, these two policies have the same effect. Changing the relative profitability across industries. Okay, I don't read this. Having this bold looks weird. Bottom line, when the government imposes a tariff, it redistributes resources away from consumers and unprotected industries towards a protected industry. Financing also selling, happiness and slavery, but it's not about wage slaves. I love when I read and Twitch chat just argues about fucking slavery, dude. Average non-fun stream. Let's go. Big win. Huge. How do tariffs affect production costs? We often hear that American consumers will have to pay more for tariff goods, and that is true. But we think of American consumers. We shouldn't just think of a typical person. Many American consumers are businesses. Businesses purchase capital goods like machinery and tools, as well as intermediate imports like steel or wood. So American consumers do pay tariffs. Consumers aren't just people. Businesses also purchase capital goods like machinery, tools, intermediate inputs like steel and wood. Applying taxes to intermediate capital goods has a negative impact downstream in industries or industries that use such materials to produce their own goods. So protection may deliver higher production and employment in one industry and may directly raise the cost of doing business in another industry. Applying tariffs to intermediate goods has a negative impact on downstream industries that use those goods for production. More than half of the U.S. tariffs on imports from China apply to intermediate goods used for production of goods and services. I mean, a lot of it was like steel and shit, so that makes sense. Higher production costs mean businesses must accept lower profits, increase their prices, or contribute, or a combination of the two, all of which leave businesses worse off, unless able to compete with international markets. Means businesses will have to some combination of lowering profits or increasing prices, both of which leave them worse off, relative to international competitors. This is another thing with the like intermediate good thing. It's like, you know, not only like if you tariff steel, not only domestically do you hurt steel consuming industries that need steel to produce what they produce, like nails or whatever, but those firms are now placed at a disadvantage in foreign markets too, because again, the example I always use, you tariff steel, the nail company in the US has to pay 10% more for steel. The nail company in Canada does not have to pay 10% more for that steel. And therefore, the Canadian company is going to steal market share. And then we saw this with Trump's tariffs and the retaliatory tariffs on U.S. agriculture. They're not only they're like, you know, short run effects so long as the tariff is still in place, but even after the tariff is in place, you can have negative long term effects because the countries that are out competing us will build up the fixed cost, and now they have an advantage. This happened in Argentina and Brazil when Trump did his tariffs on steel, and China retaliated with tariffs on U.S. agriculture. Brazil and Argentina, you know, invested more in their. Why would people do retaliatory tariffs if tariffs are bad? Because they don't like, because they're dumb. They're mercantilist. People like nations are mercantilist. They think countries are rich if they hoard a bunch of wealth and not maximize real consumption possibilities. It's because a lot of politicians don't understand economics. Like that's the reason. That is the honest reason. That's why, like, trade negotiators always try to negotiate things that are in the other country's interest anyway. So if they're smart, they wouldn't retaliate, right? Correct. That's why we should not retaliate if countries put tariffs on us. Correct. It is in our national interest not to retaliate. Correct. Still paying more for Scotch because of Trump's tariffs when Boeing lost their bid to Airbus in the EU. Really? I didn't know about that. Pretty sure China would be smart, so there is no problem. What do you mean there's no problem? I mean, China did retaliate. But even if they don't retaliate, tariffs are still bad. Like, my position is essentially, you know, we should engage in unilateral free trade, regardless of what other countries do, whether or not they retaliate or don't retaliate. Free trade is still in our national interest. So if China retaliates, that makes tariffs worse. But if they don't retaliate, tariffs are still bad. Okay, so the 2018 and 2019 tariffs, economists estimated nearly 1/4 U.S. exporters were subject to tariff increases on at least one product, and those exporters represented more than 80%. Yeah, crazy. Take the case of the so if it's a like industry important for national security, then I would agree targeted tariffs can be important to decouple from supply chains, right? The argument there is not that tariffs are good economically. The argument is that the national security concern justifies the economic cost of decoupling your supply chains from a specific country. If Trump was just doing that, I'd be more okay with that. I'm skeptical of his ability to do that. I'm skeptical of the government's ability to decide that in general, because the government has a information problem. The government has externalities too. What good isn't part of national security? A lot of things. Fucking potato chips, like what? Clothing, wood, vegetables coming from Mexico. Like look at the. But again, if your argument is every good is part of national security, I think potato chips and veggies are okay. Great. If your argument is everything is part of national security, clothing maybe not. Okay, we found one good. That's fine, but your position has to be the national security concern here outweighs the economic cost. What I think you actually think is that there is no economic cost. That's what I think you really think, and like the national security thing is just like a red herring to avoid fighting on a part where there's an economic cost. Is there an economic cost of tariffs? Is like what I'm going to ask you. Nope. So you would agree there's an economic cost? I think it's worth. Okay. So like if I said like there are costs, do you think that there are net costs though? Do you think it's everyone in the country is worse off if we impose tariffs? At least economically worse off if we impose tariffs. I was going to say everyone. Yes. Okay, good. Because technically some people do gain, but the on net, the loss is more than the gain. That's what I mean by everyone is worse off, even if some specific people can benefit from a tariff. Economists estimated nearly 1/4 of U.S. exporters were subject to tariff increases in at least one product, and those exports represented more than 80% of all exports and 65% of manufacturing employment. Why is it? Why? I feel like it. Okay, I guess that's just how it is. I think I have this study cited. I recognized author Kyle Hanley. Yeah. Oh wait, this is the I think I have graphs for this one, right? Oh no, I have graphs in the Pierce one. The implied tax increase from tariffs amounted to $900 per worker overall and about $1,600 per worker in the manufacturing sector. The researchers found that companies more exposed to tariffs saw lower export growth, amounting to an export tax of nearly 1.5% at the average exposure level and up to 4% for the most exposed firms. Likewise, a review of steel and aluminum tariffs found that production and employment for steel and aluminum makers increased employment. Production employment decreased by a large amount in downstream industries that had paid more for steel and aluminum inputs. This is from don't have this one cited. Tariff on Canada and Mexico is a mistake. I agree. Tariff across the ocean makes a lot more sense. I think it is less bad. I still think it's bad, obviously, but I think it's less bad, especially because our supply chains are so integrated with Canada, United States, Mexico, that it's so hard to tariff them without tariffing intermediate goods. Like, it makes sense if you want to bring manufacturing back from places where you don't have physical influence over because of the distance. I don't see why that really makes sense. I think it's not as bad because supply chains aren't as integrated. But I don't see the difference between bringing manufacturing back from... Well, I don't... Physical influence... Does physical influence matter if we have nuclear weapons? Another way to think about the link between imports and exports is through a foreign exchange market. When tariffs raise the after-tax price of imported good, demand for lower imports fall. Or demand for the imported goods fall. Tariffs raise the cost of imported goods. Demand for imports falls. This means less currency. Less demand for foreign currency. Which makes the US dollar relatively more expensive. Talking to the Jubilee dude about tariffs? I'm sure we will for a little bit. Yeah. I think that's why I originally reached out to him. I'm sure we'll talk about other things as well. Because, yeah. Average cost of car payment right now is $700 a month. Now add all the parts made overseas will be added to tariff price. It's going to be outrageous. Yep. He actually goes through with it, yeah. Stronger dollar makes U.S. exports. A stronger dollar makes... They do... counteracts the tariffs by making imports relatively more affordable. But also makes US exports more expensive for other countries to buy. Indeed, a study that looked at 150... Oh, the IMF study. Do these both... Did you guys see the... The World Bank released a report about their reports. Nobody's reading your PDF. Download distribution of World Bank policy reports. There's like there's 500 reports that have not been downloaded at all, and there's a lot that have only been downloaded very few times. Oh, a bot. Let's go. Kick bot. This is funny. Although there are, listen, this one's at like 3,000. Okay, so it makes up for it, right? I think the title was like, the answer to a lot of problems is in PDFs nobody has read. Do they show regional distribution of downloads? I don't know if they release that information. Why? I don't think many... I'm assuming it's mostly the US and Europe reading them. Genocide doesn't technically require... What? How are we on about this now? It doesn't technically require killing. It only requires concentrated effort to destroy. I'm pretty sure genocide does require... It's killing with the specific intent to destroy in whole or in part. then I believe abolitionism constitutes a form of classicide. Okay. I'm pretty sure you can have the intent to do a genocide and not like genocide doesn't require killing literally everyone, right? You can, like, you know, the Jews were genocided, but they obviously are still Jews. But I think I would say that killing is a necessary part of genocide. You can have genocidal intent and then fail in killing anybody and therefore like not do a genocide. Displacement people is also considered genocide. Is just displacement is usually ethnic cleansing, right? I don't think people usually consider just displacement genocide. I know there's some things you can do. Isn't there a condition? There's a condition. Isn't there a condition of like if you like stop them from like if you adopt out their children or whatever to try to stop them from having kids, and like you try to assimilate other children? Isn't that wouldn't require killing, right? Isn't that a condition that's in the Genocide Convention? But in Palestinians, they call it genocide. Well, I think if someone calls it genocide because they're just saying Palestinians are being displaced, that's dumb. People call it ethnic cleansing because of that. I don't know. I think people call it genocide because there's a lot of dead Palestinians. Genocide Convention, adoption, children. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Yeah, and imposing measures to prevent births in a group. They said it before October 7th, but that is true. What's it called when people start moving into rundown areas and cities start fixing it up and forcing the poor people in? That's ethnic cleansing of the lower classes. But yeah, here you can have crimes. Conspiracy to commit genocide does not actually require killing. Direct and public incitement to commit genocide. Attempted genocide, complicity in genocide. Dutch gentrification, aka class genocide. Lower class ethnic cleansing. Okay. How do foreign countries react to new U.S. tariffs? When tariffs are imposed in foreign countries, that country commonly retaliates with tariffs of its own. Often, when countries impose tariffs, the affected country retaliates with tariffs of their own. This happened with the 2018 to 2019 tariffs. Canada, Mexico, China, the EU, India, Russia, Turkey. All impose tariffs on U.S. exports. Have an off on stream is someone in chat saying something inexplicably horrible. And then non-fun saying pretty sure that's eugenics. Yeah, it's... actually, that's genocide as defined in Article 51 of Additional Protocol. I think Article 51 is proportionality. Article 51, Article 51 is indiscriminate attack. Article 51, Additional Protocol 2, is it Additional Protocol 1? Oh, is this a duty to warn? I forget all that. I forget what the articles. Oh no, it's an indiscriminate attack. There might be article additional protocol 1 and additional protocol 2 both have like very similar. They're both very similar. It's just one applies to international armed conflicts and one applies to non-international armed conflicts. And they're like slightly different definitions and things. So what is Article 51 additional protocol 2 then? Is there no, is it article, what's article 48? What am I thinking? I am thinking of this, aren't I? Genocide is when I don't agree with something. Yeah, and people do. True. 'Oh no, I know what it was because additional protocol 1 is customary law for the most part. So the way to define an indiscriminate attack, even though it's not explicitly mentioned in Article 2, it's customary international law, and like people don't. Yeah, so it applies in all conflicts, even though technically additional protocol 1 was set out with the scope of only applying to international armed conflicts and not non-international armed conflicts. But okay, I remember now. That's why. Anyway. Retaliation in response to the 2018 to 2019 tariffs has had especially negative effect in the agriculture sector. Retaliation has had negative effects. Most notably in the agriculture sector, which experienced significant reductions in exports and employment from the trade war. Nearly all %, of the revenue raised from the tariffs was used to compensate producers who lost income because of retaliation. Just saying what people want to say. Don't have the guts because of the optics. I'll bite the bullet for the voiceless. Based. What should lawmakers do when lawmakers propose to attack on imports? You should understand that they are indirectly proposing attacking exports, allocating resources towards import competing sectors, raising cost of production, increasing the value of the dollar, and inviting retaliatory tariffs, all burden U.S. exporters and limit their ability to compete in international markets. I like this example. What's a way I could imagine a country? So imagine we're importing clothes and exporting aircrafts. If we place a tariff on clothing, that would cause domestic prices to increase and more firms would produce here. Domestic investment would flow towards clothing, moving resources away from the aircraft manufacturing sector, which becomes relatively less attractive than the tariff-protected clothing sector. So placing a tax on aircraft exports would ostracize investments towards clothing. There are 42 policies that would stay in effect, changing the relative profitability across industries. Remember to scan this. Their socialism, compassion, massive fans of aborting fetuses with defects. Pretty sure that's eugenics. I mean, I don't think. I don't. That's a kind of a dumb definition of eugenics if it literally just includes aborting fetuses that, like, for example, you get a test that have Down syndrome. Like, I don't know if I would. Like, if you define that as eugenics, then I wouldn't say eugenics is always bad. But it seems like eugenics should. If eugenics is a term that's supposed to have meaning, we should want it to have a bad meaning. Based. Why should it have a bad meaning? Because people typically use it in a bad way. It's associated with bad, like the Nazis doing eugenics was a really bad thing. And if we want to describe what was going on there as eugenics, we should probably carry over that bad meaning towards the other uses of the word. I don't know why we would, I don't know why we would include just like deporting, we'll say selective reproduction then. Sure. Not fun. Are you pro eugen? I have no issue with a woman aborting a child because that child has Down syndrome. So long as it's before whatever time I think the fetus is sentient. Would it be eugenics to change the DNA of a child in the womb if they to make sure they don't have cancer? Or what if you find out like your child is? I mean, you can change the. I mean, you can change it however you want. Literally, let's imagine a child with no. That's eugenics. Then that's a dumb definition of eugenics. Would you be for abortion babies at 9 months if we could prove it would be a net negative benefit if they were to live? I mean, I would do the rural utilitarian cope. I mean, I don't want to call it cope. I think it's a reasonable thing. We should, as a society, we should try to establish rules that generally have positive outcomes to any individual any individual action could be we could imagine a case where I'm throwing bricks off the highway. Eugenics is aimed at selecting for desirable traits against undesirable ones. But the issue is when you say desirable trait, usually to me eugenics is supposed to be desirable traits based off of race, or based off of trying to establish a master race, not just trying to establish a healthy human being. there's got to be a word for that. Like, I don't want to say not immutable character, because what are you not disabled? But anyway, I'm a little confused because because I missed some eps. Are you in a eugenics era? I don't have an issue with like changing the DNA of humans to not have cancer, or a woman choosing to abort a baby because it has Down syndrome and she doesn't want that added responsibility. Maybe she wants a regular child, but how did we get here? I don't, whatever. Chat, did we lose the plot? But the really utilitarian, like we can imagine a case where like throwing bricks off the highway is a good thing because like I throw a brick into a car and then a car crashes and the person goes to the hospital, and when he's in the hospital they realize, oh shit, he has cancer, and we wouldn't have otherwise known that he had cancer and been able to treat it early. So like clearly we could imagine like a case where it is in theory utility maximizing to do this. There's that, the hypothetical is there. I just as a rule for society though, you probably shouldn't do it. What's the toughest bullets you have to bite as a utilitarianism believer? Sort of things like that. There's like the it's called who. There's another thing who walked away from. Is it this? I think it's this. This is like a if you lived in like a utopia or whatever. Yeah, if you lived in like a utopia. And you live in this utopia for like 18 years, right? Everyone is happy. And then you find out that when you're 18, the only way this utopia works is by raping a child in a basement. The question is, like, do you, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, like one child being raped permanently in a basement to power the magic machine that makes a city a utopia, are you okay with that? For the like the happiness of everyone else, and it's supposed to like separate the, like that's a bullet you'd have to bite. There depicts a summer festival in a utopian city of Omilis, whose prosperity depends on the misery of a single child. And like if you're a like deontologist or whatever, not deontology, D something, whatever the fuck. You won't say Israel's doing genocide. You wouldn't buy. I mean, if you go full deontologist, is it deontologist? I feel like no deontology, utilitarian. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, I guess. I don't know. I've heard people say deontology. I didn't know the whatever the grammar word for being a deontology believer is. They would say like, no, it's a rights violation of the child. You obviously can't rape a child just to have it be, you know, just to have the society live in utopia or whatever. It's meant to be like analogous of like, oh, well, libertarians will use it as a, like analogous of like, oh, you know, states are committing like a X rights violation, and you say that's for the good of society, but in this case, if you believe that, then you'd have to bite the bullet that committing a rights violation by raping a child is good for society, so long as the benefit is big. And it's like, well, like yeah, like, but like the bullet they would have to bite is like, would you rape a child to avoid literally infinite suffering on the other side, like literal infinite suffering of human beings, an infinitely sentient being, infinitely more sentient than everything in the universe combined, and you're gonna make that endure the maximum possible suffering it can. And it's like, okay, well, like, or like, would you steal a penny to save the world? Although you can be a threshold deontologist, which just means you aren't always saying Hamas should be allowed to exist and proliferate. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Oh, you responded to him. You can be a threshold deontologist, so like you support deontology, but once the consequences become, past a certain threshold, then you switch over to like utilitarianism. Then, like you say, well, like clearly, the like insane suffering on this side would justify the rights violation. Anyway. Forget tariffs. Capital controls are game changer Trump risk. Okay, don't care. Much, if not most, of the focus of the incoming Trump administration internal economic policy has been on tariffs on imported goods. But don't dismiss the potential for more restrictive measures in finance, namely capital controls. Most of the focus on Trump's economic policy. Ideology only exists as long as a group exists. I don't know if I fully agree with that. The ideology can exist without a group being there to act upon it or whatever. But if all the Hamas members cease to exist, the group ceases to exist. Well, I don't deny that. But there's still probably an ideology of like radical jihadism in some of the population in Gaza even after that. Right? That's the issue. Is that they could just form Hamas too. That's the argument there, right? Been on his proposed tariffs. But more attention. Should be paid to the risk of capital controls. Who should Jubilee guy you're talking to? Daniel from the Destiny one a while ago. I'm on Monday. Women aren't to blame. You're just... What the fuck?
I respect
He's Pepe is strong tonight, Rachel. Be careful.
Yeah, I was getting ready for Jack Talcott. I saw the solution raising for reform together, so I was getting ready.
Did I miss that? No, it's at 1 a.m. I should probably put that in the title. Not this dude. I did DM this dude. He thumbs up my Twitter message, but then never actually replied. EST? Yeah, because he lives in PST. Solution? You want a final one? Chatterica. Arguably, the Steelman here, you and me, which I might even somewhat agree with, I don't know, is that you probably can't, you might not be able to get rid of the ideology fully unless you, one, get rid of Hamas so that you can, so that Gaza can actually fucking rebuild instead of building tunnels that are just going to cause more harsh conflict, 15 years from now. And two, it seems like in the past, occupations have been able to like somewhat de-radicalized population. Like obviously most of Germany isn't Nazi anymore, and Germany was occupied after World War II for a little bit. Yeah, there are cases like that. Japan as well. Nazis are coming. Listen, they're getting there, but yeah. Well, yeah, I just think it would have to probably get rid of Hamas to get rid of the underlying causes there, because it seems like a solution that betters the life of Gazans. It's just unworkable so long as Hamas is the one in charge. Makes a vacuum for other ideology to come in. Not if you occupy them. That's probably that's the justification for occupying them, right? Germany seems like the way so far they've been removing them seems like it only leads to more groups like it. Maybe. Putin will cause World War III. The U.S. is causing World War III. Nah, bro. Mecha Hitler is coming. I can't wait. Hitler too. Let's go. Let's go. Germany starts another world war. Let's go. Does Germany have nukes? Germany does have nukes, right? I think they do. Oh, doesn't have its own nuclear weapons, but it does host NATO weapons. France has fucking nukes and Germany doesn't. Germany has America's nukes. But they can't just launch them without our permission, though, right? So. He's finished the damn trilogy already. The only reason Brits have nukes is because France has them. You know what's funny? There is like, Trump is gonna have to negotiate the whatever, like, it's like Scottish nukes agreement or something. There's like a treaty like expiring. Maybe it's just the UK. Like expiring during his term. Expiration December 31st, 2024. It's a bilateral treaty between the United States and UK on nuclear weapons cooperation. Treaty's full name is blah, 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 blah. It allows the US and the UK to exchange nuclear materials, technology, and information. So this is going to expire, and Trump's going to have to renegotiate it. Can't wait. Basic logic, restriction of foreign investment in dollars could help rebalance trade because other countries would have nowhere to put their export earnings unless they bought American goods. Basic reasoning. Set restrictions on foreign investments. Could help rebalancing trade. Could help rebalance trade. Since countries would have to buy US exports with their dollars. As a lesson for keeping an open mind as to what might come, Beamish cites the case of a late British politician, Sidney Webb. After his party was no longer in power, he famously credited saying, "If nobody told us we couldn't do that," when a subsequent government removed the pound from the gold standard in 1931 page. Similar thoughts might have occurred to former officials in Washington when the Trump administration jacked up tariff rates on Chinese and many other good imports using presidential authority that hadn't been employed, at least to this same extent in the past. In the second term, tariffs will likely be the first line of attack once again, as Trump has just confirmed today on Truth Social, saying he's going to put 25% tariffs on the CUM countries until they stop all the fentanyl and the border crossings and taking our job. I don't think they're taking our jobs, but whatever. At least with China, the risk is that the trade gap persists nonetheless. Keep in mind that Trump's first U.S. trade representative, CUM America, yeah, Canadian, Mexico, Canadian, United States, Mexico, the CUM countries. Keep in mind that Trump's first U.S. trade representative, Robert Lighthizer, has been advocating for a complete elimination of the deficit. The gap in 2023 was $279 billion. Of just with China? With China, that makes sense. But with the trade deficit altogether.
Oh, so it's a great pleasure to be here. I want to say, first of all, I am neither public nor an intellectual. That's the first thing.
How do I look at the transcript?
One of my hallmarks when I was in government.
So I can control F it. Oh, YouTube has the transcript.
Oh, so it's a great pleasure to be here.
Strategic decoupling. If he's saying strategic decoupling,
and minimizing or optimizing prices. So as a country, we unilaterally lowered our trade deficit, our trade barriers, and created the other side of that, which was a gigantic trade deficit. The result of this policy today is a start. Year-over-year trade deficits transfer trillions of dollars of American wealth to China. In 2001, China's GDP stood at $1.3 trillion. 2001. But the other reason this seems to be working up the Europeans is you're finally seeing them go from surplus to deficit. You're seeing massive making further concessions to a country that you
what qualifies a guy to give a lecture? Don't know.
Is a mistake. And in my opinion, we ought to be luring the Taiwan semiconductor industry, or company in this case probably, to the United States and have them manufacture more here. And I think there's some movement to have them do that. We have a trade deficit with. And that troubles me. I've always had this sort of view that what's the number one thing you can do for your allies? The number one thing you can do is have the biggest, best military and the biggest, best economy. You want to take care of your allies. The United States has never been aggressive, right? Well, maybe with the exception of the Spanish-American War, but that was a long time ago. We've never really been territorially aggressive. It's not our posture. We really are there to help defend our allies. And we do it well sometimes, and we don't. We do it well other times. But the most important thing the United States can do, in my opinion, for world peace, is to have the biggest, best military and the biggest, best economy. So I'm not in the business of wanting to weaken the United States so that we can have somebody like us more. You probably noticed that theme running through my comments. I'm not big on that.
Okay.
But the question was about the five.
I don't know if he says he wants to eliminate it in here. Or I don't know if he says he wants to completely eliminate it or just the deficit on China specifically. U.S. has never been territorial goods outside of, yeah, I know that's kind of little odd, but okay. I think that statement's more defensible than tariffs, honestly. I don't know. I mean, he says territorial aggressor. Like, I don't know if we have since. When did we invade? When did we invade? Actually, no. He might be. He said Spanish-American War. I guess that we got Hawaii in the Spanish-American War, right? Yo, Bobby, thank you for the bits. Hell yeah.
Until the 1 a.m. talk. Have good stream till then, bro.
Thank you, Bobby. Welcome back. You're welcome back here at 1 a.m. Thanks. I really appreciate it. Bits. It really helps out. Thanks. Doubling my income. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Why is this so laggy? So this was us, right? Didn't we do this? $18.90. Okay, yeah. And we finally gave them statehood in like 1850. Not 1950 or whatever. No, it's 1959, right? Yeah, 59. What the fuck is this? Well, who cares if these people have statehood? This is a fucking airport. What? Yeah, I agree, Colton, okay. But that was the Spanish-American War, where we annexed them, right? We did when we did the Philippines as well. And didn't we... U.S. Am I making this up? Cuba Protectorate? Didn't we have Cuba for a little bit too? Yeah. Yeah, because we put Baptista there, yeah. Wasn't it Haiti? Oh, we might have had Haiti too. I think we had Cuba and Nicaragua. I think we had these people too. Quasi-protectorate stat. Okay. I mean, quasi-protectorate. Whatever that means. Hawaii was never a Brit colony? I'm aware. Okay. 2022, the gap was $279 billion. That's a lot to make up. Chinese authorities may not do enough to bolster domestic demand to reorient away from net exports. Another problem is that tariffs tend to drive the dollar, making up... Okay. Understand this. Wrap the dollar. Making trade partner exchange rates all the more competitive. As Scott Bessett, a hedge fund manager who advised Donald Trump's campaign, has been a candidate for Treasury Secretary, acknowledged this month. Trump simply cannot have both tariffs and escape from a strong dollar unless he considers capital count, and that would be a game changer. Has he chosen this guy yet? Oh, he did. Trump's picked to lead the Treasury. has stated this. The flip side of trade surplus is a financial deficit. China recycles its earnings into dollar assets, and that's something that Washington has enormous way to change. Citigroup back in 2019 labeled blocking Chinese access to financial markets as the most extreme potential most extreme U.S. potential retaliation against Beijing. As for tariffs, this legislation against the president executive authority, in particular the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, can be invoked for a variety of measures, including financial sanctions as well as tariffs. Flip side of a trade deficit. It's a financial. That's not going to call financial account surplus. That's something the president does have some control over. Or sorry, other way around. Of a financial account deficit is a trade surplus. With the International Emergency Economic Power Act granting the president the authority to do financial sanctions as well as tariffs. Telling the rest of the world that the Treasury does not want their funds might seem like shooting oneself in the foot, but it does have to be considered as a tail risk. Capital controls seem likely to gain popularity as an idea, and even mere ideas can cause some volatility down the line. Crazy. Is this... It is heading 3. Hedge fund executive Scott Bennett's survived-day internal squabble over the role of Treasury Secretary. Key position will face almost immediate deadlines and pressures. Bessent's pedigree is a global investor who has worked with legendary money managers in a history supporting both Republicans and Democrats, has eased worries of business leaders and financial markets. The Dow reached a new record high of 44,000. Blah 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 blah. That's a huge relief. 62 has worked with some of the most renowned investors in the world, including Jim Rogers, Jim Chano, Stanley Miller, and George Soros. Treasury Secretary role is one of the most crucial hires in any administration, but especially this given Trump's focus on the economy and voters' deep frustration with the cost of living. Bassett will act as Trump's quarterback, executing his economic agenda, and for the position, Trump opted to go with a pick that was not expected to draw a contentious confirmation battle. Even if Bassett is a voice for moderation in Trump debate on tariffs and deportations, doesn't necessarily mean he will win his arguments, which will ultimately be decided by Trump himself. I'm back. I got a haircut and am now sexy based. And while investors are cheering the selection of Bessent, it's far too early to know if he will be a win for Main Street too. Bessent said tariffs can't be inflationary because the price of one thing goes up unless you give people more money, then they have less money to spend on other things, so there is no inflation. God, I can't. I'm so glad MAGA is just going to memory hole their dumbass definition of inflation that they've been using for 4 years and are going to start using their new definition of inflation, which is just an increase in a price, increase in a price level. Oh my God, I can't wait. I can't wait till MAGA. Well, technically, it's not inflation here because you're not expanding the monetary base, and the inflation come through either increasing money supply or increasing government spending. That's what happened under Biden. Increasing the money supply. Yeah, but localists, you use the dumbest definition of inflation because you'll say like inflation. You don't disagree with the fact that like inflation is down back to like 2%. You think that's, you think that's quote unquote misleading or whatever. Tariffs can lead to a one-time permanent increase in a price level. That's not technically inflationary, as it doesn't change the rate of inflation. However, you all the time complain about us talking about rates and us not talking about just the general price level. So you are literally memory holding your definition of inflation before, where you complained, oh, people call about the rate. People started referring to price inflation as just inflation. That's what CPI is always measured. CPI measures consumer price inflation. PPI measures producer price inflation. PCE also measures consumer price inflation for the most part. Like what? I think there was a trying to educate the public was a mistake. Is disgruntled economist? The grumpy economist? Inflation versus prices. Here's this chart here. Technically, because after, percent change from a year ago, inflation will be higher for a year. But it really, in reality, just leads to a one-time increase in a price level, at least so long as the tariffs are in place. But usually, MAGA people are like so concerned about like the increase in a price level, and now I can't wait for them to use the actual real definition of inflation. Always understood inflation as an increase in the money supply, not just increase in prices, price inflation, even like the Fed or I think all the Feds have their different, all the Fed like charter banks. It's inflation is an increase in a general price level. That's the most broad definition of inflation. Most commonly, or in the long run, I should say, in the long run, that is caused by an excess of money in relation to trade needs. Yeah. Increasing money supply will increase CPI in the long run, yeah, because the price absorbs that money supply. We need to educate the public about policy. Gates now they're still as completely retarded. But shout buzzwords completely devoid of any meaning. True. Isn't price inflation just how you track inflation? But isn't inflation of itself? I don't know. I mean, if you define inflation as literally just an increase in the money supply, but then sure, but it's not a. I don't know if that's a very useful definition of inflation, especially because I don't. I mean, there's issues with the m equals p. It's kind of dumb, but I don't think velocity probably isn't constant. Output is also probably affected at least in the short run, by monetary policy. So I don't know. I don't know if those two things should be held constant. I don't think there's evidence to back that up. Inflation equals inflating the money supply. I mean, but you would say relative to trade. When you say inflating, that's relative to trade needs, right? Because trade needs can increase, and if trade needs increase, then you can then you can print money and not have it be like negative with that. Like if the population increases, right? by inflate, I mean increase. Yeah, but you can increase the money supply without causing inflation, right? If trade needs also increase, wouldn't you agree with that? If like the population increases, I mean, I'm saying trade needs, but just imagine like you would agree the money supply probably needs to grow with the population, right? The supply shocks are relative demand shocks because of inflation. Will tariffs raise inflation? Will deregulation AI but lowering costs, lower inflation? No, don't confuse the price level with the inflation rate. Don't confuse relative prices with the price level. These ought to be the first lesson in macroeconomics, and many economists, most politicians, and commentators get them wrong. Supply and relative demand shocks are the leading culprits, or doggedly homework excuse for the recent inflation. If pandemic makes it harder to produce or import goods like TVs, the prices will rise if people get stuck at home from restaurants. And bars are buying Pelotons, the price of Pelotons would go up. The money supply needs to grow with the population levels. I've never heard that before. Really? I mean, the number of trades not. I mean, yeah, it is trade needs. I use the term trade, but trade needs is more technical than just like the easy example of population growth, right? Like obviously localists, like you could have an economy with literally $10 for everyone in the U.S. economy. That's clearly not enough money. You would need to print more money, and that wouldn't necessarily be inflationary because it's not in excess to trade needs. Inflation, trade, needs. Or money in excess to trade needs. What do I search to find? If I go to Perplexity, it'll provide me something. No, not trading. Ugh. Atlanta Fed inflation definition. Ongoing increase of the general price level conservative over time. They don't even. Hold on. I feel like I. I feel like No Opinion wrote about that. Yeah. All econ resources just suck so well. If you're coming, how would you ever do a deep dive into econ if you? What do you mean by they suck so bad? You think Greg Mankiw is just like making shit up when he writes his textbooks? What do you mean they suck so bad? Just because they say government spending is good sometimes, or like the Fed is good sometimes? How would you ever like learn more about economics if you only read stuff that like already, like if you don't actually like build up a foundation and then like evaluate stuff, you just like only agree or only read stuff that like already agrees with your preconceived notion. I have full econ textbooks in my bed. It's just not a mentally digestible format. Okay. Cleveland Fed defines inflation as a rise in a general price level caused by an imbalance between the quantity of money and trade needs. These forces only raise TV and Peloton prices relative to their prices. If there weren't enough TVs to go around, TV prices must rise relative to wages of food, but it doesn't really explain why TV prices go up rather than food prices going down. It really doesn't explain why all prices and wages go up. Monopoly agreed. Don't explain why all price goes up. Here's a standard picture of the supply shock. When say you can't get chips to make TVs, the price level averages the price of TVs and other goods. Inflation goes up. Basically, two big problems with the story. First, if the price of the TV goes up and the price of everything else stays the same, how do we have enough money to buy more of everything? Obviously, and very loosely speaking, someone has to give us more money to be able to pay for the higher prices for TVs and the same price for everything else. A supply shock only causes overall inflation if monetary and fiscal policy responded to supply shock by increasing demand. That's often considered a good thing to do because most central bankers think prices going down are worse than prices going up, but it's a choice, and inflation only happens when they make that choice. I'm speaking loosely here. If the elasticity of demand is 1, then prices go up, quantity goes down, and expenditures are the same, but nominal GDP to go up. The larger point is more general. Forces that change relative prices do not raise the overall price level unless they induce a monetary fiscal response. Sowell didn't write textbooks. I heard Thomas Sowell. Sowell is not an economist. Do not read Thomas Sowell. He is not a... No. He's not a respected economist. He did not write economics textbooks. He wrote an 800-page book that repeats itself 20 times and doesn't even mention some very basic things in economics. Unlearning Economics has a good video on it. Look. Academics economic discourse there. You want to see a cool Easter egg here? Let me just go to a channel nobody uses. Oh, people are there. Look, I'm going to type in Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell is not and never has been an economist. Oh, fuck. What did I fucking click on? Look, 2-hour, nice digestible video, okay. Like, I'm pretty... He basically...
This image.
For watch too much Destiny with those edits. So true.
Was lodged in the Suez Canal for 6 long days.
See the Neil interview with Bill? No. I don't know. Those are two first names which a lot of people share. But Charlie Kirk swear, dude, I hate that there's a Charlie Kirk video where like he's interviewing a college student and he's like, you know, you say college is a scam, you know, I'm getting an econ degree, how's it a scam? And he says, does your econ class teach Thomas Sowell? And like, he's like, no, which they fucking shouldn't because he's a horrible economist. But secondly, the second thing he asks is, do they teach Milton Friedman? And he was like, no. But like, Milton Friedman's ideas are pretty deeply ingrained in a lot of the general macro curriculum. Like do they teach Marx? No, Marx's ideas aren't really, well, I mean, they'll mention, if an economics class mentions Marx, it's also going to mention Milton Friedman. Like sometimes they'll mention where certain ideas came from, and they'll mention like if we open Greg Mankiw textbook, like I'm sure it'll have both Marx and Milton Friedman listed. I'm pretty sure like they talk about Milton Friedman's negative income tax even. But like the idea like the Phillips curve is vertical in the long run, like that's a Milton Friedman idea. Like, yeah, principles of economics. I'm pretty sure this book has a section I don't know, localist, on Milton Friedman's negative income tax. Even though, like, again, like, there are a lot of things. Like the idea that Phillips curve is vertical in the long run. Yeah, Milton Friedman, long run Phillips curve, Milton Friedman. But like every like economic school teaches like the Phillips curve is vertical in the long run. This is Milton Friedman. Like that's Milton Friedman. Yeah. Like literally every, all hail Chicago school, true. Every economics class teaches this. If you ask that kid, is the Phillips curve vertical in the long run? He'd probably say yeah, because that's what he was taught. That is from Milton Friedman. How many? It has 7 results for Friedman. It might have about the same for Marx, I would guess. Oh, it doesn't have any for, wait, there's no shot. Wait, it doesn't have any for Marx, right? It literally does nothing from Marx. Okay. Like in my book, like they had, not only would it have like the like textbook sections, but sometimes it'll have like a, like a short, like, hey, side note, this is a, you know, more about this topic. This is a proposal for Milton Friedman for a negative income tax. Or like, side note, this is David Ricardo. Have you read Marx? None of it is useful. I read a little bit of Marx. I read Wage, Labor, and Capital. I don't remember half of it, though. It's completely different. I mean, it was also writing in 1880, so it's not like we had no Phillips curve when Marx was writing. Like, basically any of Marx's good ideas are just copied by post-Keynesians, and, like, that, like, just read the post-Keynesians. Inflation is not the sum of relative price increase. Inflation is a component of all prices that rise together, leaving relative prices unchanged. The fallacy of conflating relative prices with inflation has been with us forever. Money is a piece of paper. So true. CPI is fake because it's based on a cost of renting rather than a cost of buying a house. True. Inflation fine, but instead of keeping inflation subject, because if you don't adjust for inflation, you're not getting the correct picture of living standards. Go back to housing, got a 2% raise, blah, 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 blah. As a part of inflation, the hypothesis of value unearned. Okay, I don't know why we're still reading about this. I don't need this. I'd be happy personally if Jay Powell handed me $20,000, but I can't think of any politically defensible reason for him to do that. But maybe he could hand everyone $20,000 would be fair. Then we'd all have more money and be happy. It sounds a little nutty, but okay, why is it nutty? Well, if it led to a huge source of prices, i.e. inflation, that would be a significant downside to the policy. and very possibly a reason not to do it. But if Powell could give me $20,000 and you $20,000 and everyone else $20,000 without prices rising, that would be amazing. You could end poverty. Okay. In a section above, I stated people often think there's a special problem when we buy from other countries. In a sense, that's true. If we buy a low-end toaster, chances are that's made in China. Buying from China means you're not buying one made anywhere else, including in America. So Americans who might have produced toasters here, admittedly at higher costs, don't get those jobs. But there are three important responses to the point. First, workers who don't produce toasters here produce other goods and services. Our current unemployment rate, U3, which is a measure of people who are out of work looking for a job, is 4.1%. Moreover, the ratio of job openings to number of unemployed workers is 1.1. There are more job vacancies than there are unemployed people. Second, there is nothing special about the fact that a toaster is produced in other countries. If I buy JF shingles produced in Baltimore, Maryland, rather than Owens Corning shingles made in Portland, Oregon, I help employ someone in Baltimore instead of someone in Portland, but we don't hear a lot of upset about that. You might say that's because at least it's not employing work in America, so it comes out of jobs. But that goes back to my first point. American residents who don't have jobs producing toasters get to produce other things. The third point is that most people exaggerate the number of jobs lost to imports. Okay. I feel like, did I make a thing for this before, actually? I feel like I probably had this written down in a... Okay, I guess not. I don't need this. Is like a super short. I don't have the fucking link here. I don't need to take notes. It's arguments I already know. Here, this is something. Oh, cheap viewers. Trade and wages. Now, reason essay in American Compass. Michael Lynn attempts to refute certain aspects of economists' case for free trade. Others have addressed the numerous empirical, factual, and theoretical issues with his essay. I will focus on just one in particular. Lynn writes, the attack on tariffs as regressive taxes unites two of the themes of early 21st century neoliberalism. One is the left neoliberal dogma that each individual tax, not government policy, or the economy as a whole, must be progressive in its effects. Me, for real? The other is the right neoliberal dogma that deregulating trade and immigration to reduce wages for workers and thus reduce prices for consumers is the efficient and thus best policy, as long as the winners compensate for the losers, preferably in form of redistribution through the tax code. Me, for real. I mean, I don't think every tax has to be progressive. There are plenty of, flat taxes that I think are fine. Like a destination-based cash flow tax is like a flat tax. It's not a progressive tax or whatever, but... For the sake of space, I will ignore his claim about the left dogma and focus on the right claim of dogma, deregulating trade and in immigration to reduce wages for workers. It's the efficient and thus best policy as long as the winners compensate for the losers. Lim provides no citations to link to this claim, so it's hard to tell who or what exactly he's responding to here. Open any trade textbook and you won't find such dogma's claim here. Mini claim. I shouldn't even say. Regardless of theory, nominal wages are a bad thing to target. The best measure is the employment cost index because it is compositionally fixed. In recessions, it doesn't move at all. I mean, true. The thing about menu costs is menu costs are invariant to the size of the shock. The nominal wage target, read and GDP targeting, is optimal. Otherwise, inflation target is best. Well, the point of NGDP targeting is this better indicator of aggregate demand. So, like, if you're... This is probably a better indicator of... The employment cost index is probably a better indicator of, you know, wages. Because it's compositionally fixed. But... Also, what... I guess, is that not an artificial spike? I guess not. No, I guess it happened later after the recession, so never mind. Yeah. Right, I think he's referring to potential outcomes in international trade called factor equalization theorem, independently derived by Wolfgang Stolper, Paul Simpson in 1941. And if it barely moves, it ain't a good indicator. Oh, true, I guess. Sparing you, dear reader, technical details. And the theorem states that under certain conditions, when two countries trade, a trading partner that is relatively labor abundant will see raises rise in return. Will see raises rise and returns of capital fall, while the country that is relatively capital abundant will see returns of capital rise and wages fall. According to the theorem, the factor price, wages, and returns of capital will equalize across trading partners. Wages will be equal between two countries, and returns of capital will be equal between the two countries. Assuming I am correct that he's pulling off the factor equalization theorem, Lin seems to be seizing on it, imparting to it certain claims that no one actually holds, and claiming these are free trade dogmas. The problem is that the theorem hasn't held up well in empirical scrutiny. The assumptions in it are too strong. In particular, the theorem requires that labor across trading partners is virtually identical, the same for capital. In reality, labor is not identical across many trading partners. American workers are extraordinarily productive. We operate in a capital-fueled economy. We're powerful and stable institutions, high education, and generally high access to productivity, improving infrastructure. Chinese workers, by contrast, do not. They are much less productive. According to World Bank, the average Chinese worker produces approximately $42,000 worth of goods and services a year. Conversely, the average American worker produces approximately $150,000. What the fuck? Spotify playback. Why? Why did it all of a sudden randomly pause? Huh? What? It was playing perfectly fine before, and it randomly... Okay. Okay. Some claim free trade dogma is that deregulating trade and immigration to reduce wages and workers and thus reduce prices for consumers is the efficient and thus best policy as long as the winners compensate for the losers. However, economic textbooks. In economic textbooks. There's no such claim. Closest thing to the supposed dogma is the factor equalization theorem, which proposes that under certain conditions, when two countries trade, the trading partner that is relatively labor abundant will see wages rise and returns to capital fall, while the country that is relatively capital abundant will see returns to capital rise and wages fall. However, the assumptions in it are too strong, and it has not held up to empirical tests. Theory requires the labor across the trading partners are virtually identical, when in reality, countries like the US have much more educated and productive workers. Relative to let's say third world countries or developing countries. Chinese worker is not a good substitute for American worker. We shouldn't expect American wages to fall toward China when engaging in trade. Indeed, we do not see American wages falling. Given American and Chinese workers aren't good substitutes. We shouldn't expect to see American wages fall, and we don't. To make my point less abstract, consider the following. New England Patriots, my hometown football team, is in desperate need of a good quarterback. I, 35-year-old man, would love to play for the Patriots. In fact, they could offer me a league minimum wage of $795K, and I would instantly quit my job to go play for the Patriots. Millions of other New Englanders and Americans, for that matter, would also take up the Patriots on that offer. Why then did the Patriots offer 21-year-old rookie Drake May from UNC almost $60 million? The answer is obvious. He and I are not the same by a long shot. No one would reasonably expect our wages to equalize. The theorem doesn't hold in this case. Factor price equalization will more than likely occur between very similar trading partners like the US and Canada. The technology is similar, there are lower cost to relocating, and workers similar. But factor price equalization will not occur as a matter, of course, from trade. As Lynn seems to think, in fact, it's just the opposite could easily occur. Factor price equalization is a special case, not a general case. How long is this? That's only 10 pages. And some of it's a graph. It's nerd shit. Nerd, what the fuck is it? What the fuck? Get this shit out of here. May occur between similar trading partners where workers are substitutes and it's little cost to relocate, but an exception rather than a rule, or it has to say it only it is not the general case, and the opposite could happen as well. Generally, how to make economist that international trade will, in all cases, bring about a tendency, at least a tendency towards the equalization of factor prices. It is the purpose of this paper to argue the proposition is founded on a fallacy, and that may in fact be the reverse may well apply. The disparity between factor prices may be worsened as a result of trade. Or into the myth, okay, blah, 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 blah. In fact, this argument simply asserts what you're trying to prove, that i.e. that a country A will in all cases be able to produce more cheaply those goods which use a greater proportion of labor to land in their production. Moreover, it asserts that it asserts what it is not necessarily true, for nothing can be said as to which of the two countries will specialize in labor-intensive commodities without some knowledge of production functions and demand conditions before trade. It's just a simple matter to postulate cases in no way abnormal where trade will result in diverging factor prices, as it is to define the conditions before or for factor price equalization. This may be shown geometrically as follows. Rather, we're busting out geometric proofs. Okay. Consider country A producing two commodities, U and V with two factors, X and Y. Suppose further that a constant, okay, blah, blah, blah. Geometric proofs in econ. I know. Get that shit out of here. Get that shit out of here. Oh, do we want to watch the chicks with dicks? God, I can't believe. Why the fuck? Why would Nancy Mace is literally just doing this for publicity, and Piers Morgan is just playing into it. What the fuck is this? Do I care about this? I'm afraid like I'm gonna get copy striked if I watch this. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Donna Brazili, and Andrew Sullivan.
I think she's overreacting. But if you have money, when they align. No, it is not. If you break a femur, you don't get a second opinion on that. I agree, but that's not most things that...
Okay.
Two major conflicts have dominated political debate over the past week: the Ukraine war and the culture war. World War III, well, let's call it World War P. First, President Biden's decision to
Wow, nice one, bro.
into Russia has triggered an enormous backlash. Critics say it's provocation and escalation. Many of Trump's most influential supporters, who backed him in part for his pledge to end the wars in Ukraine and Israel, think that President Biden should be leaving the big decisions to the new sheriff in town.
How are you allowed to do that when you're on the way out? Like the people.
Oh, yeah, Joe Rogan, of course. Thanks. The most informed person I want to hear on this topic. Thank you.
There should be like some sort of a pause for like significant actions that could potentially start World War III. Maybe that would be a good thing that we would like to avoid from a dying former president. This whole thing is nuts.
I mean, look, I don't know.
Kill me.
Zelensky says Putin is terrified. Fuck you, man. Fuck you people. You fucking people are about to start World War III.
Are you fucking? They're being invaded by a foreign nation, and like they defend themselves, and they strike fucking 10 miles into Russian territory, and you're like, I can't believe you're gonna start World War III. Oh my God,
well, the
dude.
Ukrainians, for their part, say they don't want World War III. They said they didn't want war with Russia either, but they do want to save their country after they were invaded.
Joe Rogan, I listened to your latest podcast. Let me tell you
what the fuck is this?
That you're repeating Russian propaganda. Putin's Russia is in trouble, so they want to scare you and people like you. His war was supposed to last 3 days. It has lasted 3 years, thanks to the heroism and sacrifice of us Ukrainians. So you're using the only weapon that Putin really intends to use, propaganda.
Well, on that propaganda point, Trump has a delicate balance to strike. No doubt he wants to end the war and stop the killing, and I wouldn't bet against him being able to pull
This
those
is the
things off.
king
How
of
does he do it
Ukraine.
without handing Putin a propaganda win and a victory parade through Moscow. There's no way he wants to begin his presidency with that. It's a very complex debate, one that deserves our utmost attention. Unfortunately, Trump's critics appear to be hung up on a different fight: the fight for the right of transgender women to use female restrooms.
Trans women used bathrooms in the Capitol. You're all
Why? Why the fuck are we? Why are we playing random TikToks? Are you kidding me? Oh my God, dude. Nancy Mace has literal fucking like major TDS, trans derangement syndrome, and is like tearing down posters of transgender flags and is like screeching on social media 24/7 about this. And like the Sarah McBride's response is just like, yeah, this is obviously a distraction, and I just wanna, he can't show her response because her response is good. It's just saying that, yeah, obviously this is just a distraction. I want to actually make fucking laws. So he resorts to playing random fucking TikTok videos, or is he just gonna? It's just a straw man of the Democrats' position. It's like all the blue-haired like leftist people. He's gonna start playing fucking Vosh, saying that Democrats abandoned trans people because of her response. Like,
It doesn't seem like there was incidents or whatever her concerns are. But much bigger than that, why is this the thing that you're so focused on right now?
Republican Congresswoman
that was completely reasonable, actually.
Nancy Mace has already begun her bullying. I don't understand why this is her welcome.
And Nancy Mace is trying to goad her into a fight she did not sign up to be part of. She's trying to pigeonhole her into being, you have to be this culture warrior who makes this your whole identity, purely because Nancy Mace doesn't like how she chooses to exist. And I think it's gross. I think it's just also so unserious.
I don't think she even cares. I think she just
wants the clicks. She has nothing else to stand for.
It's disgusting. And everybody, no matter how you feel.
At least we got AOC.
Completely. What are they doing? They're doing
One
this so
actual
Nancy Mace
lawmaker.
can make a buck and send a text and fundraise off email. They're not doing this to protect people. They're endangering women. They're endangering girls of all kinds. And everybody should reject it. It's gross.
There's one thing we could all surely agree on. Only AOC could argue with a straight face that banning men from women's toilets is putting women in danger. In a moment, we'll debate the latest.
Jesus fucking Christ! Oh my God! It's just like it should be such like a. You should obviously you should go to the fucking bathroom that like you present as. Okay, you don't want fucking butch men going to the women's bathroom either, do you, Pierce? Because even if they're trans butch men, right? Like,
But first, who to answer the charge herself is Representative Nancy Mace. Well, welcome to you, Nancy Mace. You're one of the most famous people in America.
God, how do you? She literally fucking trolled her way here. She Twitter trolled her fucking way onto a Pierce Morgan panel as an actual lawmaker in Congress. Kill me.
This week, I've got to say, I'm behind you on this. I just feel like
Why?
the most telling part of the election race to me was that the most effective ad of the whole campaign was the one that Donald Trump did directly about this whole issue, saying,
Oh
Kamala
my
is for they,
God.
them, Trump is for you. And it was remarkably...
Like, I'm not even... Listen, there are plenty of left-wing people that'll get mad at me for not, like, taking the super hardcore, like, pro-trans line or whatever the fuck. But, like, are you kidding me? We're comparing this... We're comparing like that at like the whatever cringe shit Kamala said in 2019. Kamala saying that she would give, immigrants transgender surgery or whatever the fuck. But saying technically is that that's what you have to do because it's like Eighth Amendment cruel and unusual punishment. You have to give them medical stuff, and like we consider it a medical issue, right? compared to like Nancy Mace tweeting out like she's so worried that a trans person is going to be in the same room as her that like she tweets out like oh my god, she tweets out like 500 times insane deranged shit.
Effective. I think a lot of people, particularly women, but a lot of
charge them for medical treatment. I don't think you, if they don't have money, I don't think you can. Don't do it for free. I think that's just how prison, isn't it? I actually don't know for sure. Do you pay for regular medical treatment in prison? I don't know. I would say most people in prison don't have money.
Well, including me, including you, we feel very strongly that this issue of trans athletes in women's sport, trans women...
We're not talking about that here, Pierce. Pierce, you're right there. Pierce, you have a good point. Great, that's great. Okay. A lot of trans men should not be... a lot of trans women probably shouldn't be competing in sports because it's dangerous or whatever the fuck. Like, what? They have an unfair advantage. That's fair to say. We're not talking about that here. We're talking about Nancy Mace fucking making a rule specifically so one trans person in Congress can't go to the fucking bathrooms, like, and making this a huge culture war issue for no reason. Oh my god, kill me.
Women's spaces and so on.
Nope, it's free. Even if they don't have money, put it on them and their family. Give them intergenerational debt. I think that is probably a violation of the 8th Amendment in and of itself.
That's just got completely out of control.
You can earn wage in prison.
Unfair,
that is true. But
not
not enough to pay for fucking U.S. medical. You earn like $2 an hour in fucking as a firefighter in prison. Okay, you're not earning enough to pay for medical care in the U.S.
How potentially harmful. Tell me why you feel so.
Repeal the 8th.
Well, I am deeply passionate about women's rights. I'm the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina.
Like
you can't erase us, Nancy. Well, then you shouldn't try to erase women.
Like, this is... oh my god, she tweets so much about it. Oh...
I'm also the very first Republican woman elected to Congress from my home state of South Carolina. And, this issue is hitting us right in our faces right now. And it's something that I will take a stand on. This is a hill I'm willing to die on to protect women and girls. And the other thing I've been saying too is that I'm a survivor of rape. I was raped at the age of 16. And about a year ago, I had a deeply traumatic experience. And I was diagnosed with PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder from abuse that I suffered at the hands of a man. And I've lost 30 pounds over the course of the last 12 months. This weekend, in fact, I moved for the 4th time in a year. And so I have suffered the consequences of abuse. And I know firsthand how women's private spaces should be just for women. Rape victims like myself or any woman, for that matter, should not be forced to undress in front of men. And that's what the insanity of the left, that's what their policy...
Wait, isn't that what you're... Aren't you're proposing that we have to fucking... that we gotta... obviously the, like, actual genital check is, like, a little extreme, but, like, you're like... What's the bar for how suspicious you have to be that someone is trans before you... Don't let them use the bathroom. How many
these are causing, not just on Capitol Hill, but all across the country, in schools, in locker rooms, dressing rooms, bathrooms. This is happening everywhere. And we have to put a line in the sand, big, fat, bold, red line, and say, hell no, no more. Like, I am going to fight like hell for this. I don't want chicks with dicks in my bathroom, in my dressing room. I don't want to be forced to change in front of a man, period. And it's a trigger for me. And I absolutely am going to go to the mat for women and girls everywhere and put a stop to it.
Your critics say when you use phrases like chicks with dicks, you're being deliberately inflammatory and you're fueling transphobia, that you have essentially a hatred of...
Come on, you Pierce, you know she is being deliberately inflammatory. That's the only reason she's here. That's the only she tweets out a firestorm and she goes and does all these interviews and it gets it. Like, I would never be watching her if she wasn't deliberately inflammatory. Like, that's the whole game plan. Correct.
Trans people, what would you say to them?
I would say they're completely off the rails. They're worried about feelings and not facts. And the facts are, Pierce. I voted for gay marriage, not once, but twice. I have co-sponsored legislation to protect the rights of those in the LGBTQ community. But I draw a line, the insanity of the left that thinks it's okay for a man and his penis to be in our private spaces. And look, Pierce, I was receiving hundreds of death threats a day last week. I got over 1,000 death threats. I've had to increase my security. Some guy tried to rush the stage last week trying to get at me. I've had multiple people in front of...
Dude, how many... Listen, if this is all true, like, that's obviously bad. But, like, I'm pretty sure, I'm fairly certain, actually, trans people are murdered, like, way more than cis people are. Yeah, I don't know, like, how many, like, you did an action, right? You did X action, you said we're gonna ban these people from the bathrooms or whatever, okay? and people are mad at you for that, and they're doing death threats, and that's not good, obviously. Sarah McBride just exists. She just exists as a trans person, and you are fuming about it. All she did was be herself. Like literally, all she did was be herself and exist. And you're deranged, trans derangement syndrome.
Capitol Police that were guarding me come up to me and try to verbally or physically accost me over the last couple of days. The fact that you're willing to kill a woman over her right to privacy it's insanity. And I feel like the more that they come after me, the harder I'm going to fight back, the harder I'm going to push back. It's rabid insanity is what it is.
You know what's fascinating is that you're obviously a conservative, but J.K. Rowling, who's had exactly the same experience that you have for raising exactly the same concern, she's very much
really
to the left. So they're pretty, non-discriminatory in the abuse and threats that they dish out, the trans lobby over this. And again, I've always said, all I want for trans people is the same rights to fairness and equality that I enjoy and that you enjoy and everybody else enjoys.
You're literally just saying because trans people exist, I'm going to restrict them from what fucking bathroom they can, like, obviously. It's just so obvious. It is almost certainly utility maximizing to just let them use the bathroom that they present as, and not do these dumb laws to try to enforce what fucking bathroom people are going.
And I felt strongly about this for years. It cannot erode women's rights to fairness, equality, and safety. And that's really what the nub of this debate is. When you see people like AOC, for example, screeching away about you, what do you feel? Because I always feel with her, on the one hand, she's all for, we've got to protect women's rights for abortion, for example, but she doesn't give a damn about 6'5"
What do you mean present? I mean, look like. I mean, like, present as look like what most people would assume you are if you walked past them on the street.
Biological males dominating women's sport or getting into boxing rings in women's boxing at the Olympics and winning gold medals by beating up actual women when they have male chromosomes.
Are you big into gatekeeping those who don't pass? Yeah, if you don't pass as whatever gender you identify as, then you should probably just go into the bathroom you present as. That's probably the most safe option for you, and it makes people less uncomfortable. Like, obviously, if I just start identifying as a woman right now, I shouldn't go in a fucking woman's restroom, okay? Like, because that puts me in a dangerous situation because people are gonna try to, well, this happens to trans people more often where they like beat people up for going in the wrong bathroom or whatever, and it puts other people in an uncomfortable situation because they feel like their private space for only their gender has been invaded. Like,
well, standard. And I think it's partly one of the reasons they got such a thumping in the election, because I think most people are like, you know what, this stuff's nuts.
Totally. And you saw Kamala Harris, she won
bro, how many times, I want to counter, how many times did Kamala Harris say trans people on the campaign trail? It was probably less than Nancy Mace has said trans people or transgender in fucking in the last 2 days. In just one day, in just today, actually. I bet that's about equal. Does the health secretary pass? Yeah, probably.
At a lesser margin than Joe Biden did. When he won in 2020, he won women by plus 13 points. Kamala won women by 8 points. And so women are trending away from the Democrat Party. And in fact, just a few minutes ago before we got on to tape this interview, I heard from yet another Democrat woman who is sick and tired of being marginalized by the left. And I've heard from lesbians, I've heard from gays, and they're like, we understand you want to protect our rights and this goes too far. We get it, we support you. And so I appreciate I'm grateful for everyone of every political stripe, every orientation who said, we're with you, because this is going to take an army to push back against 1% of the population. And literally, they're putting my life in danger. I've been called an extremist, a right-winger, and I am
like, I don't have to solve the line. I don't have to I can't tell you exactly when someone passes versus when someone not passes. If it's ambiguous, they should probably use their own private restroom or whatever. But like, kill me.
But what they're doing, the violent rhetoric they're using, is putting the life of my
life. I don't see why that burden is on me to solve. I'm not the one proposing a ban here or anything. I'm not the one proposing a law. Like, the burden on me is not, I don't have a burden to solve the fucking whatever paradox, when do grains of sand become a heap? Like, that's not
in danger, and it's not okay, and I'm just going to fight back. I'm going to fight back harder.
Well, it is absolutely shocking that you've been receiving all these death threats. It's shocking. It's outrageous. It's shameful. And it comes from a group of people on the left who love to put #BeKind in their ex profiles and claim they stand for empathy and compassion and so on. They don't show any of that to people like you or J.K. Rowling, who stand up over the parapet. I think you have Riley Gaines as well, who's been incredibly brave in the sports issue and has had similar experience where she's been literally barricaded in buildings.
When if you have an opinion on it. I can have an opinion on whether or not something is a heap versus not a heap. I don't have to literally, if I'm not proposing legislation on restricting the ability of grains of sand versus heaps to do something. I don't have the burden to solve exactly where that line is. No.
Hypocrisy there, isn't there? that the Be Kind Brigade are often the most vicious.
The party of joy. The party that says they're going to protect women, they're only going to protect trans women. I mean, that's kind of where we are
So
right now.
true.
I've been saying
Only trans women. Get rid of all biological women. Make them all trans men. I agree.
for a long time now that Republicans and conservatives are going to protect women, and we're literally seeing this unfold in real time. The way that I've been treated, the bigotry that's out there, the hatred, the evil, the threat of violence, the threat of killing me, the threat of raping me because I don't want male genitalia in my bathroom, because I don't want to be forced as a rape victim to have to undress in front of men. Like, that's just not. It's not okay. It infringes upon our rights as women, the rights of the world. And I've heard from a number of people all across the country who agree, men and women alike, and I'm deeply appreciative of it. But this fight doesn't stop here. So I got the speaker to change the policy on the Hill, but I have since filed federal legislation to protect women in federal facilities, federal property. That would include federal prisons. I mean, there are men who identify as women who are rapists sitting in federal prison in women's units, continue.
Hey, you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say just probably go to whatever prison they best present it. So obviously, if you put fucking Blair White or Sarah McBride in a male prison, they're gonna get raped. Okay, like, are you fucking kidding me? Have you seen the Nick Fuentes clip? There's a lot of Nick Fuentes clips I've seen. You got to be more specific, man.
To violate women. That's
it's completely outrageous. In fact, the first Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, one of the reasons she lost her job was because she allowed a male rapist to basically stick his hand up, claim to be a woman, and then be transferred to a woman's prison, where he was then surrounded by potential new prey. I mean, it was
your body, my choice forever. Yeah, no.
And it's happening here in our country. And so then I'm going to file a third bill when we go back in session December.
This is ironically making me misogynist.
Anywhere in the country, it's going to stop there too. And now a very specific prison bill to protect women in prison. I've done prison reform in the past for women, and it looks like we got to do it again as well as a standalone.
I want to play a clip. This is Sarah McBride, who's the first transgender woman to be in Congress, recently elected. She said this on CBS News, Face the Nation.
Every bit of time and energy that is used to divert the attention of the federal government to go after trans people is time and energy that is not focused on addressing the cost of living for our constituents.
What's your response to that?
Well, I mean, the misogyny. Women can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can do more than one policy at any given time.
Motherfucker, there's an opportunity cost to everything, okay? You literally, can you hear what, do you have ears?
CBS News, Face the Nation.
Listen Every bit of time and energy that is used to divert the attention of the federal government to go after trans people is time and energy that is not focused on addressing the cost of living for our constituents.
Literally should have said every bit of time and energy that you spend doing this is time and energy you don't spend doing something. That's true. That's a fact. Yes, opportunity cost. Yes, correct. She's not saying that you can't do both. She's just saying there's an opportunity cost to doing.
See, at any given time.
Oh my God.
I filed almost 100 bills in my first 2 terms in Congress. I work on a lot of issues. This isn't the only one, but it's certainly the one.
And there was an opportunity cost to every one of them.
Country from both parties, and I'm going to continue to work hard and fight for them while I'm stemming the tide of inflation and out of control government spending that's been caused by both parties for decades now.
Yeah, I bet that's a big issue for you. That's why you only tweet about That's why. Does she have inflation derangement syndrome? I'm gonna start using that. IDS, inflation derangement syndrome.
Crossing our country, invading our country.
I'm saying that from now on. Oh, it's such a mean thing to say. Oh, you're concerned because your wages went down? You just have inflation derangement syndrome. I'm saying that.
And we got to protect women. We can do all those things all at the same time. There's nothing to stop women who work hard.
Have you heard from President-elect Trump in the last week since all this started?
I have heard from folks that will be in his administration. They're a part of his team, and they support me in this endeavor. And they saw what you saw, Pierce, in that ad. They and them, and versus he's for you. And they support me on this policy, and I hope they'll support me in the future bills that we're filing as we speak now.
Well, Nancy Mace, I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Would you like to discuss this and more? Kevin Roberts, President of the Heritage Foundation, architect of Project 2025, and the author of Dawn's Early Light.
Why is he here? What?
With whom I've had many spirited debates over the years. Legendary journalist and commentator Geraldo Rivera. Great to have him back on Uncensored, and the host of No Lie with Brian Tyler Cohen. Let me go to you, Geraldo, first. Because I love talking to you, and it's great to have you back.
Well, I'm so upset that they don't keep Nancy Mace on the panel for this and let people insult her.
B, because this election result did not go the way that you anticipated, or indeed the way you voted. Do you think that one of the reasons, I think it was threefold. One, economy stroke cost of living, no question. Secondly, the crisis on the southern border and the whole issue of illegal immigration. But thirdly, what the left like to call a culture war, but actually what Trump has said is a sort of battle for common sense. And one of the things for common sense being this issue of trans people in women's spaces. Do you think that was we know that ad, the Carmelists for they, them, Trump's for you, was very effective. Do you think it had a bigger impact than people realize?
I think it certainly had a huge impact, and you're absolutely right about the 3 pillars of what happened, the southern border, the economy, and this trans issue. But the trans issue, to be equated with those 2 monumental, profound, earth-shaking issues, is exactly my problem with the issue. It's not half of 1% of the American people, as Congresswoman Mace suggests. It's 1% of 1%. It's a tiny. I heard there were 40 cases for the whole country to be obsessed with this issue. Is extremely.
You're a big sports fan like me. There was a United Nations report that came out 2 weeks ago.
Oh my God! Why does he keep citing this? Is it even only in America? Kill me.
And it said that 900 medals had gone to trans athletes around the world, thus depriving.
It's the Olympics International Organization. Congress does not have authority over the Olympics. It's a private, nor should they. Even if the Olympics was only based in the U.S., should the should they be telling? I guess no. I guess I don't know. In principle, I think it's okay to have rules on like who can compete in things because I think multiple states. I think like states have rules like boxers can't literally be. You can't have a boxing fight between someone super old and someone super young. Like the reason the Jake Paul fight fought Mike Tyson in like Texas was because every other state has laws about that. I don't know. In principle, it might be fine to have some laws against that, but I don't know. Like I don't know if well, maybe I think there's no. I think I don't know. I think there's reason for Congress not to fully blanket ban like transgender athletes. Like really, like you're going to tell every sports organization they can't. Why not just let it happen? I think it's a safety thing, but
biological women athletes from winning medals. That's not a small, insignificant thing. And what you're beginning to see are more and more cases of trans athletes beginning to dominate in women's sport. And it led, inevitably, I felt, to the farce at the Paris Olympics, where Iman Khalid...
It's like, he points to it, like, this is a semi-real thing happening, okay? Like, there are, like, cringe people on the left that go, like, way too fucking far. With this. But, like... It's trans derangement syndrome. We're not talking about that, Pierce. You just invited... You can't talk about, like, this issue that, like, he said what affected, like, fucking 40 people or whatever. And then bring Nancy Mace on your show, who has literally banned... Or made Speaker Mike Johnson... I don't think he had authority to ban herself, but made Mike Johnson ban, like, a bill basically preventing one specific person from using the bathroom... In the public bathrooms in the congressional buildings. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
won the gold medal in a women's boxing competition after one of the women who fought against Iman Khalid had to quit after 40 seconds because she'd never been hit that hard in her life. And Iman Khalid has been widely reported now and was banned from the World Championships earlier than the Olympics because of this, for having male chromosomes. In other words, is for all intents and purposes a biological male.
I don't even know. I didn't do the deep dive in this ever. I don't even know if that's true. I don't think there's any solid. Didn't the wasn't it a fucking test that came from Russia or whatever? I don't even think it was about chromosomes. I think it was about I don't know. Destiny did like a whole like day or two researching it and like. Also, this was a issue too that I have with one. This could be an issue here. And two, it was an issue with the FEMA stuff. There was whatever like affidavit or report or whatever that like someone in FEMA had told people not to give aid to like people who have like Trump signs. Okay, I'm pretty sure it was literally like one dude who told a few people not to do it. Okay, like that's obviously bad or whatever. I haven't looked into it even if that's true. It's literally bullshit. But like even if that is true, let's say 100%. Let's say that's true. Okay. You don't get to make up 50 false things about FEMA that are verifiably false, and then when one is retroactively true, you didn't have any actual evidence for it. You were lying when you said it. You had no evidence for it at all. Even if it's retroactively true, you don't get to claim credit for that. Fuck you. No, you made up 10 false claims. You didn't have if the one that did turn out to be true. You didn't have any evidence it was true when you said it. No, you don't get to claim credit for that. Are you like, no. Or to disqualify her to make their fighter undefeated. Okay. Two female boxers were DQ'd by International Boxing Association last year for failing to meet eligibility rules because it's proven they have XY chromosomes. The IOC does not test for gender, and there's no evidence Khalif or Lin have XY chromosomes or elevated levels of testosterone. They both competed in prior championships, including the Tokyo Olympics. According to the results of the test, it's proven they have XY chromosomes, so those athletes were as good for competition. There's no credible evidence whatsoever she's trans or intersex. The IBA, its organization, has been plagued with scandal for years, hence their eventual withdrawal from the ICE in 2023. It can't be said that IBA is likely influenced significantly by Russia, as the CEO since December 12, 2020 is Umar Kremlev, whose background is in Russian boxing, and because their primary sponsor is Gazprom, a Russian energy company. Kremlev was disqualified in 2023 after she defeated a Russian boxer. They're okay. But like even again, like, even if it is retroactively true or whatever, it retroactively came out that she is fucking trans. You don't get to claim credit for that when you had no credible evidence for suggesting it in the first place.
Your sports hat on, knowing how important the integrity of sport relies on fairness and equality. You can't be happy about that.
I'm not happy about it at all, and I believe that your biological identity is pretty easily determined, or should be, in terms of what is appropriate for athletic competition or which bathroom you use. But I also think that this issue has been used, you talk about culture war, this issue has been used to aggravate a kind of unrest, a kind of a division in the country. It really is exacerbating, and people are exploiting the issue in a way that is extremely troubling to me, rather than, for example, you make an accommodation for people who say they are on transition. There is, I use a cane now. There's a restroom for handicapped people that, generally speaking, is one person at a time. Let them use that one. There are ways to accommodate this without making it so silly, so exaggerated as a.
I could not agree more. And in sport, I think it's very straightforward. You just say that all trans women athletes, you have your own category, or you compete in the male category, which is the one that most of them have previously competed in, albeit almost always far less successfully. And that's the point. They are far more successful trans athletes when they switch to women's sport than they ever were in men's sport. And that is my big problem with this. That's why we separate the sexes.
I don't know if that's even true.
Everyone knows that. Otherwise, why would we separate them? Carrie Lane, welcome back to you. I'm sorry about your loss. I'm not sorry, as you probably are, but nice to have you. Their losses are gained, Carrie. So welcome to the Uncensored as always. This whole issue of the culture war, including the trans thing, but also what Trump called the core of common sense. I do feel that particularly with men, millions more of whom gravitated to Trump, whether they were black men, Latino men, white men, whatever.
Wait, but they couldn't have credible evidence because of privacy policies? One, I don't know if that's true. I think the only organization that ever tested for chromosomes was the Russian organization that probably just lied about it to make their fucking boxer, their champion boxer, win or whatever. But two, if you don't have credible evidence, then don't make claims like you do. Just say, like, match your conviction with your level of knowledge.
I think they do care about this stuff, and they voted with their feet.
100%, men and women. I mean, fathers out there having to think about their daughter going into a locker room and having a biological boy or man in there with their daughter put their foot down and said, hell no. And let me tell you, I applaud Congresswoman Mace for standing up and taking a stance on this. People have to realize that in Congress...
She's preventing one person from using the fucking...
many of these congressmen and women live right there.
Yeah, so many women protect. How many people... aren't there like... There's like, what? Maybe 100 women across the two chambers.
In their office because they can't afford
I don't think there are many women senators. I think there are more women as a proportion. I mean, obviously, there's more House than senators. There's probably more women in the House.
But like, DC. So this isn't just about going to the restroom. It's about showering and getting ready in the locker rooms. And you know what? We're tired as women of mentally ill men playing dress up, trying to act like they're women. We're not going to surrender our womanhood to this anymore. And as a country, we need to stand up and say enough. Enough is enough. We've had
127 women in the U.S. House. That's House.
Great strides as women, and we're not going to hand over those strides and be disappeared by this transgender movement. And we've got to stop pushing it in our schools on our children. When I was growing up many years ago, I grew up and went to a rural school, and there were no transgender kids. Nobody even knew what that term was. And now today, in that same rural school, I'm told there are 12 or 13 kids in the junior high who believe they're transgender. This is being pushed on our children. It's very dangerous. And we just saw this the story today, and it brings a tear to my eye.
They DQ'd her, but a Russian organization DQ'd her after she beat the championship boxer. Yes.
I've gotten a chance to meet the father, Jeff, who just lost custody of his 12-year-old.
But don't, again, if you admit they don't have credible evidence, then don't make claims like you do. People were like literally saying like this is a factual thing. We know for sure that she had XY chromosomes. Don't say that. Say where you're getting it from. Say a Russian organization disqualified her after they beat the championship boxer and hasn't even actually released the results of the report. And also she's been allowed to compete every other in the 2020 Olympics and in a bunch of other competitions. What the fuck?
Son, the courts in California have taken away his custody because he wants to protect his son from being...
You're just mad? I mean, I do get mad when people lie, but what did I just say that wasn't true?
Sterilized.
Or shouldn't be done, not wasn't true, but shouldn't... what was the negative implication from what I said?
That is out to get our children. And we've got to stop sometime. This is not normal. It's not the new normal, and we will never accept it.
Yeah, I agree. Brian, you and we debated this quite a lot, actually. I want to play you a clip, because you might be surprised where I go with this, but I want to play you a clip. This is from an interview I did with President Trump in his first term in office about the issue of transgenders.
They didn't lie either. A ton of right-wing conservatives absolutely 100% did lie about this. U.S. literally said they didn't have credible evidence, yet they still make claims as if they did. You're intentionally making a They just hold strong conviction. Yeah, okay. You would never hold that standard. I don't think you would ever hold that standard to a Democrat, but okay.
Which is rumored overnight that he wants to ban all transgender women from the military. Take a look. The cost of the medication is minuscule compared to the overall budget. The US military spends a lot more money, for example, on giving Viagra to service men and women, or service men,
I didn't know
than it does actual medical bills for transgender people. And so it just seems to me an unnecessary thing for a guy who wants to be supportive of LGBT rights and the community around the world that you take this action.
Okay.
Well, it is what it is. I don't believe you. Massive amounts, and also people were going in and then asking for the operation.
Oh wait, also, didn't Trump say? Is this the clip actually?
To service men and women.
No, I don't think it is because this clip is older. Didn't Trump ban trans military? Trump poised to reinstigate and expand ban on transgender military service. There was this as well. John Rhodes begun planning for executive order that would reinstate and expand upon his first administration's ban on transgender military service members. Like,
and getting the operation,
kill
the
me.
recovery period is long, and they have to take large amounts of drugs after that, for whatever reason, but large amounts. And that's not the way it is. I mean, you can't do that.
So Brian, this all got very analysed at the time, and there's no doubt you are allowed to take a lot of pharmaceutical substances if you're in the military. So that point was corrected. I think he had a point about the surgery. You know, if you have trans surgery and it takes you out of work for a sustained period of time, I can see why that would be difficult. But I didn't really then, and I don't really now, understand why trans people can't serve in the military. I mean, the whole argument about the sport thing goes out the window because, frankly, if trans women in the military are stronger or better or faster than women standing next to them, who cares, right? It doesn't matter. Stronger the better. So on that part, I think that is more controversial to me.
Yeah, I think it puts on full display the extent to which he and the vast majority of Republicans aren't actually in this for legitimate reasons. They're just doing it to stoke panic about trans people because they recognize that as a culture war issue, it benefits them. Look, going back to Nancy Mace, you know, she explains on a weekly basis how she was a victim of sexual assault, including in this very previous segment with you. And yet, you know, and to that point, you know, I feel for her, and I think that's absolutely also awful. But she also breathlessly supports somebody like Donald Trump, who is an adjudicated rapist and who's currently accused of sexual assault by 26 different women. So the cognitive dissonance at play here, first of all, is incredible. But second of all, just with regard to Nancy Mace, with regard to Donald Trump, we know why they're doing this. Nancy Mace is not afraid of Sarah McBride chasing her into the bathroom. She's not. She wants to fundraise off this. She wants to be social media.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Nancy Mace.
God, why do they? He sucks off Nancy Mace for 6 minutes and then goes to this one guy, I forget his fucking name. He talked to him for like a minute. And then let's fucking Carrie Lake say unhinged shit. And then at the very end here, they finally let Brian Tyler Cohen speak, and he has to be like, okay, well, that what you just said was dumb, and also going back to the beginning, what you said there was dumb too. And like he's got so much ground to cover. Like,
doesn't mean she's wrong.
It means that she's doing this to help herself, and she's not actually concerned about this issue.
Yeah, but right, come on.
And you know,
a politician doing something to help themselves. If that was a criteria.
Oh, come on, Pierce. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Anybody to interview, right? So of course,
I get it, but that doesn't mean we can't call. That doesn't mean we can't call them.
No, it doesn't mean I can't call you out on the
fact
fact that I don't think it makes her wrong. So maybe she has other vested interests. It doesn't necessarily make her wrong.
If she was actually looking for a legitimate way forward, she would do exactly what Geraldo did, which is instead of beating the drum about this and vilifying Sarah McBride to the ends of the earth, this woman who has, by the way, operated with nothing other than class and grace since the moment she was elected to her position, she would have actually just sought a solution. But nowhere in the days and weeks of her, you know, like, doing the fainting couch spell, has she brought forward any single indication that she's willing to look for a solution? She hasn't said
she has the solution. You ban it. I mean, just bang. That's it.
Calling for this one woman to not be able to use bathrooms is not the same.
It's not one woman. It would be any. It's not one woman. It would be any transgender people who are in Congress.
This is an attack. This is an attack.
There's one woman.
We don't know why she's doing this. Don't play dumb here. We know that this is because she's.
But I don't think transgender women should be in women's spaces. So I agree with her.
She doesn't want to shower with a man while she's at work in the locker room.
I don't think Sarah McBride is looking to shower next to Nancy Mace. And by the way, if any of these people were actually concerned, then they would all be beating their chests about what Donald Trump has done. But nobody's concerned about it. Donald Trump is, as far as the courts go, as far as these accusations of sexual assault go, he is to the nth degree more dangerous than anybody like Sarah McBride. But of course, nobody talks about him because it's politically convenient because he's part of their political party.
Okay, let me bring in Kevin Roberts from the Heritage Foundation as the president and the architect of the now infamous Project 2025. Kevin, good to see you here in London. You've obviously been deemed so outrageously extreme that Donald Trump even distanced himself from Project 2025, so he never heard of it, which I found slightly unlikely. But you've taken a very strong view about things like LGBTQ.
Didn't he did nominate the Vought guy. I forget, is it Russell Vought? He didn't nominate that guy, which who was an author of Project 2025, which everyone knew he would. But
what many people believe to be a quite extreme conservative view of this.
And also the FCC guy worked on Project 2025, and there's like two other people who both worked on Project 2025 that he nominated as well. So
what is your view
big win
about where most Americans sit? most Americans, if they were listening to this discussion, would say that it's baseless and absurd to claim that this is an issue, the issue of a biological man wanting to be in a woman's space as being normal. And it isn't just about one member of Congress. In fact, why don't you go ask the members of the volleyball teams in the Mountain West Conference who literally are under physical assault when a man spikes the volleyball against them, so much so that they, apolitically peers, decide they're going to boycott all of these,
talking about
all of these games at the expense of their own careers. Ask Riley Gaines, ask Paula Scanlon, who had to compete against a biological man. Ask Chloe Cole, one of the famous detransitioners, who speaks so eloquently about the pain as a human of going through this transition, which of course is propelled by the kind of nonsense that the transgender ideology industry puts on them. So all of that to say, to answer your question directly, the culture war always comes to our doorstep. This isn't some fabrication of the radical right or conservatives. This is something that is real. It's real in the military. It's real for those of us who have daughters at home and are in these public spaces. And God bless Donald Trump for drawing a line in the sand, Congresswoman Mace for doing the same. This is saying something this radical, peers. Men are men and women are women. Welcome back to normal. Yeah, I mean, Geraldo, the point, I guess, is that President Trump, with the thumping scale of his win, when you win the popular vote, the Electoral College, the Senate, the House of Representatives, the White House, when you have a clean sweep, you get to do what you want, and you get to do what you said you were going to do. Are you just turn to that election result for a minute, because you had, like me, we had our ups and downs with Trump over the years, but as in the run-up to the election, you were very clear.
Oh, have you? I don't understand how we can say that, and then like literally, this should be like the easiest thing to disavow. Like yeah, Nancy Mace fucking banning one congresswoman from using the bathroom that she wants to use. Yeah, that's fucking cringe. Whatever. You know, you could so easily say that, and then you could even transition to, yeah, I think what Nancy Mace is doing is cringe, but you know, you have to admit that like some of the Democrats go way too far in like some of the trans shit. But oh my God, he can't do that. I don't know why he can't do that. He is like, he's so. He's so hard on the MAGA line here. Are you kidding me?
And were you surprised that he won in such an emphatic way?
I was.
He won by a lower popular vote margin than Hillary Clinton and Biden and Obama the first time.
Shocked by the depth and breadth of his.
And also Democrats had a lot of down ballot success.
Victory.
I was going to say a lot. We had a decent amount of down ballot success.
I also was somewhat chagrined looking in the mirror at how ineffective I was in terms of communicating how important it was that he violated our Constitution on January 6th when he encouraged, incited, and unleashed the invasion of our capital. But I have to say that on the trans issue, which he brilliantly exploited, generally speaking, America is a pretty reasonable place. Common sense is a pretty much an American trait, British as well. But I feel that this issue, if people were keen on solving it, first of all, if it seems wrong, then it is wrong. If it seems wrong for 6'6" trans men to play volleyball against 5'9" women, then it is wrong. If it feels wrong, it is wrong. So people should seek to fix.
What about incest? Justify why incest is wrong without just saying it feels wrong. Do it. No, it's obviously so. It doesn't not. I mean, he's going to get to it. Oh my God, dude, he's going to say, you know, does it feel wrong that like she's literally going after one congresswoman who passes perfectly fine, and Congress shouldn't be the one to enforce this even, and they're all going to pivot to fucking, well, what about when woman with beard and big dick come into little girl bathroom, and they're not going to actually answer.
The way is by compromise. The way to fix it is you don't play men in transition against women, because it is fundamentally.
Well, the thing is, Geraldo, I don't want to keep talking about this one issue, but the point is there is no actual compromise to be had. You either allow it or you don't. You either recognize the separation of the sexes or you don't, and you either
create a third wave, as you suggested, a third wave.
Well, no, the third wave is not a compromise. What that is just explaining there can just be a different category. But what it can't be is competing against women or using women's spaces.
J6 charges dropped. Well, the case was dismissed not against the other people, not against the people who actually broke into the Capitol, but no. See, Trump didn't do nothing. I mean, I can't tell if you're. I mean, I don't think you're not being unironic, right? You're being ironic, like.
He's filled his cabinet pretty much completely now. You know, I'm hearing from my sources on the Hill that it's pretty likely that, notwithstanding Matt Gaetz obviously stepping down very quickly, that almost all of the others, if not all of them, are likely to be confirmed. And if you put them all together, you have an extraordinary collection of people with all different political views. Do
you take Brylan Tyler Cohen seriously? Yeah, if it feels wrong, then it's wrong. I think Brylan Tyler Cohen, yeah, is a good dude. I mean, wouldn't even take him seriously, yeah.
Joined at the
I think generally he's relatively knowledgeable.
MAGA umbrella, but they all have very different views about so many issues. I'm quite excited by it. And you look at someone like Elon Musk, there are many key issues that Elon Musk would otherwise be described as a liberal. You know, is he really a Democrat in Republican wolf's clothing? Is it interesting to you, as it is to me, that people like Joe Rogan,
OJ did nothing wrong.
Robert Kennedy.
I think OJ is a lot. There's a much greater case. Your Jubilee chat is until tomorrow, your time, right? Yeah. Oh, I mean, barely, but yeah, 1 a.m. my time. Technically that's tomorrow, but you know, that's like baby tomorrow. That's like you know, with my sleep schedule, that's basically today. arguably, like OJ, like I you know, OJ's charges were dismissed when like a jury didn't find him, like it didn't find him guilty. That's way stronger evidence that he didn't do anything wrong than Donald Trump got reelected and now procedurally they aren't allowed to prosecute him. That's way, like...
Kennedy Jr., all these guys, Tulsi Gabbard, they all used to be basically Democrats. And they
you
felt
scroll through his video discography, all of them are related to Trump. Yeah, he's a media journalist guy. Yeah, he covers, yes. Like, I watch his content. It makes sense, yes.
To move to the Republicans because they just think this woke mind virus that Musk, I think, quite accurately calls it, has made the left too bonkers for them.
I agree with everything you said, but I think
you left TDS, dude. Everyone here has TDS. They all, except for Ron Tyler Cohen, they all have trans derangement syndrome. The fact that one trans person got elected to Congress broke their mind so badly. Like,
one key component. That is that many people in this proposed cabinet are like us, you and I, peers, veterans of Fox News, and I think that President Trump.
I don't know how much I care about this stuff. I want to hear what they say about this.
Not just the next 4 years under President-elect Trump.
There's a trans in Congress? Yeah, well, not in Congress yet. Didn't you hear Sarah McBride got elected and then Nancy Mace lost her fucking mind? The trans derangement tumor in her brain made her tweet 100 times in the past 10 minutes, probably. I'm sure she's still doing it about her, and make Speaker Mike Johnson change the rules so she can't use the woman's bathroom, even though she passes perfectly fine. Like
President-elect Vance. But I think if they succeed in returning the country to normal, this realignment, which is historic in American history, is going to be around for half a century. I think our friends on the left are shaking in their boots.
Well, let me go to a friend. Let me go to a friend on the left, Brian, because you tweeted or posted to X on 25th of November about Project 2025. You've got one of the architects sitting right next to me here. You said Trump just named to architect of Project 2025 Russ Vought to his cabinet. But hey, thank God mainstream media didn't just take Trump's tepid denials at face value and slap them in their headlines before the extras. So look, you've got an opportunity now. You've got one of the other architects sitting right next to me. What do you want to say to him?
I mean,
I feel like that's a perfectly fine comment to stand by. What?
Now's your chance. That's very articulate. Thank you.
I don't know even, like, I don't have
you obviously have a big problem with Project 2025.
What do you want him? He didn't even make like a value. He didn't even say whether Project 2025 is good or bad. All he said was that like clearly Trump is not that distance from it if he's appointing.
I have a question for him.
Okay,
I have a question for him.
Yeah.
Why did Donald Trump lie about your report, that he pretended that he didn't know what it was about? I mean, how do you feel when you heard the President of the United States uttering what was clearly and easily discernible falsehood? It really was very distressing. You have some very clever ideas. I read Ayn Rand. I like the Fountainhead and all that. And I consider myself a centrist person. But I agree about lawfare completely. I agree that a president should be immune from criminal prosecution. Also, I agree with you, peers, about the one night stand with Stormy Daniels. Ridiculous for him. It was, if anything, it was one misdemeanor, not 34 or 24 felonies, whatever he was charged with. But now I think that the real challenge will be, what will President Trump do vis-a-vis the Ukraine-Russia conflict?
Well, I'm going to come to that, actually. I'm going to come back to that as the next issue. But just on that one point, we go back to Kevin. I want to play Trump's denials of 2025 knowledge. Let's take a look.
Like some on the right, severe right, came up with this Project 25, and I don't even know. I mean, some of them I know who they are, but they're very, very conservative. I don't know what the hell it is. It's Project 25. He's involved in Project, but I don't know anything about it. I don't want to know anything about it. But what they do is misinformation and disinformation. Everyone, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it.
And then he said on his social media.
Point, Piers, is,
hang on one sec, Brian. Hang on one sec. I was going to read. He said on his platform, Truth Social. I have no idea who's behind it. I disagree with some of the things they're saying. Some of the things they're saying are.
I have no idea who's behind it. Nominates. I think there's been 4 people who have been contributors to it that have been nominated. And Russell Vought is like a big. He's not like just like a wrote one chapter or wrote a few paragraphs guy. He's like one of the main guys behind it, right?
Absolutely ridiculous and abysmal. So, Kevin, what was your response when you saw him effectively just totally denounce and distance himself from your project?
That the left spending $75 million mischaracterizing it was working for a few weeks in the campaign. You saw President Trump use the word misinformation. That's exactly what it was. They told only one true thing about the project here, and that was that we want to eliminate the U.S. Department of Education. And ultimately, the great news, and you saw it respectfully of our friend on the panel, Brian, stuttering in an attempt to pursue this, it didn't win. It failed. It was an abject failure. So even all of that mischaracterization, causing the president, understandably, in a political moment to distance himself from it, did not work. This is what the American people are saying. They're tired of the BS from the left. They stopped using this trope in the last weeks of the campaign because they realized the American people were worried about what? The economy, the lawlessness at the border, the fact that men were being called women and women were being called men, and there was one candidate who was standing up for that. And guess what? We've done this since 1980. We're going to keep doing it for posterity's sake because it's about revitalizing the American dream.
Okay, I mean, Brian, Geraldo bought you about 3 minutes of time there to try and think whether you had a problem with Project 2025. So now's your chance again.
He didn't even ask him if he had a problem. Literally, like, I forget exactly what he said. He didn't make a value judgment on Project 2025. All he said was, like Trump appointed people associated with it. Clearly he has like some idea of like what it is, or clearly like the left is somewhat vindicated in being worried about parts of it being implemented if like he's appointing people who worked in it. He didn't even say if it was good or bad there. Like
Donald Trump had the opportunity to talk about Project 2025. All he claimed was that he had no idea who was behind it. He had no idea what was in it. He had no idea whether the people who did write it, what they stood for. And
he was distancing himself from the
administration right now, including Russ Vogt at OMB. Right. And yet now, when people don't have the opportunity to vote on it because they've already had that opportunity, suddenly all of these denials about his relationship with Project 2025.
But out of interest, what is your big problem with it?
My big problem with Project 2025 is Schedule F, and this notion that Donald Trump will be able to go in and
yes.
career civil servants with political appointments.
Donald Trump, didn't he literally come out and that's not even on Project 2025 only. It's on his own website too. He literally has the video saying, "One of the first things I'll do is an executive order, and I will get rid of the rogue bureaucrats like I did at the end of my first term." He's talking about Schedule F appointments.
You sound like a sore loser, Brian.
That's your retort to that?
It's not a bad retort, is it?
Okay, let me put it in the form of a question. Let me put it in the form of a question. Will Donald Trump seek to go in and replace career civil servants with political appointees?
Ask him. He's the president-elect, and it would be a great idea if he did. It's also
he said it. We can. He said it. It's on his website. Agenda 47. Schedule of appointments.
Legal and appropriate, because guess what the American people voted for, my friend? Reducing the size of the dramatic overreach of the federal government. Welcome to modern America.
Oh, come on, really, dude. Oops. How do you spell schedule? It's probably civil, deep state. Kill me. Trump, schedule, F. Agenda, what it says, probably under some dumbass fucking name.
It's actually not.
Yeah, here we go. Trump's planning to dismantle the deep state and return. Yeah, see, it's not under Schedule F. It's fucking.
Here's my plan to dismantle the deep state and reclaim our democracy from Washington corruption, once and for all. And corruption it is. First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats, and I will wield that power.
That's Schedule F.
Second, we will clean out all of the corrupt actors in our national security and intelligence apparatus, and there are plenty of them.
Legal, because there's a regulation against it, and these federal employees have protections as career civil servants.
You should stop reading Howard Zinn and read some real history, brother.
All right, that's your response again?
Let me just say,
what fucking... He's not... Oh my god, this guy is trolling. Kill me.
You had all this opportunity. Kevin had all this opportunity to wait and listen, and his response is just that I shouldn't read what I'm reading.
Well, to be honest with you, I did open the door 5 minutes ago, and you blew it, so I've got no sympathy. Let me come back to what Harald said about the wars. 2 big wars have been raging now.
Okay, I don't care. Trans derangement syndrome. I'm telling you. It makes their brains explode. For cutting off our trade with all parts of the world. It's an indictment of King George III, Declaration of Independence. Economists from across the political spectrum have long agreed on one area of policy, the removal of barriers to international trade. This consensus has guided the global embrace of trade liberalization between World War II and the present, coinciding with historically unprecedented levels of economic growth. In recent years, free trade has gained numerous detractors who denounce the post-war period as an abbreviation from an alternative American economic history. From Pat bunch it on. Is that? I have no clue about that. In the early 1990s, to former U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer. Today, the United States has become an economic powerhouse by strategically cultivating an industrial base through a system of protective tariffs, infrastructure improvements, and subsidies, the American system of the 19th century developed by politician Henry Clay. Proponents of this view often depict free trade as a foreign doctrine of originating in Britain and present themselves as a revivalist of a lost historical record in which the United States industrialized under an active encouragement of government policies. As free trade has come under more scrutiny in the recently. Many have promoted an alternative economic history of the U.S., one in which we oh, sorry, I need to put that on screen. Industrialized via high tariffs and government subsidies. Free trade is good, especially buying blood diamonds and slave chocolate. True. Based. No better spice than human suffering and no labor laws. Based. I love child labor. Unironically. Wait, aren't you like basically unironically pro child labor, you and me? National conservatives extend their historical, National conservatives extend their historical account to the president, calling for the use of tariff-based protection to reserve the United States trade deficit between imports and the United States trade deficit between imports and exports. Their reasoning mistakes an accounting tool for prescriptive policy, while further neglecting that import restrictions impose symmetrical harm on exporters. I read a ton about this already. Do you get most of your debates from trolling people on Twitter? No, I haven't gotten any debates from. Oh no, I got one. I guess the Fabian Liberty debate was from Twitter. Kind of because I do have I think I'm going to have a debate in the future about tariffs, and that is sort of tangential to trolling on Twitter. Get this shit out of here. What the fuck is this shit, bro? Bro, what the fuck? I actually have no what with G-O-N-E. And then I actually have no clue what the fuck this is. I actually do not know what the fuck that shows. Link the vid. Did you cut out the dead air? It's on my YouTube channel. I mean, I cut out most. I mean, yeah. Usually I add an intro and then I cut out like I didn't cut any of the actual debate, but like I cut out like us introducing ourselves and stuff. Like it starts with me saying, tell people who you are, because I want that to be in there. So people can find out who he is. And yeah, I like, yeah. It doesn't have a bunch of random shit. Did you steal Stevenson? Listen. Perchance, okay. The Expat by Tom Fox. It's just a really popular song. Now my fault that Destiny happens to use it too. Okay, listen. It's good intro music. It's good intro. Okay. It's good intro music. A lot of the other intro music, it's just not as good. I have other intro music. It's not. It sounds like shit. Okay. You open the video file, you can see a bunch of dead air. You can cut that out. I don't like the. I would never do that for debates. There are times where I think that makes sense, but I mean, I don't typically do that. One, it'd be a lot of work. Like if there's a period where like there's a really like long pause or something, because like someone has to go fucking pee or something, then like I'll cut that out, obviously. But like I don't cut out like I kind of know what you're talking about. I don't typically do that. It's just a lot of work for not that much benefit. It makes sense if there's AIs that can do it for you. Even for short pauses, you can do it. Yeah, I know. I just don't have them. Okay. They extend this history, or they use this history to argue we should do similar things today to reverse our trade deficit. Reverse our trade deficit and they don't mention manufacturing. Okay. A lot of people use it to justify manufacturing. However, this is based a bit of reasoning, mistakes in accounting tool for prescriptive policy, and neglects that tariffs harm exports too. They nonetheless propose leveraging tariffs and more restrictive measures. China is now taking the place of Britain, yet the national conservative narrative makes it abundantly clear that it is a precursor of the American system, where they find their inspiration. While Clay undoubtedly gave rise to protectionist or neo-mercantilist strain of economic arguments in the United States, his position was heavily contested from the moment he announced it on the Senate floor in 1824. Protectionism certainly aided beneficiary industries, but it also spread the burden of high prices to consumers at large in a political system through widespread public corruption. Contrary to national conservative claims, the empirical link between tariffs and the 19th century and economic development is weak, a case of post hoc, ergo propter hoc, reasoning augmented by mad statistics and what's this word? Tendious historical narratives. Why don't I remember how to? I know.
Tendentious.
Well, tariffs certainly did help some industries in the past. They increased the burden on consumers. And what was the corruption thing? Enter the political system through widespread public corruption. Increase of burden on consumers through higher prices. And to the political system through widespread public corruption. It's just, I'm assuming it's just going to be companies lobbying to get their specific good tariffed. The link between high tariffs and high growth rates in the past is also tendentious. Count also looks at numerous instances in which tariff protectionism from into diplomatic and constitutional crises triggered international retaliation and hindered American economic development. This essay investigates the historical development of tariff policy between the founding era and the end of World War II. These events illustrate a multi-century contest between protection and free trade, culminating in the disastrous Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930 and instigating a shift in tariff setting authority from Congress to the executive branch. The United States abandoned the American system approach with good reason. After producer global economic quagmire at the outset of the Great Depression, and present trade policy is still conducted under the shadow of that mistake. Prelude to American trade policy. I don't know if I... Oh, wait, it's not that long. I care about this. I don't know if I really care about this topic, but it's not that long, so we'll fucking read it. The pursuit of free trade as national policy in the United States predates the Constitution. Responding to a Spanish government inquiry in 1780, John Day expressed the fledgling nation's commitment to a principle of unimpeded exchange. Every man being at then liberty by the law to cultivate the earth as he pleased, to raise what he pleased, to manufacture as he pleased, and to sell the produce of his labor to whom he pleased, and for the best prices without any duties or impositions whatsoever. Jay's sentiments captured the founding generation's unease with Britain's habit of manipulating its colonies' trading patterns through political interventions, a stated grievance of the Declaration of Independence some 4 years prior. At the same time, tariffs were far from foreign in the founding era. Owing to their relative ease of collection, they provided a source of tax revenue. The drafts of the Constitution envisioned the role when establishing the power to collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. James Madison notes from the convention reflected the primacy of its purpose, noting that reiterated and elaborated efforts of Congress to procure from the states more adequate power to raise the means of payment had failed. His comments alluded to the failed attempt of Confederation Congress to establish a low and uniform impost tax of 5% on imported goods in 1781 and 1783. I'm gonna use the libertarian fucking the language that the protectionist, the What's Wrong with Protectionism book uses. The freedom to import. Or the pursuit of the freedom to import predates the U.S. Constitution, as founder John Jay wrote in a letter to Spanish whoever the fuck, responding to a Spanish government inquiry. I'll do this. At the same time, tariffs were far from foreign in the founding era, owing to the relative easy collection. Okay, tariffs were, I'll say, despite this, tariffs were often used as a means to collect revenue because they're easy. Exactly. It's hard to collect income tax. Easy implementation in the founding era. Diplomatic and military expenditure to yeah, this, yep. We made Japan open their fucking trade. Was there something to mercantilism? I don't think so. A nation is rich if it maximizes real consumption possibilities, okay? Not if it hoards gold or hoards resources, okay? Those are just a means to an end to maximize real consumption possibility. Free trade mechanistically increases real consumption possibilities. The 1787 Constitution aimed to rectify this obstacle with a system of indirect revenue tools. As convention delegates explained, imposts included a category taxes that are appropriate to commerce, whereas domestic goods could be taxed by excise against their value or by specific duties, such as the Stamp Act and paper good. The document further restricted tax power to stipulating that no capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census. This second clause effectively removed direct taxation from the table, thus enacting a levy on property or income that would trigger a cumbersome apportionment formula based on the population of the taxed person's state. To raise revenue, the new government would either need to tax domestic production or international trade. Germany and the United States became rich from strategic tariffs. I don't know how much I put in. I believe I put it in that. I feel like there could have there probably were some infant industries built up by tariffs, but I don't know. I think in reality, I think the U.S. would be relatively rich, basically, or just almost despite whatever economic system we had, just because we have quite a bit of resources. We don't have to deal with super hostile neighbors. Like we have two oceans on our side. On either side, Mexico, it's not a big threat. Canada has fucking no one in it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's that. But I don't even know. I don't know. I think this article will tell us more about it, I'm sure. But infant industries just aren't usually the most productive industry to have if they need protection or whatever. And I don't know if they're what's the word I'm looking for? Necessarily the cause of growth or whatever. Conducive to growth? Don't know if they're necessarily conducive to growth. There's also people bring up Korea a lot. It is true, Korea also had high tariffs, but you know what Korea also did? Subsidize its exports. So effectively there wasn't as big a tariffs because tariffs hurt exports too, or so if you subsidize the exports you're canceling out part of the affected tariffs. Yeah. The United Nations' first foray into tariff policy began instantly enough on April 9, 1789, when Madison introduced a bill to the House of Representatives imposing specific duties on alcohol and applying tax to all other articles on blank percent. Their value at the time and place of import. Most expected a short debate, as indicated by Representative that guy of New Jersey who followed Madison is suggesting that the blanks be filled up in the manner they were recommended to be charged in Congress in 1783. Representative Thomas Fitzsimmons of Pennsylvania derailed the plan with a harshly drawn amendment to encourage the production of our country and to protect infant manufacturers. The proposal caught Madison and most of Congress off guard. If the duties should be raised too high, Madison warned, the heir will proceed as much from the popular odor to throw the burden of revenue on trade as from the premature policy of stimulating manufacturers. And yet the allure of specialized rates swept through Congress, prompting requests from a succession of amendments seeking differentiated rates for favored goods in their home state or district. In this first major congressional action, Madison unwittingly awakened the very same brand of fractional policies he had so eloquently diagnosed in the Federalist Papers. Except for slavery, tariffs became the most contentious federal policy issue in the 19th century and remained a source of contentious discord until the Great Depression. Tariffs were first proposed by Madison, right? Introduced it, yeah. Madison in April 1789. Suggesting specific taxes on import taxes on alcohol. With others, suggesting the amount should be 5% or whatever. 5%. Proposed in the 1783 Confederation Congress. They were expecting a short debate. However, a representative of Pennsylvania Why can't I? Google knows what I'm trying to fucking type, man. Representative Pennsylvania, are you still on tariffs? We're reading a little bit about the history of them right now, yeah. We're never getting off tariffs. I keep saying it's gonna be the last day. It's never the last day. There's always more hyperlinks. There's always more. I've read like 3 things today and probably collected 3 more hyperlinks to read as well. Do you know that tariffs are not an important subject? I mean, I don't really care if they. I mean, 1, I think they are important, but 2, I don't particularly care how important they are. If I like reading about it, I'm gonna like reading about it. I also read about fucking, progressive consumption taxation, and that's not a important topic. That's not gonna come up in debates. That's not gonna, well, it could come up a few times, but it's not gonna be a policy issue debated on the Congress floor anytime soon. But yeah, I'm reading what I find interesting. What are your key principles? Maximize positive qualia. Yeah. I don't know. I like the I think tariffs was covered in like a week. Smaller chapters in school. Great other topics, sure. I don't even know. I don't think we had like a specific thing in tariffs. Like they were mentioned before, like when they were important to whatever events. Maximize GDP. If GDP maximizes positive qualia. I don't know. I like the way there was this. I never finished it. There was a good article, Basic Income Capitalist. Basic Income Capitalism that described. I think described some principles pretty well. The whatever security condition, like making sure each person owns themselves. The Lexmanian freedom condition, and the well-enforced structure rights security condition. Structureship is such that each person owns herself, self-ownership condition, and the structure is such that each person has the greatest possible opportunity to do whatever she might want to do. Opportunity condition. I feel like those are good key principles. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be mostly aligned on a lot of the natural right stuff that lock into such negative rights. I mean, I do like negative rights. What do you think? People who like positive rights almost all also like negative rights. They just value these differently, but okay, derailed it. What's an amendment to encourage the productions of our country and protect our infant manufactories? Did you watch the Tuttle Twins? No. I have no clue. That seems made up to me. What the fuck is that? They are a great economic resource. Oh, I doubt they are if you're citing them, but okay. Anyone that thinks or makes fun of EDGB is an ingrate. People lived in absolute poverty for thousands of years when per capita gains and output from technological progress were always eaten up by population growth. When technological progress outgrew population growth to get higher GDP per capita. True. It literally is like, I don't care about GDP. I care about Site's figure that is 95% correlated with GDP. It's like, okay, dude. Tariffs on our order constitutional system differentiated substantially from their use today. It's Madison's 1789 bill illustrated they're bound to competing political objectives and revenue protection. The government needed revenue. Tariffs on imported goods provide a lion's share for the next 125 years. This required a stable stream of goods crossing the border with a modest tax attached to each. However, strategy of protection only works if it discourages consumers from buying foreign goods by raising the price through a tax levy. The aim is to induce consumers to purchase American-made products at a higher price with direct expensive revenue because tariffs cause imports to decline under the weight of taxation. If Congress catered too heavily to infant industries, the government could unintentionally undermine its own tax base. Most tariff schedules in the following century, accordingly strove to a balance. A, maximize revenue under low impost-style rates on heavily imported goods, and B, affording incidental protection to specific industries through differentiated rates. The allure of specialized rates swept through Congress. brought through Congress as many others went seeking different rates, seeking amendments. It's just too long. But from their home district or state, most of U.S. history. I was going to say most of U.S. history. It's history. Tariffs were caught between achieving two objectives. I'll say protecting certain industries. Whilst making sure not to undermine the tax base. Formalizing protectionism. Among the first, among the major figures of America's founding, Alexander Hamilton stands alone for his dogged espousal of trade restrictions. As early as 1774, he suggested colonies could adopt the policy of self-sufficient. I always forget how to pronounce this. This is just being autarky. Autarky. Yep, I'm aware. Those hands which may be deprived of business by the cessation of commerce may be occupied in various kinds of manufactured and other internal improvements. If by necessity of one thing, manufacturers should once be established and take root among us, they will pave the way more to the future grandeur and glory of America, and by lessening its need of external commerce, will render it secure against the encroachments of tyranny. Hamilton maintained in 1782 that preserving the balance of trade in favor of the nation ought to be a leading aim of his policy, and continued to espouse a theoretical case for protectionism for most of his life. His most famous foray in trade theorizing was an elaborate articulation of the infant industry argument in 1791, a report of manufacturers, alluring to Britain's adoption of restrictive commerce and navigation policies against those former colonies. The Secretary of Treasury argued that considerations of fairness, self-sufficiency, triumph theoretical ideals of free and open commerce with the world. Despite the rhetorical allure of his argument, Hamilton often softened his specific policy prescriptions in the report. He proposed a differentiated tariff rates, but they were modestly protective in order to sustain a stable stream of revenue. Rare Hamilton W, yeah, I'm sure. Alexander Hamilton was the primary figure in favor of protectionism. Non-Font thinks he's smarter than Alexander Hamilton. That's exactly true. Early on, For real. Listen, Alexander Hamilton did not have Greg Mankiw. Lucas, you don't even... We had this debate so many times. You conceded on like so many points. You realize that there's a net cost of self-sufficiency. The lower consumer... Oh my god, dude. It's not just about lower consumer prices, part of it, but there... It's not just the lower consumer prices. It's that the gain from the lower consumer prices outweighs the benefit to producers for self-sufficiency. Which you conceded to, by the way. Another prominent economist has defended Hamilton's view on tariffs. Of course he has. And promoting his infant industry argument. Hamilton's more sweeping description, a system of bounties to support industries and infrastructure, failed to gain acceptance in its lifetime. I mentioned that. However, these views failed to gain acceptance in its lifetime. By the time Hamilton did that, Dave Ricardo had already established that it didn't. You can see them. We can pull up that graph. Oh my god. Tariffs graph. You see the benefit to consumers is all this added surplus here. And then if you tariff it, this added surplus disappears, and producers do gain some, but they gain less than consumers lose. No small irony given his origins. He spent years pushing for restrictions on immigration, believing that they tilted the electorate to his great rival, Thomas Jefferson. At the time of his death in July 1804, the former Secretary of Treasury left a more ambiguous tariff legacy than his later claimants acknowledged. In rhetoric, he laid out the argument for having protection. In practice, so he settled for political realities and revenue into the government, acquiescing to a relatively moderate tariff schedule. Nobody believes that stupid graph. You need to unlearn economics. True. I mean, that stupid graph is wrong, to be clear, because the reality tariff is actually worse than the graph suggests. The reality tariff is that you tariff intermediate goods, and there's a bunch of other effects, but the big one is if you tariff intermediate goods, the entire supply curve just shifts left, and everybody loses, and there is actually no gain to producers. But, you know. It's more the more local supply chain, the better. Not when it comes to economics. Praise Alexander Hamilton section from our concrete economics. Economically, yeah, I'm arguing. If you want to argue the value judgment, then you can do that. But you disagree that there's an economic cost. But, you know, I don't care what Jefferson says about tariffs. What is this? Jefferson got the better monuments and the better press in both newspaper and history books. It's Hamilton who looms giant. He was the architect of the boldest, most original, most important, deliberate reasoning, reshaping economic history of the United States. If you care about Hamilton, you should care about his opposition, Jefferson. Did I say I didn't you were making fun of me for not caring about Hamilton? You were saying, "Wow, you really think you're." I mean, Cupid OK said Nonfont thinks he's smarter than Cupid OK. Ironically, said I think I'm smarter than Alexander Hamilton, and then you, I'm assuming, unironically said for real. I don't really care what Jefferson says about tariffs. We didn't really have multivariable regressions on the effect of tariffs on real exchange rates back then. But yeah, Hamilton made a good point and you shrugged it off. What was his good point? I mean, basically most of the stuff in the quote is just wrong. Like, can transfer be deprived of business? This is like the jobs argument. I don't think free trade protects, or well, free trade can protect jobs in certain industries, but not net jobs. It almost always has a net cost on jobs. You don't care about that because you think service jobs are all fake. Yeah, you don't even know. Maybe occupying various kinds of manufacturing. If by necessity manufacturers should once be established, take root among us, they'll pave the way. This is the infant industries argument, which there's more merit to, but like, even industries are usually just not like the most productive industries that are like worth using taxpayer dollars to protect. And if they never have to be competitive because of high tariffs, then a lot of times they just never get competitive because they're protected by tariffs. Why the fuck would they innovate to be competitive? Case for high tariff protectionism in the United States fell to the next generation of political figures. The War 1812 and its preceding embargoes on British goods unintentionally imposed a degree of industry self-sufficiency on the fledgling nation. With the resumption of peace in 1816, former tariff detractors, including President Madison, acquiesced to higher rates and sustained some incidental protection to the same industries. The industries argument is very true, but it doesn't make, it definitely doesn't apply to U.S. today. But. Protectionism began to take hold more firmly after the war. Sorry, I gotta capitalize it. It's a fucking historians. The War of 1812. When embargoes on British goods unintentionally imposed a degree of industry self-sufficiency on the U.S. After the peace in 1816, former detractors of tariffs agreed to maintain higher rates and leave higher rates that protected some industries. The watershed moment for the high protection came in 1824 in a speech by Senator Henry Clay, Kentucky, alluding to the boon in industry during and after the war. Clay outlined the tenets of the American system and aggressively called for a national policy of high tariff protection, internal improvements to infrastructure, and a robust national bank to sustain federal expenditures through debt finance where necessary. Watershed moment came in 1824 with Henry Clay Senate speech outlining the tenets of the American system, high tariff protection, internal improvements, infrastructure, and a robust national bank to sustain federal expenditures. True. Debt. Clay's speech remains central to the tariff mythology of today's national conservatives, as it allegedly falsehood a century-long protectionist consensus in the United States. This version of history ignores the substantial opposition that mobilized against Clay's scheme to the decades of internal contestation that followed. The American system provoked James Madison to respond to Clay that I cannot concur in the extent to which the pending bill carries the tariff, nor in some reasoning by which it is advocated. Jefferson went even further, writing to Madison, we investigated the cause of post-pandemic inflation. Washington Post said it was mostly supply side, indicating Fed may have made it worse by raising rates. I don't think that. I don't know. I don't know if the raising rate thing would make it worse. It's true, but they did. Sample pointed this out. I did read that Washington Post article, and I mentioned that chart in it. The chart that shows like, oh, countries with like higher stimulus didn't actually have higher inflation, but it doesn't account for the already outstanding debt these countries have. And if you account for that, it seems like it had more of an effect. Yeah. But there's a lot of, he sent me, I do probably think a lot of it is like at least 40% of it was like supply shocks, but I haven't like done a deep dive into it. It just seems intuitive, and I've seen a lot of people talk about it. So clearly it was actually caused by the quantitative easing in 2008 that actually that caught up to us, you know, or we did more QE in 2020 actually, but it was clearly that, obviously. You know, because that's just printing money. It's because Jerome Powell just printed money. It's the correct answer. What do you mean the already outstanding debt? Like the debt you already have. I don't know exactly how to define it here. Where's the chart? I think it's like excess savings, because you know, like we have like we measure excess savings, like savings above what you're projected to be. I'm assuming it's the same thing. Excess government spending, gross public debt times duration. I'm assuming it's like the same thing as when people say like excess savings. Well, if inflation is driven by a supply shock, you would not want to hike rates. Raising interest rates lowers inflation by lowering output. I mean, sure, but do you think America overstates their GDP like China in any amount? Not intentionally, no. We don't even. Who tracks the? I actually don't know who. Is it the BLS that tracks GDP, or is it the BEA? I'm assuming it's private companies that do too. Who tracks GDP? US. It's not like the BEA does it. Just also like no, I don't think the reason that a big reason China overstates its GDP is just bad incentives, like localities and like states, not the states, but like districts or whatever, get fucking get like rewards if their GDP is higher, so they'd like lie about it. There's probably other, like the IMF also. Doesn't the IMF makes separate estimates, right? Yeah, they might. I'm assuming IMF, US GDP. I think the IMF has separate estimates. I don't know. It doesn't say. They could just be using the data we have here. I don't know. It doesn't have like a source thing, but why South Sudan's at negative 26? Goddamn. Last quarter or is annual percent change? Do they have Gaza? They don't. Okay, yep, Clay, Madison said nah. Writing to Madison, who announced a tariff, or Jefferson went even further. Writing to Madison, who announced a tariff, internal improvements, components alike, and suggested that they exceeded the enumerated powers of Congress. In one of his last political acts before its death in 1826, Jefferson drafted a proposal resolution for the Virginia General Assembly demanding Clay's measures, condemning Clay's measures unconstitutional. These statements marked a sharp turn from each figure's equivocal acceptance of tariffs in 1816. The American system, in their minds, pushed protective doctrine far beyond the bounds of reasonable constitutional limits, which bound any assessment for the purpose of raising revenue. Jefferson and Madison both opposed these measures. Jefferson even claiming it was unconstitutional. Clay's proposals became a major dividing line in American politics for the next 4 decades. Tariffs offer lucrative benefits to recipient industries, allowing them to sell their goods at higher prices at high prices and under foreign competition. In a typical legislative setting, this means resources are happily diverted to rent-seeking, the process whereby a private actor lobbies government for favorable laws and regulation that reward them private benefits. With protective rates on the table, tariff issues gave rise to the original lobbyist establishment in Washington, D.C. Has any economist ever advocated something they call trickle-down? I don't think any. Do you agree with Jefferson here? I don't know. I don't know the arguments for... I don't think it would be unconstitutional, but I mean, I think it's bad. I don't really think it. I don't intuitively, I don't think it'd be unconstitutional, but maybe I just don't know enough. That's an intuitive thing. That's not a super well-formed opinion. I'm sure he wrote about it. Well, yeah, we just clicked on a thing. But this is like, I'm not going to read all that James Madison thing, especially because a lot of it's going to be text I barely understand. Who is Mr. Gordon? Like, there'll probably be like I would need more background knowledge to understand some of this stuff. Madison's texts are actually pretty legible. What is this, Jefferson? Jefferson less so, yeah. I'm sure I could get through it, but the opportunity cost is too high right now, so. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Clay's proposals. Became a major. What the fuck is that essay in chat? Indian nationalist and statesman, that guy, wrote positively of the term, the trickle down. Oh, did you like ask AI that? I don't know if anyone actually used the term trickle down economics, but like they were like, I don't know. I don't know what people mean when they say trickle down economics, because there's like some like I've seen I remember like I was watching a fucking TikTok one time, and it was some right leaning guy was like, this guy said Ronald Reagan advanced trickle down economics, which says that giving money to rich people is good for poor people, but this policy didn't actually exist. Ronald Reagan did not actually directly say that he wants to take money from rich people or take money from poor people to give to rich people. And it's like, well, that's not like the claim. The claim is like, it's more about like, you know, is cutting corporate taxes gonna, you know, how big of an effect is it gonna have on increasing employment? How big of an effect is that gonna have on increasing wages? The Laffer curve debacle. Trickle down was the pejorative to describe Reagan's tax policies. It was made by the opposition. I don't think anyone actually said it, or actually like said it like I'm advocating for trickle down economics. I think they just, yeah. Does work though. I don't think corporate tax cuts have been shown to have that big of an impact on growth or that big of an impact on wages or employment. I don't think there's good evidence to suggest that we're on the wrong side of the Laffer curve. I don't think there's good evidence to suggest that, you know, tax decreases are necessarily going to raise revenue. Don't think there's any good evidence of that. I mean, there's some like, I mean, I don't like, so we should increase it. How does that follow at all? That you understand that does not follow, like that's a complete like non sequitur, like does not follow for like, I don't even like corporate tax that much. In my ideal world, we don't have a corporate tax. We have a like cash flow tax. We don't have a corporate tax. Just because I don't think the corporate taxes have been shown to have a big impact on increasing growth doesn't mean I think we should increase them. What? Okay, dude. It's not for the last 50 years, yeah. Major dividing line. Why not increase it though? Because it's just not optimal policy. There are a lot of things I don't think are optimal. I don't think the earned income tax credit is optimal policy, but like, I still think it's probably good to expand it. It still has net benefits. I don't know if increasing it would have net benefits. I mean, our corporate tax rate is kind of low right now, so I'm not gonna hate increasing it to 28% or whatever Kamala wanted it to be. Like increasing it, I think it's at like 21. Increasing it to 28 is probably fine. But like, I don't know if increasing it has net benefits, but I also don't think just because I think that does not mean I think that cutting it is necessarily good, or that it leads to big effects on growth. Let's go and see what happens. Experiment. I can show you. You're gonna reject the results of this experiment, but I can show you the effects of it. I can show you a meta-analysis, and you're not going to like it. Why would I reject it? Because I'm assuming, watch, I only care about the results. Okay. Here's a funnel graph of a bunch of different estimates. 2022 meta-analysis shows that corporate tax cuts aren't actually that powerful in practice. We applied meta-regression methods to a novel data set with 441 estimates from 42 primary studies. There is evidence for publications activity in favor of reporting growth-enhancing effects of corporate tax cuts. Correcting for this bias, we cannot reject the hypothesis of a zero effect of corporate taxes on growth. And like many such analysis, it's a funnel graph with all the estimates clustered around 0. Yeah. I think the tax foundation has a little bit of stuff in that too. Yeah, well, since it's low, cutting it would have diminishing returns. What? How does that follow from anything I just showed you? But would increase it be worth it? I don't know. I don't think so. Well, I wouldn't. I don't think it should go any higher than 30%. In American politics. For the next 40 years. Didn't Sam Brownback in Kansas try this when he was governor, or am I thinking someone else? I don't know. Can't tell you. American politics for the next 40 years. So 30%. I don't think I don't think there should be any higher than 30%. I don't know. I don't think it's optimal tax policy, so I don't really like the idea of it being raised at all. But I'm fine with it being under 30%. I say it's an okay outcome for me. Okay. Would moving at all benefit? I really don't know. I mean, I'd imagine increasing would have like slight negative effects. But over the long run, probably like a negative 0.01% effect on GDP growth or something. But I don't think increasing it to below, what the fuck is it? To below 30% would have major detrimental effects. I can't watch this because I'm gonna get copy striked, but what the fuck? I didn't know the Lonely Island still does shit, man. How do they? Okay. Then why not do it more tax revenue to spend? Because the alternative is that money spent on the corporate side, right? Like, the alternative is the corporation either saves that money and that, pushes interest rates down and shit, or the corporation spends that money and that creates jobs and that creates more output. Like, tariffs offer special interest, or what do they say? Private. Special interest, government spending over corporate spending, doesn't it? What? A song is so goddamn catchy, lol, I can't help myself. My corporate Christmas myself. Okay. I can listen to it after this. I can't listen to it on stream just because I probably already got copyright for something, but I need the YouTube money. I need it. Specialist groups, major benefits. By allowing them to sell at higher prices, both being protected. Based. Okay. High prices both being protected from foreign competition. Oh, also, I need a... I'm thinking about doing the TikTok debate stuff. Do you think that's better? Or do you think this is better? Or do we think this is better? I have a few different like cartoons and shit. I think this one's like the most instigating. there might be better ways to, or more points that are more like instigating or something to like change here. This means resources are devoted towards rent-seeking behavior. Bro, I could use this. Oh, this is good because it lists the steel tariffs too specifically, and those are like basically the easiest ones to argue against. Or should I say the easiest ones to argue? They're the easiest ones to... Like, they're a very good one to explain, like, why you shouldn't tariff intermediate goods. And, like, why tariffs don't, like, protect jobs, especially if you tariff intermediate goods. Tariff issue gave rise to the original lobbying establishment in Washington, D.C. The pattern repeated itself every Congress. Every time Congress revised the tariff schedule, industry representatives floated a body with requests for preferential rates. And in fact, give rise to the original lobbying establishment in Washington. Each time Congress revised the tariff schedule, businesses. Would lobby for preferential rates. I mean, I don't think TikTok will allow this one. Dude, if I demand on TikTok though, I forgot I'm gonna have to use. I can't call people retards. I have to. And I can't use grotesque analogies. I have to censor myself a little. Wow. I can't believe it. The government, fucking Oman, man. We have a free trade agreement with Oman. Dropped a tactical bomb in black up. I don't know. I don't know if they'll appreciate that. Not until we get the super chat, so I can afford the nonfun.gg website. Dude, it costs $100 for a year. I don't know why. Like nonfun.org is like fucking $10. I'd pay $10 for fucking nonfun.gg because that's funny. But I ain't paying $100 for a joke that could get me canceled. But if it was $10, it'd be worth it. Although Clay Package's scheme as a strategic and finely tuned economic program, a practical reality turned into a free-for-all public graft. Early 19th century tariffs also depended on the nation's unpredictable sectional rifts. Southern agriculture exporters who faced price taker status on the global market generally posed high tariffs. Industrial Mid-Atlantic states became the locus of the new protectionist doctrine led by the electoral powerhouse of Pennsylvania. New England surrendered into protection-seeking textile mills, a merchant sector that was at times more disposed towards trade, and producers of raw materials such as wool that faced import competition. The Western stage often functioned as a swing block of tariff issues, making them ripe for legislative log rolling to secure their votes. How do you get canceled? The reason nonfun.gg is funny is because like Destiny has his website destiny.gg and his fan base is DGG. You know, if you're a fan of Destiny, you're a DGGer. So if you're a fan of nonfun, you're an NGGer. So that's the cancelable thing there. You know, if you know we're one letter off there from yeah. Nice one, bro. You meme Jack Stevens kid. I mean, like it doesn't like Vosh has the same Vosh.gg or whatever, and then like Xander Hall has the same. Isn't it like an open source like fucking thing? Like as a black dude, that's still pretty funny. Thanks, Roro. What's up?
Bro, your chat is wild. What the fuck? What the fuck?
The chat is wild. The chat's been wild today, okay? They've been arguing slavery. They've been...
Crazy. That's crazy. Yeah.
How does Vosh make $800 a month on Patreon? Nonfun.gg.
How much does he make on Patreon?
$800 a month. Does he even... All you get is Discord access. What? All you get is a Discord. That's you just get a role in Discord. You don't get shit.
Yeah. The fuck?
He doesn't even...
Like, some people just want to give other people money.
Yeah, but like you just super chat him, and then he like reads your name.
Yeah, ineffective altruism. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know the meme?
I know what effective altruism is. Patreon exclusive, The Decline of Liberalism from 2020. I really wish I could see this. When's the debate? I gotta sleep soon in like 20 or 30 minutes.
Whoa. Okay, good luck. Wait 1 second. Fuck, wait, give me a second. I'm trying to find the meme. Here we go. This is one of the most real tweets of all time. Okay? It bends space time, okay?
Yeah.
Here, check this out.
Oh my god. I mean,
it's true. I mean, you can save like a bajillion shrimps from like dying in agony for like $1, bro. And like you choose to give it to like someone who's gonna die like in a month. Like that's retarded. Right? Like, think of how unproductive children with cancer are, right? They're like very much
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And Make-A-Wish, what they do is so expensive as well. It's not like a penny to make the child happy. It's like 10 grand at least for like an actor to just fuck off there or something. It's like crazy. It's a mental illness. Donating to Make-A-Wish is mental illness. Yeah. Donate to like what's it called? There's a shrimp charity. They're really effective. They're really effective at preventing suffering. Okay. You guys should donate to that, okay?
Is this a real thing?
1% of your income, guys, to save shrimps, okay?
Shrimp Welfare Project.
Yeah. What's wrong about it?
It's just like an odd.
But you can save like thousands of, or like so many.
It's just like I feel like even other animals are like way more sentient than shrimps. So like I feel like I should just donate to
but they die way more. Like you can save way more with just $1, right? Like usually it costs. Or I forget how much. Like usually I think the cost of saving one life is like $5,000. With the most effective charities, and then I don't remember how many cows you can save, but like with shrimps it's like fuck. I need to review the thing. I think it's thousands. You can save like thousands for $1. Like
if every $1 donated, you can help around 1,500 shrimp per year.
Yeah. So like, obviously, that's a good thing. You should pledge 1% of your income to like the shrimp welfare project.
1%. 1% of my income is probably $1, dude.
Yeah, well, future income as well. There's a pledge you can sign, and then like you donate automatically like 1% of your income. Yeah, I'm just saying, you guys, it's really good. It's really good.
Simpletech screwed up his sentience calculations. I mean, I don't know. What do you mean they die in agony? How agonizing? It's a fucking shrimp. Like
they just get suffocated and like fried to death. Or, I can reread like how it goes, but I don't. Like so what they do, I think, is like they provide like a shrimp, what do you call it, sellers or something. They provide them with like stunners. Okay, they stun the shrimp before they kill them, so they don't feel the pain. And it's like really cheap, and so they just provide it to them, and then they don't die in agony, and you save a lot of suffering. And that's a good thing. Just donate to effective charities, guys. Okay. Like it's not okay if you don't buy the shrimp memes, but God bless you, okay? Donate to like, just don't donate to like Bosch or Make-A-Wish or Non-Fun, okay? Don't donate to these.
No, donate to me, okay? And then I will donate all of it to the shrimp, charity.
Cut the middleman.
Wait, can I? I think I have access to YouTube's like charity thing where they automatically donate shit to charity. Can I want to have the fucking shrimp charity as stuff.
Let's go. Let's go. You get a video blow up, like it gets 1 million views, and all of it like goes to saving shrimps, and you won't get mad, but like now 1 million shrimps can live.
But they don't even live; they just suffer less when they die, right? You said that's what they do.
Okay, yeah, that's right. That you prevent like 1 million shrimps from like agony. Okay, you can donate it to like animal welfare charities too if you are like a cuck, but suffering is equal. Okay, suffering is like 1 unit of suffering is indifferent. Yeah, you guys. I'm just saying. There's an article on this. Give me a second. Here we go. No thanks. Here we go. The best charity isn't what you think. Here we go. This, okay. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Don't donate to Make-A-Wish, okay? I'm just like, everyone who donates to Make-A-Wish is like low IQ.
I mean, I don't think I've ever donated to Make-A-Wish.
I know, but people think it's like a good charity and they're so amazing and they do so much good, and it's like, no, they're like very much wasting, and they're very much wasteful and unproductive. It's like, yeah, not good. It's like you can save like, let's say you donate $1,000 and have like a child with cancer can go to like a Luna Park for like a day.
Yeah.
Or you can prevent like millions of shrimps from like agony in their death, right? Like, what's wrong? It's good. Yeah. Here. Fortunately, there is a machine that will stun every shrimp so that they'll be unconscious during their deaths rather than in extreme agony. But the machine is broken. To fix it, you'd have... Oh, wait. This is an analogy? Yeah, they give stunners here. The way it works is simple and common. It gives stunners to companies that kill shrimp so long as they agree to stun them at least 120 million shrimp. Yeah, they also secure welfare commitments from corporations to stop crushing the eyes of live shrimp in order to increase their fertility and to use humane slaughter. Okay, it's good, guys. You don't want more suffering.
30 times better at reducing suffering and promoting welfare than highly effective animal charities focused on chicken welfare, which themselves are hundreds of thousands of times more effective than the best charities helping humans.
Yep. It's true, guys. It's true. It's so good. I don't know. Just go vegan and like donate to shrimp welfare charities. Okay. There's no good argument against it. Dog, I was debating an anti-vegan today. Wait, I don't want to waste your time before the debate, so whatever.
Oh no, we have a little bit of time, but I am curious. I was watching. I don't know why. There was like an old like actual Justice Warrior video, like covering like an Ask Yourself debate or something. I forget the exact. I think the argument was one that whatever crop death, animals still die with whatever plant-based diet you eat. So but then it was like, so vegans are just arbitrarily choosing a point to minimal suffering because like animals still die. Then they're just mad that we're not going down to their arbitrary level of what amount of suffering is okay. What's the argument? I mean, I feel like intuitively, I don't think it's arbitrary. It's like you're reducing it to the extent that like you're directly harming animals to eat. Versus
there are three choices. There are three choices. We don't eat anything, and then humanity dies, and the world just continues to be horrible. We cannot improve anything. I think that's bad. We eat meat, and then we waste a lot of agriculture, and we kill animals, like in factory farms. I think that's bad. Or we go vegan, and then humanity goes on, and we minimize the amount of harm we do. I think that's good. I mean, it's pretty simple in my mind. I mean, also there are crop deaths. That's so retarded because the cow you eat also eats crops. You waste.
Oh, that is true. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the knockdown death blow argument, counter argument. It's just like the cow you eats way more, right? Like they consume a lot of agriculture for like the entire life, a lot of crops, and then you just kill them for no reason. You can just not waste that much. That's why like veganism is better for the environment too. And the waste less crops, they're better for the environment. Yeah, I'm just waiting for like cultured meat to become a thing. fuck me. I wish it like the moment it becomes widespread, it's gonna be like so good. It's gonna be so good. Because right now, objectively, the worst thing humanity is doing is like agriculture, animal agriculture. Oh my god, I cannot speak. So, animal agriculture. Damn. So yeah. I don't know, guys. Just saying. But AJW is like a level 9,000 ad hocer. Okay, he's crazy. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, by the way, my macro course, like the book is by Mancube.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like fucking opening the macroeconomics 11th edition,
Yeah.
and I just look up trade deficit, and it's like, oh, he says you subtract the trade deficit to account for domestic consumption. Oh, so why are you fucking lying to me, professor? Like fucking liar, dog. And then I Google my professor's name, and all that comes up is like a study or an article he wrote about how like the ships in our ports pollute more than all the factories combined. Like I don't even know if that's true anymore, because this guy seems to be like a protective ideologue. He's like my macro teacher, dog. What the fuck,
bro? There's no shot that's true.
It's like saying like, because GDP equals like consumption plus saving plus taxes, therefore the more you tax, the more GDP grows. It's like retarded. You're retarded. You're like retarded if you say that. I'm not crazy, right? I'm not.
No, I think he. There's no. How old is he? How long has he been a professor? Like he would have to. Has no student ever like just told him, hey, by the way, like imports don't actually subtract from GDP, or like.
Don't show this image, but this is what he looks like. Okay.
Sure.
So, I'm just gonna say maybe he's anti-trade because like when he was young, he only consumed like water from abroad and it had a lot of lead in it. But this is what he looks like. Okay, so.
Okay.
I'm just saying, don't show this on stream though.
I'm not. Don't worry. Yeah.
I really don't like him. I really don't like him. But yeah. Yeah, dog. It's crazy. I don't know. He's probably a nice guy. He's just like very misguided. Of course, I don't hate him, or like I don't think it's just like a joke, but. God, I don't. It's like I need to listen to 3 hours a week of like him just like, and this is why Trump wants to reduce the trade deficit, and because he wants to increase GDP because money is living the economy. I'm like, oh my god, it's gross. Yeah, I don't know, dog. Oh my god. Yeah, well. Yeah. What's the debate going to be about? Tariffs?
Mainly about tariffs, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you should not focus on that. You should like use it when necessary, but don't overuse like econ terminology. Don't be like, well, it allows you to consume beyond your PPF, and so.
Yeah, I think I need to. Yeah.
You need to get basic concessions. Like before you start, it's like, do we agree a tariff is a tax on businesses, right? And you don't have a problem that Trump lies on it. Like, what's the exact prompt? The exact prompt is universal tariffs are good. Like, what is it?
We don't have an exact prompt. This is more like casual thing. Like, it's not being hosted by anyone. I think
Okay.
I saw him on Destiny, and I was like, what did you say? Sorry?
I'll just say there are like a couple of things you need to keep in mind. One, don't let him overtalk you. Don't let him talk over you. Like he can talk, of course, and he can talk more than you. That's fine, but don't let him interrupt every sentence you say before you make a point. It's gonna be the first thing. Second thing, don't overuse econ terminology. Try to make it simple and intuitive, and also, get basic concessions, right? Like we agree it's a tax. We agree China doesn't pay it. We agree like the basics, right? And that'd be good.
Who the hell is Extreme Dad? Link his stuff.
That Trump already did tariffs, so we know what they were like. We know what they were like. We have data on this. You cannot just bullshit whatever narrative you want into this. Oh, he just does it to protect free trade. No, he already did tariffs, and it didn't work. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. And three, and this is just me, maybe with MAGA people it will never work, but just like highlight the fact that they go flagrantly against expert consensus. Like there's no textbook saying what they're saying. There's nothing. No one believes that. it's like a someone having a very strong position against evolution, and like no biology textbook says what they're saying, and they cannot define an enzyme. It's like, what are you doing, dog? It doesn't mean you're wrong, but it just means you're unserious.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Dude, I need to figure out a way to to troll Pentuffle, because we had a whatever Twitter beef, and like he said Democrats don't understand tariffs, and I will find he won't, but he refuses to debate me on it. But I will finally be able to confront him, and it's gonna be so.
Yeah.
I need to figure out a way to troll with that. I need to figure out a way to.
I'm thinking of emailing my professor, but I legit think he might be too brain dead. Like, I don't. Like, again, what do I do? I'm like, hey, professor, you said multiple times that the trade deficit subtracts from GDP. Well, the textbook you highlight is like directly.
You could just say. You could say like,
we can also look at alternative measures of GDP when you can see it's like consumption plus saving plus taxes. So do you think therefore increasing taxes increases GDP? Obviously not. Right? Like, I don't know.
What if you email him as this is like, hey, I'm new to economics. I don't understand much. I'm just confused because what you said here conflicts what I read in the textbook. Can you just clarify, which one is correct?
I'm gonna be like, hey professor, thank you for the lecture. It's very well made.
I'm not just gonna randomly add him on Discord. Is he a streamer or anything? What is it? Who is this guy?
Conflicts with what is said here. That's a little too aggressive, though. But yeah. I had a dream. Okay, today, and it's crazy. It's like it was a good dream. But in my dream, like all the streamers, like including you, and like Econo Boy and Destiny, all of them debated classical music. And they debated classical music.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to listen to people like Glenn Gould is actually a terrible performer, and like Destiny's like not at all. He's like very much unique in the way he rebels against like the classical orthodoxy. It's like stuff like that.
Yeah, I was right. I destroyed Econo Boy and Destiny.
No, you were wrong.
Fuck.
You're like,
God damn it.
You like supported like dog shit composers.
Damn it.
Terrible stuff. Like yeah. But it's like the Cars movie. Okay, it's like the Cars debate. Okay, I completely own you guys. Completely destroyed you guys. But yeah, there was a funny moment yesterday in my classical music course. Like she taught us about like Glenn Gould. He's a very controversial performer, pianist. Okay, and I told her like, do you know the Turkish march song, like da 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 da?
Yeah.
The Mozart thing. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's a performance of it where it's like very slow. It's like da 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 da, but intentionally to troll basically.
Sure.
And I was like, I was telling my teacher, she doesn't like Glenn Gould, and you can tell. But I was telling my teacher like, can you play Glenn Gould's performance of Turkish March? And she said he never recorded it. I told her like he definitely did. Look it up. And then she played it, and she was like visibly angry. I love that performance. Okay, I like it. It says some very true thing. Okay, it says a true thing. It trolls.
What do you mean? I should look up the Lord? I'm asking you. Link his shit.
Yeah,
Does he stream or anything? Link it. Like just link it.
Of classical orthodoxy. Okay, I can yap about classical music for like hours. Okay.
Yeah, because you're a nerd, loser, nerd.
I am a nerd. Okay. I'm a nerd. It's a good thing. I mean, you're the one reading econ all day. But yeah. I don't know. How do we improve econ literacy? Is it just getting Trump to say tariffs are bad? Like, how do we get these people to believe?
I don't know. Like clearly most of these people had to take fucking like high school econ classes, and they just memory hole all of it, which makes sense. No one really pays attention to like classes they don't like in fucking high school. Like people don't know anything. They don't remember anything. I don't know. You.
How would you like? Well, we already talked about this, but like, I just think like, I don't know if they can ever change their mind. Like, try to be nice. I guess it's so hard.
I'm not gonna be mean to like someone I haven't interacted with before.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. The moment they like or intentionally bad faith, like like hook them on, then like you can be mean. But if they're just like well, I think it protects jobs, and then it's like, oh, it actually doesn't. Do you want to hear my argument? I feel like that would work. That might work. I think like that maximizes the chances. But yeah. Truth be told, we should not import. We should donate all of it to Effective Shrimp to charity.
To this, yeah.
I just donate. It's not a meme. I'm not joking. It's actually something I believe in. Okay. Yeah. You can pledge like 1% of your income. You're not gonna feel it. You're not gonna feel 1% of your income, and you're saving like thousands of animals from like agony in their death. Okay. Like, obviously that's good. Obviously that's good. And don't eat meat in the first place. Okay. That's all I have to say. That's my take.
I think I'm committed to going vegan after Thanksgiving, but
oh yeah, good luck. Good luck. Did I send you the vegan cheat sheet?
No.
Here, let me link it to you. Very useful if you want to go vegan. Very useful. There's also r// vegan recipes. Okay, it's good. But you're already vegetarian.
Yeah, I'm vegetarian, so like it's not like there's quite a bit of vegan stuff we already buy because it's like a lot of meat substitutes are also just like vegan. So
yeah. Here, vegan cheat sheet is in my notes. Give me a second. Message. Oh, someone's in the waiting room. Is that the guy?
No, it's not the guy. It's a different guy.
Oh.
I'm waiting on the.
Cynical, clinical, miracle monger. Fuck.
What the fuck?
That's his bio, huh?
Oh, you're reading his bio.
Yeah.
I was saying, what the fuck to this cheat sheet? There's a lot of shit here. Oh, it's the documentaries.
It's good. It's good. It's good stuff.
Vegan inspirational speeches.
Okay, bro. Shut up. Not all of it is useful. It's like, yeah. It's like vegan yoga. It's like, okay, bro. But most of it is useful. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so long, okay? Yeah. Bye-bye. I'm gonna watch the debate now.
Yep, bye-bye, thanks.
Wait, when is it? In like 10 minutes or what?
In like any minute now.
Okay. Will he join the Discord? What will he do?
Yeah, I just told him to join the room when he's ready, yeah.
Okay. Good luck. Hopefully he didn't hear me giving you, tips so you can counter them. But, yeah, I trust you. You're a good debater. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Talk to her. Just feel pain. Now what? I think he wiped his stuff, right? Okay, I'm probably not gonna debate him then. You have to like know a little bit. I'm not just gonna add a random dude on Discord and be like, hey, let's debate about like if I don't know his positions, if he doesn't stream at all, if he doesn't like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that, buddy. Notable vegan celebrities. Ariana Grande, Russell Brand.
The debate. So the debate is not happening, or what?
It'll happen, bro. I'm assuming he told me he was 30 minutes ago. He said I'm driving home. It's probably going to take about 30 minutes. Okay, so just.
Yeah, but you said he wiped his stuff. Right?
Oh no, that's the chatter talking about a random guy. He was like, you should debate this guy. I was like, who? Link his stuff, and they just sent me like his Discord username, and I'm like, who does he stream? Like what are his position? Like, and they're just not answering. And I'm like, I'm not gonna just add a random guy on Discord. And
also, always remember, if the situation becomes dire, ask them what GDP and comparative advantage is, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Works every time.
Define productivity.
Yeah, bro. No, define productivity is wild. Like, you should know this in your sleep, right? You know? It's like the most simple equation. You can just guess it, right? Like, but yeah, that's my thing. Okay. Well, I'm gonna watch it. Bye.
Etsy activism stickers. I gotta get some vegan stickers. There's a veganism sticker. Get the shrimp shocker stickers. Does the shrimp do they sell merch? I don't think they do. Buying stickers when you could be saving shrimp. SMH. You're right. Damn. I didn't consider that. The opportunity cost. It's the who wrote the famine affluence, whatever the fuck, morality. So you're totalitarian. What should we do with retired people? Let them live their life and give them some amount of physical support. Why give them anything? Because they are people. They're human lives. And they contributed to society their whole life. Aren't they a drain on society? Not necessarily. Not a net. And even if they are a drain on society, it doesn't mean killing them is just, okay, I donated $5 to save the shrimp, okay?
Yeah, old people are a drain fiscally. They're not a drain in terms of pleasure and pain. Like, yeah, they require resources, but also babies do. Does that mean we don't give money to babies now? Like, what the fuck? Like, if a baby is gonna die in like 10 years, so we will never be a productive worker, does that mean like we just let him like fucking rot to death? No. The fuck? What is this logic? It's fiscally draining. It's not. It's still like, you don't. So a couple things. One, we don't want them to suffer because we don't want anyone to suffer. Second thing is, if we ensure humans will have a good life when they're old, that incentivizes humanity to like, earn more or like, be better or whatnot, so we can help others as well, right? Like, the more good it is to live a human life, the more humans can help others because they will live longer and better lives, more prosperous lives, so they can help more people. Yeah, very obvious. But yeah. But fuck children with cancer. Fuck them.
True. Donate all your money to the shrimp.
Not like that, by the way. Not like that.
It didn't show it. It let me donate. It let me like dedicate my donation, and I dedicated it to a shrimple text because I thought it'd be funny, but it doesn't even show that. Okay, I dedicated it to shrimple text because I thought that'd be funny. Giga chat. All people can be euthanized. That's still like depriving them of their life. Like, even if they don't die a horrible, painful death, they're still dying and missing out on their continued sentience and supposedly like happy life. Like, what? How about just to strongly encourage them to do it in like Canada? What? How does that? That doesn't change the calculus. What if they're euthanizing themselves here or in Canada? Does not make a difference to me. I don't see how that it doesn't really change the utilitarian calculus there. That just kind of. That just changes where they're doing it. I'm saying to follow Canada's policy. Oh, I don't know what Canada's policy is exactly.
Oh, yeah, the people in Canada are like people with chronic illnesses. It's not just like old people. One. Second thing is like, how about just give them a good life? Like, I don't want to encourage babies to kill themselves, right? Like, you just let them live a good life. It's not
soy,
that hard.
soy.
I don't know. I mean, it seems pretty obvious, right? Like, just reduce suffering in the world. It doesn't seem that crazy of a position. Maybe I'm crazy, but it just feels, wrong to like allow immense amount of sufferings when you can prevent it for like hundreds of dollars a year. Seems wrong to allow it. Seems wrong. Maybe my intuitions are misaligned. I'd love to see
The only
that.
reason we keep the babies around is so we can get more wage slaves. No, that's not the only reason.
What
They are also.
What if a baby will die at like 17? Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, even if a baby is born without arms and it can't ever work, like that's still a sentient like being that's capable of suffering, and like we don't.
Let's say they die
like,
at age 17. Like they have like mega leukemia or something. They die like when they're like 17.
Mega leukemia.
I think it's like in years like after. Again, they have like a small version of leukemia. They die when they're 17. Exactly. Does that mean like we just say fuck them? What the fuck? Dog, makes no sense. Makes no sense. Make it make sense, okay?
Yes, okay.
Now, it doesn't mean we just need, like, pay John Cena a bajillion amount of dollars to, like, make them happy. But yeah. Oh,
yeah.
The guy's here, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Have fun.
I'm
Help
sure.
to donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. But yeah, okay, please.
What do you mean? I did. I donated $5, man.
No, tell the guy you're debating.
Oh. I love the shrimp. Save the shrimp, bro.
Wait, can I do this too?
What?
Go. Right. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go now. Whatever. Yeah. Good luck in the debate. Good luck. Wait, you did donate though, right?
I did.
Like shrimp
Yeah.
text?
To shrimp. Yeah.
W. Bye-bye.
Okay. Hey, what is up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah. Hold on.
Unfortunately, my fucking camera might be shot. It's literally...
Oh, hello? You cut out there for a second.
Oh. No, I said my camera might be shot because, I don't know, it's just been sitting on top of my monitor for like 10 months because I used to stream on Twitch a while back, just like some random games.
Sure.
I just haven't used it, and now I'm literally plugging it in and it's not fucking working.
Oh, damn.
So I don't know if you want me, I could...
Well, I mean, you can try for a little bit, sure.
I could do my iPhone, but just go on Discord on that and put in headphones, and then I could like put up my phone so you could see me.
I mean,
I'm
whatever.
Disappointed.
Whatever you want to do, if you can do that, like.
Yeah, let me see. So I mean, it makes more sense if you can see me, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, we're gonna have to probably do off my phone.
All right, that's fine.
So let me get that situated, and I'll join right back from my phone and put some headphones on. Be right back.
You know what we can do? We can what if I duplicate this scene, but then I delete that, and then extend that, and then delete this, and instead put in window capture, add existing, this win, and then hell yeah. I don't think this is ideal. Is this better, chat? Do you prefer this? I feel like it's too small, but it does also give room for the chat and also the Subway surfers, which is definitely also important. There's like a little gap. I don't know if I don't know why it won't just snap to it. Is this the ideal panel setup? Oh, there we go. I think that's good, right? Talking to Jubilee guy? Yeah, he has to rejoin because his camera isn't working, but we should be good here soon. In the meantime, I'm doing funny things with with the stream layout. I think it's beautiful. It kind of looks... I feel like I could, I'm trying to think of a way I can make the thing bigger, but have the Subway surfers be there still. I don't know if I could... I would have to... I don't know if that would work. But this is funny, so I'm keeping it like this until he joins back at least. But it does mean the chat doesn't just cover the screen, which is good. You can't crop the window? I mean, I can, but like, what's that gonna do? I can do this. What's the... Is that what you mean? Did the guy crash out? Yes, I destroyed him totally, and now he's gone. Okay, I just got up to the snack. Oh, you know what? I should get up to get a drink. I'll be back. Hopefully, he doesn't come back while I'm gone. I mean, he'll see me missing. Yeah. I wasn't here. Look at this guy. So how's it been, chat? We hyped. Can we get some non-fun W's in the chat for this debate? Can we get some non-fun? Can we get some non-fun balls? Some non-fun. My cat's looking at me funny after I said non-fun balls. What? What? Yeah, that's what I thought. Bitch, he looked away first because I asserted dominance. Cat knows what's up.
Because he can't raise money.
Gamer boy, you're a little bitch. Gamer boy, you're a little bitch. Gamer boy, you.
Hello?
Is your cat neutered? Is your cat neutered?
He is, yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's looking at you funny.
Oh.
Think before you castrate your cats. Okay.
Damn.
That's right. No, I'm joking. Where did he go? Where did he go? Is he afraid? Is he scared? No.
No, he's Oh wait, are you talking about the guy I'm debating, not the cat? The cat's right there.
Yeah.
The guy.
The cat's not scared at all. You're scared of the cat.
I am
What's his
scared of
name?
the cat. Cosmo.
Cosmo. That's a good name.
Yeah. Oh, he's eating me. Is he a cosmonaut? Nice one, bro. Are you a Russian spy? Well, I am a Russian spy, but... Or not a Russian spy, I'm a Russian propagandist, right? I get paid by Russia, I get paid by...
Yeah, that's right, by Israel.
Yeah, paid by Israel. Paid by Kamala Harris.
I'm gonna call my future cat like the 38 caliber Colt revolver, because that's the gun Hunter Biden bought. Okay. Never forget our hero. It means a lot to me.
Dude. Here's the
It's like the Christians calling their cat Cross because that's like what they killed their hero for. It's like that's what. Yeah. Go ahead.
Here's the Have you ever thought about like if Biden should pardon his son Hunter Biden?
He should. He should. I think he should. Fucking play ball, or don't play ball.
I think
just like why not?
Literally,
why not? What stops him? What stops him? Nothing.
Biden's actually like a good person. Like he just doesn't. Moving back in a second.
I mean, that could be fun. I want Hunter Biden to run, but it's not gonna.
I want Hunter Biden to run too. It'd be funny, yeah. The best argument for pardoning Hunter Biden is that you would rob Trump of the ability to do it, and then Trump claiming that he's healing the nation.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Well, the guy is there, so bye.
Yep. All right. Bye. Hey, what's up?
Can you see me or no? Or did it
no. I moved your channel, so you're gonna have to turn the camera on again, just because I moved you to be in here.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, I just can't even see myself. It just shows my profile picture, but all right.
Yeah, well, I can see you. Chat can see you. Don't worry.
Okay.
All right.
That's cool. As long as you guys just see me. Sorry for like the setup. My fucking camera didn't work, and then now I'm just using my phone.
Okay, well, we're here now. Okay, so that's what matters.
Yeah, of course. I agree.
All right. So do you want to just tell my chat who you are, where they can find you?
Yeah, so I am, my name's Daniel Tanios. My socials are Brutally Honest Help. I do wellness coaching. I went to college. I have a BA in psych, a master's in counseling. I'm on here because I was on the Jubilee video, debated Destiny on there.
You're I can't hear you right now.
Oh shit! Sorry, I got like a phone call, so it just.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So I was on a Jubilee video, and what's your actual name, by the way?
My real name is Jared.
Yeah, Jared. Okay, yeah. And then Jared messaged me, asked me if we wanted to discuss the economy and maybe some other things, and see if we could have a conversation / debate. Do you want to know anything about the Jubilee video or no?
What would I should have come up with a question about that before. Yeah, you were on Jubilee. How'd you get on Jubilee? How'd you manage to do that?
So basically, Jubilee's based in California, like a lot of their studios. So I applied on their newsletter for other random videos. Like one just came out, like odd one out I was in, like a ranked I was in. And when you fill out like these questionnaires to be on these videos, they ask you, oh, what is like your political, like party or whatever. And every time I always just put in the middle, leaning more right. That's what I always put. I never put like a certain party. So that was just kind of what I put. And then they had the 30 versus 30 middle ground. I don't know if you saw 30 versus 30 middle ground.
No, I didn't watch that one, no.
Okay, so basically they messaged me and asked me if I want to be on that, and I told them, I don't know too much about politics, like I'd rather not be on it. I'm not going to be a good fit for this episode. They're like, no, just interview and we'll see how you do. And I went on it, and they did the 30v30, and I studied for like 2 weeks. I was like, I don't know shit about politics. I got to learn so I don't sound dumb on this middle ground. And I went on, and the way the setup was, I didn't say one single word for the whole video. For like whole 3-hour video that's on YouTube, I didn't say one word. And I was just like, damn, I learned all this like stuff to try to defend like a certain position. And I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna apply for another one. So I just applied for the surrounded one, and then they just picked me. And the funny thing is, when I went there, I was like, I'm not gonna debate Destiny. Like, he's a great debater. Even if I disagree with him, he's so good at what he does. And no one wanted to debate the economy. So I was just like, because it's like, I guess the hardest one to debate if you're on a Republican. So I was like, you know, I'll just try it, see how I do. And I just went up and then talked, and then that was about it.
Yeah. So I think you didn't get to talk to them for too long, unfortunately. They cut you off, okay?
Yeah.
Even though you're the best one, by the way, because you're the only one that replied to my DMs, okay? So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I didn't DM everyone, but I DM'd a few people. You were the good one, okay? So.
Okay. Thanks.
I guess like one of the things you were talking about were tariffs, obviously, because I think Destiny said, you know, Trump's economic plan was bad, it's going to cause inflation, and one of his points for that was tariffs. So I'm curious, like today Trump like put out on Truth Social, he literally said like he wants 25% tariffs on everything coming from Mexico and Canada. I'm curious, like, what are our general feelings about that?
So it's not universal right now. It's at 25 from Canada and Mexico.
Well, that's what he said today. I think he said other things that suggest universal tariffs, but I'm using this to like gauge where we feel, where we are.
So honestly, my feelings on tariffs, or my thoughts on tariffs, is they're very nuanced. So a lot of people just want to make them black and white, like, oh, tariffs come, prices raise, that gets passed on to the consumer, and that's always not the case. It always depends on the competitiveness within the product. The company wants to remain competitive, sometimes a lower profit margins, or prices will range or increase in the short term and eventually stagger down either when they bring production back to the US or they still want to remain competitive. Because at the end of the day, when a price goes up, someone's just going to go to the next product and find something cheaper. So the fact is that the saying is like, oh, no matter what, you're just going to be paying more. And that's not the case for every single thing. I do think like specific rate quotas for tariffs are better. So that means like obviously you probably already know if like say you're importing 1,000 tractors and it's at a 10% rate, and then once you want to import 2,000 tractors, then the last 1,000 gets moved up to 20% tariff. So I think those are a lot more smarter tariffs where you're at a rate quota, so they can't just overload us with all the imports, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean that makes. I obviously disagree with the justification for having them. I guess I guess that I can see the reasoning behind it. So the first thing I can see your point. Like sometimes businesses will reduce their profit margin if they are tariffed. Sometimes they will. Sometimes people will just buy a different product. They'll buy a substitute for that product. I guess the first point I would say that there's basically two things. There are two things that you do there. Well, one, I'll say like even a company decreasing its profit margin, if that didn't have to happen, is it can be a bad thing. Like that's essentially deadweight loss. But secondly, like tariffs basically increase domestic demand for a product, right? That's their whole point, which can actually increase the price of because you're increasing demand, you're increasing the price of things produced here as well. This happened with like washing machines. Not only did washing machines in China get more expensive, washing machines here got more expensive because there was more demand for them here. And then secondly,
$86, correct?
Yeah, I think, yeah. And then secondly, you reduce. I mean, I was referencing in general tariffs. But you also reduce price competition. Like the whole point of tariffs is protectionism. You protect some industries. So basically, we can imagine like if I'm a farmer, I'm competing against the other farmer across the road, and with free trade, I'm also competing against the farmer in China. If I'm suddenly protected from that farmer in China, I'm only competing with the farmer across the road, and that reduces price competition, which can let me increase prices as well. Yeah.
So now are you just against tariffs across the board, just so I kind of gauge where you're at?
So, I mean, I'm against like 90% of tariffs, but I think like the easiest place to start is usually how do we feel about tariffs on like literally everything? I think the only time tariffs can be justified is if there's a national security concern that justifies the economic cost. But usually where I start is how do we just feel about blanket tariffs, everything coming across the border?
Personally, I don't like universal tariffs. So I'll be completely honest. So I'm not going to be one of those like conservative people that vote for Trump that everything on the right side completely agree with. Like I already told you, a lot of my things is in the middle, and I'm just have a little bit more right leaning on certain subjects. But yeah, I don't think universal tariffs are going to be the best move, but I also don't think it's feasible. Like I don't see it happening, but I could be wrong, to be completely honest.
I don't know if I would put a high probability of Trump doing literally universal tariffs on literally everything. I imagine Congress would get mad at him, and I imagine a court would probably strike it down because the president can only do it if it's like a national security thing. I do think Trump will do way higher amount of tariffs than Biden would, though. So I guess what are the what are the industries for that you would want a tariff? Like what goods?
Can't be a world superpower.
Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
His tariffs are implemented.
I mean, we did have the ones on electric cars, but
engage in
everyone
US
have
GDP.
on solar panels. I think it depends on each guy. I mean, you probably know more than me. Which ones would you suggest if you were to put tariffs on? Would you suggest? Because I don't know which ones I would.
So the only goods I would support tariffs on are like pretty grave national security concerns, and I would really only support them against China and not our allies. So I would say, semiconductors, it can make sense because that's very important for military. Batteries as well. Batteries like go in drones, which are like the big military, thing right now. Everyone's using drones. Iran is using drones. The Houthis use drones. So I think those two things. Solar panels, there's kind of a justification. I don't think there's a very good justification for them, but China does subsidize its solar panels, and I can kind of understand the reasoning behind that. But what are the so my position there would be the economic cost is accounted for by the national security benefit. A lot of times when I like talk about this, though, it feels like other people basically don't think that there's a big economic cost. So I'm curious, like, what do you think? Like, if we tariff, like, what's the justification for tariffing some industries? Is it jobs? Is it because trade's unfair? Or like, what's the justification for that?
Well, I mean, we do. So China has tariffs on us for our imported goods. Most European nations have tariffs on us for our imported goods. So if we're back, we should honestly first match those, because it's not free trade if we're paying to import our goods in those countries. So there's no longer free trade. So if it's not going to be free trade to those countries, I think matching those tariffs with whatever products, at least if you want to do like a percentile for those nations. And then what was the second part of your question?
I was just asking, like, what should we tariff, and then what's the justification for doing so?
Well, I agree with the national security. So, like the semiconductors, I do think solar panels. I know they were tariffing chips for a little bit, right?
I think we do still tariff chips. We still do chips. Yeah, I think we also subsidize chips here, though. But yeah,
I agree that anything that's a national security threat should be tariffed, and then there should be industries where if we're lacking in the U.S., those goods should be tariffed to promote people bringing back like manufacturing in the U.S. So it could be. I like more targeted tariffs than a universal, to be transparent with you.
Sure. So I guess seems like we agree on the national security thing. So on the manufacturing thing, I guess to me, the reason why manufacturing can be important, it's also a national security issue. Like we might want factories because we want the ability to build a lot of things. I don't think manufacturing or even jobs, I don't believe tariffs protect jobs. We can get into that if you want to. But I don't think manufacturing is good in and of itself. And I think, a lot of manufacturing today is relatively like low skill compared to the U.S. Like basically any country, can make clothing. A lot of other countries can build cars. Not many other countries have an educated and productive enough workforce to make iPhones. So I think there's a good reason why we specialize in making iPhones, or like insurance. We specialize in a lot of these like service sector things. I think there's good reasons that we do that, because we're, that's what we have the technical term is comparative advantage in. That's what is most efficient for us to produce.
Now, sorry, I lost. Why did this tab close? So I was trying to look up the tariffs and it closed. So my thing is, you don't believe that U.S. manufacturing is important in any sense, really, unless it's iPhones, just to be clear?
Unless it's a national security thing. The reason manufacturing can be good is because you want to have the ability to manufacture, shells, artillery shells, things like that. I don't think it's good in and of itself.
Do you think we're short on low-skilled workers in the U.S.? Like, do you think our low-skilled workers can't match what we're sending overseas? Could you say that we don't need to send either making clothes because it's low-skilled workers? Do you think we're at a shortage of low-skilled workers in the U.S.?
I don't think we have a shortage of low-skilled workers in the U.S., but to the extent that we might, the better thing to do would just be to increase educational attainment and not to artificially hinder technology growth. How do
you hinder the growth if you're having? Because we already have low-skilled workers here. So your solution to that is to increase education, so they're no longer low-skilled workers.
Essentially, yeah, that'd be preferable to using tariffs to bring back low-skilled manufacturing.
And so you would do that how? Like, what is a plan that you would have to bring education to low skill, or have them even go and attend these either trade schools to learn these either higher earning jobs?
Well, I think you should probably subsidize college. You should probably have free schools, free public schooling, which we already have, things of that nature. I think are big things.
Well, when a person graduates high school, are they considered a low-skilled worker?
If they only graduate high school, for the U.S. at least, yeah, it's a low-skilled worker, I would probably say, yeah, with only a high school degree.
Do you know, isn't the majority of the U.S. only high school, or only graduated high school?
I
I don't think more people go to college. I think less people go to college than the 50%.
I don't know. I think I intuitively, it feels like most workers are college educated. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of jobs that require like a college degree. That number used to be over 50%.
Well, I'm saying about the working population. Do you think more of the working population is college graduate or high school graduate? The only reason I'm bringing this because you just say that we don't have enough low skilled workers to bring when these jobs come back to the U.S. We don't have enough to even maintain these jobs, so there's no point even having them back here.
Well, that's not right? my argument was that it's not worth bringing them back here because our workers could otherwise be doing much more productive things. Intuitively, I would guess that most of the U.S. workforce is college educated, but I don't know that for sure.
Let me look it up right now.
This says percentage of workforce of college education hit an all-time high of 67% in 2020.
Yeah, I just saw that, and then I saw, and then job openings is less than 45% they actually need a college degree. So 67% of the workforce is college educated, and only 55% of the workforce needs a college education. Or no, 55% of workforce doesn't need a college education to be in the jobs that they have.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just,
I mean, your whole thing is you don't think there's a need to bring them back, and I think I understand where you come from, but also wouldn't more jobs in the U.S. bolster the economy and increase it more? It would stimulate it more for having more production in the U.S., for having more people working, even if it's low skilled. How many people are? What is there? 7 million middle-aged men out of jobs now.
Nope. That number that you're
7 million?
Nope. That 7 million prime-age men figure that you're quoting for JD Vance includes people who are primarily disabled and sick. Only 600,000 of those people are actually prime-age men who aren't working because they couldn't find a job. The second thing I'm going to mention, I don't think tariffs protect jobs on net. You could use tariffs to protect certain jobs over other jobs, but I don't think they protect jobs on net. And then I think the jobs that they do protect are wasteful, essentially.
I also didn't hear this from JD Vance. It was actually a guy that I talked to at Jubilee.
Oh, okay.
We were talking about it. Economists estimate roughly 7 million men between the ages of 24 and 50 are believed to be sitting on the sidelines, not looking for work. Those people are not accounted for in the unemployment rate, which ticked down 3.4%. Now, where do you say that they're not? You said that they're disabled. Where
they're primarily disabled. I can pull up the notes in it, but yeah, only like 600,000 of those men are actually people who want to work. Most of the other people are sick or disabled.
I mean, even CBS reported the same thing.
Well, I agree that there are 7 million prime-age men not working. It makes sense they're reporting that. It's just that JD Vance uses that figure, or whoever you talk to, is using that figure to like claim that like there are a lot of people like choosing not to work or whatever. When in reality, it's just oh, here we go. I found it. It's just people who are like sick or whatever. Here we go. I found it finally. I'm gonna send it in the side chat.
I should probably open up Discord on my computer because I don't fuck it up on the phone.
Yeah, it's from the current population survey, and they ask the reason like why they're not working. There's an article there, like short article, and there's a video. But yeah, the largest reason for not working is illness or disability. That's 42% of the total for all men. There's only 600,000 of those men who aren't working because they can't find a job.
You said 42% of the 7 million?
Yeah. For all the, yeah.
How does that equal 600,000 if it's 42% of 7 million?
42% can't work because they're sick or disabled, and then 600,000 of the total 7 million are people who aren't. Only 600,000 are people who aren't working because they can't find work.
And then what's the other like 3 million that's left out?
Going to school, taking care of family, or they're retired, or whatever other is.
Okay. The number is probably closer, if we're being honest, like to 2 million. But
if we're being honest, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, you're saying that these people are going to school. I mean, you're just kind of just speculating on it, right?
No, the same survey that asked them, the current population survey, it asked a bunch of people, are you working? Are you not working? And then it asked why. The same source you're getting the 7 million figure from breaks it down and says, these people are ill or disabled or can't find work or are going to school or are retired or, yeah. It's from the same source the 7 million figures from.
Oh, okay.
But I guess so here's like a let's start with this is the easy one. Do you think tariffing like an intermediate good or an input like steel or wood, do you think that would protect jobs on net? Like an overall net jobs added?
Yeah, I could. I mean, that's what Biden did. But we also saw.
Well, Biden did keep some of Trump's tariffs on steel. I think he expanded some of them, but that's not my question. My question is,
yeah,
would it lead to an overall increase in the number of jobs in the economy?
I think a little bit, yeah, slightly.
So there's with intermediate goods that businesses use as imports, there's a very easy way to understand why it shouldn't be true, and subsequent studies show it is in fact not true. These have downstream effects that hurt other businesses that consume these inputs. So if you tariff steel, it is true you might protect steel jobs because the steel jobs are protected from foreign competition. However, jobs that consume steel outnumber jobs that produce steel 80-1. So you're helping one steel business but hurting 80 other businesses that use steel. These are businesses that employ people, which is why we have studies on this. They all basically show the steel tariffs did not lead to any net increase in jobs. They protected a few steel jobs, maybe 2,000 steel jobs, but led to downstream job losses of a couple tens of thousands. It depends on the study.
Okay. Now, what do you think about Biden doubling tariffs for lumber from Canada?
I don't think that's good.
And what about him increasing tariffs on 18 billion worth of goods from China, and increasing tariffs to China to 25 to 100%?
It's probably not good. It would depend on the specific good. If some specific goods, I would support a tariff on China on, like batteries, I think would be fair. But most likely, I don't like it.
Now, when Trump imposed his tariffs in, what was it, 2017?
2018 and 2019, yeah.
2018, 2019. How come since it was China, we get, 17.5% worth of our goods from China? How come we didn't see an increase in prices on all 17.5% of the goods coming in?
Because we didn't tariff all of China, right? We tariffed specific things like steel and aluminum. For the things that we did tariff, like washing machines, steel and aluminum, we did see increases in prices.
How much were it was a tariff on, I think it was, what was the percent? So we get 17.5% of goods from China every year, and he tariffed, I think, 50% of the total goods coming from China?
I don't know what percentage of goods he tariffed from China.
I mean, it didn't cost. Now, when you say cost goes up, so I mean, they've done studies, which I already know you've looked at the study that I've cited about Jenny Ting and Brent Newman, where cost goes up 0.9% on certain retail goods. And there's also studies showing that when you raise corporate tax, prices go up 1.7%. Do you think you have the same benefit of? Do you think it's the same thing when you're raising corporate taxes when you're tariffing these imports as well? Prices are going to raise regardless.
I do think corporate taxes are going to increase prices to some degree. I also think tariffs increase prices to some degree, specifically for the goods tariffed. They don't necessarily increase prices for the non-tariffed goods. The whole point of tariffs is to increase prices to incentivize domestic production. Like,
no, I get you, but I'm saying your regard is you think it's just going to raise prices, which is basically your main like negative like connotation with.
I think that's one negative
prices for Americans. But is that like the main one? Just so I know.
Well,
it's like your main concern that people are going to be paying more for random goods that they buy. Because if that's your main concern, then it's such a small concern. Because whether you voted whatever party, the prices are going to go up. Whether you put tariffs on all goods or whether you raise corporate tax, it's going to be the same thing.
The main issue is that the added cost to consumers isn't accompanied by any significant benefit. That's the main issue. At least with like corporate taxes. I don't think corporate taxes are optimal policy. I don't really like the corporate tax, but corporate taxes do increase prices to some degree, but they also like raise a decent amount of revenue. I'm not convinced tariffs can do that. I don't think they have major downstream negative effects the same way tariffs do. I don't think they harm jobs to the same extent that tariffs on like intermediate goods would. I don't think doesn't harm our foreign relations at all the same way tariffs do. It doesn't harm exports the same way tariffs do as well. Like that'd be the yeah.
Well, I mean, tariffs do increase revenue, so you could argue how much is gonna. I mean, that just depends on how much the tariff is, right? And if you don't say it affects jobs, raising corporate tax definitely affects jobs, because even taxfoundation.org cited when Harris wants to put in her plan, it's going to lose about 800,000 jobs in the long run, and it's going to lower wages. So it's the same thing.
I don't think corporate income tax has a big effect on jobs as tariffs. At least.
No, I'm saying they both have effect. I'm not saying they're equal, but I'm saying if the thing is, people's main concern is prices are going to go up regardless of tariffs. Prices are going to go up regardless of corporate tax. That's just a given. Now, they're both going to bring in revenue. You could argue which one's going to bring in more revenue depending on how much the tariffs are. They're both going to one might increase jobs more in the U.S. with U.S. manufacturing. Raising corporate tax is either going to lower jobs or just keep it the same. So, I mean, what is your point about it?
I told you I'll go into the jobs thing, but the point is, like, I'm convinced, or I would lean towards the corporate income tax not having super net negative effects, but I do think tariffs do have a lot of net negative effects. Like here, just on the jobs point, I think there's a very easy way to explain this. It's called the Iowa car crop model. Okay. If you boil down free trade to its simplest thing, all it is producing more importables by first producing things you export and then trading. So with this in mind, there are two ways to make a car in America. The first is to manufacture them in Detroit, as we all know. The second one is to grow them in Iowa. To grow them in Iowa, first you plant seeds. They're the raw materials from which cars are made. Then you wait until the wheat grows. You harvest the wheat, you load it onto ships, you sail them to Japan, or you sail them into the Pacific Ocean, and a few months later, they come back with cars on them. Trade is nothing but a form of technology. Like I said, it's just a form of technology that allows us to produce importables by first producing exportables and then exchanging them. The fact that there's a place called Japan, which is willing to trade wheat for cars, it's not really relevant to America's interest. Any policy designed to favor the first American technology for producing cars, Detroit car makers, is a policy that will harm auto producers in Iowa because they're the competition to the auto producers in Detroit. I think that's a pretty simple model for why they don't protect net jobs, even if it's not necessarily on intermediate goods.
Now, I understand where you're coming from now. Can you tell me on the tariffs that were already happening for the past, 6 years?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the amount of decrease in jobs from those goods? Since that seems to be your main concern now is...
Well, I'm concerned about all these things. I don't know where I would weight each concern. I think tariffs increase prices to consumers, and that benefit is not outweighed by any that cost is not outweighed by any significant benefit. You'd have to, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Obama did tariffs on tires in 2000, Chinese tires in 2009. I think that led to a net decrease of jobs of like 2,500 something. I'm I'm pretty sure Trump's steel tariffs led to a decrease in jobs of like 75,000, or net decrease of 74,000, because I think it protected 1,000 steel jobs and cost like it then cost like 74,000 jobs in other industries at the low end estimate. Yeah, I mean, I can.
So is there a middle ground that we have on tariffs? Because I mean, I'll agree with you. I don't agree with universal tariffs, but you only agree with tariffs on national security. I agree on tariffs on national security and tariffs that are from countries that are already tariffing us because it's not free trade if we're already paying for our imported goods. Is that something that you would agree on as well? So we agree on national security.
We agree on national security. Yeah.
We both agree on not universal tariffs. Now, would you agree on if Europe and China are tariffing us, that we tariff them the same amount on a percentile, whatever goods are going in and out?
No, I think it's in the U.S.'s interest to essentially engage in unilateral free trade, even if other countries are tariffing us. I think that really just amounts to them hurting their own citizens. I don't see a good reason why we should also hurt our own citizens by imposing tariffs on ourselves, because tariffs tax ourselves.
How's that free trade?
I mean, it might not be, depending on what you mean by free trade. It's fine if you don't want to call it free trade. But the U.S. is unilaterally engaging in free trade. It's allowing its own citizens the liberty to import, the freedom to import from other countries unrestricted.
But then we don't have free trade with them. So they only have free trade for us, but we don't have free trade with them.
Well, in this case, we would have free trade with them, right? They just wouldn't be reciprocating.
With them, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My fault. Said it opposite.
I mean, I guess.
So you're only for free trade one way.
Well, I'm for free trade both ways. However, I think. I think it would benefit Europe and the U.S. if they didn't have tariffs either. I think it would benefit them and us. But if Europe does have tariffs, I don't think that justifies putting tariffs on our own country. I think that just hurts us more. I think it's in our national interest to not put tariffs up.
And can you explain again why you think it's in our national interest?
I think it's just
just for all the viewers to know. I know you know more than me on tariffs, so that's why I also want to be educated too. I'm not coming in here hard-headed, so I just want people to know that.
I think it's just a net cost. It basically you protect a few producers at the cost of a lot of consumers who will have to pay higher prices. I don't think it has a net benefit to jobs. I think you protect a few wasteful jobs because you're protecting jobs that are producing things that could have been imported cheaper, whilst those resources being used to produce those goods could have otherwise been used to produce things that are actually productive and can't be imported for cheaper. It just doesn't seem. I just see no reason why that benefits us. Unless the only argument you could make is we could use these tariffs as a threat to make other countries lower tariffs. Now, I don't know if that would work, but if that did work, I would say the end result there is good. But it's just not in our interest to punish ourselves because other countries are punishing themselves.
Now, would you pay more for the same good if it was American made?
No, probably not.
No.
Why would I?
Wouldn't your purchase of purchasing something that's American made stimulate the economy more than purchasing something that's not American made?
Nope, not really. Purchasing something American just because it's American made, again, that's, one, I would have, if I didn't do that, I would have extra money to spend on other things to buy either American goods or not American goods. I'm buying the thing I prefer from a foreign country while keeping more money to spend on other things. And then secondly, that money that I spend on the imported good or whatever, that goes to somebody in China. That person in China has two options. One, they can buy an export from the U.S. Two, they can buy a financial asset from the U.S. Either they buy an export, someone in America benefits, or two, they buy a financial asset and someone gets investment for the company, or the U.S., they buy a U.S. bond. I think everyone benefits more from the second case than they do with the first case.
Okay. I understand that. So personally, you just wouldn't support American-made companies. You just go based off price. So whatever is the cheapest, that's what you're getting.
I mean, I think I'm arguably supporting American companies more by buying foreign products because I'm saving. It's not a deadweight loss. Yeah.
Okay. No, I get you. I mean, there's not a whole lot on tariffs. I mean, I know. So we could go over what we agreed with, and then what are we at a stalemate on? national security, not universal. Both agree with that. And then we just disagree on the jobs. You think it's going to decrease jobs, and I disagree. Think it's
what's the justification for it increasing jobs? How's it going to increase jobs?
Well, I mean, if you bring U.S. manufacturing here, you need to be employed by Americans.
Sure, but
you
hurt other industries,
a job pool would increase the job pool for being here, so there's more job openings. And I don't think we're at. I do think we have abundance of low-skilled workers, regardless if you say the number was 67% are college educated, the whole other 33% are either non-college educated. Those are jobs that could be filled by either, and even 55% of jobs 55% of jobs don't require a college degree. So you have a whole abundance of job opportunities for Americans that are either low-skilled, that don't need a college degree. And I think that would increase jobs. I
guess I don't see how it follows that you increase jobs, because you would agree that there's a cost to these tariffs, and that one, again, domestic resources are being used to produce something that could have otherwise been imported cheaper. So producers, there's an opportunity cost to goods that we could have otherwise produced. And then two, consumers have to reduce the quantity they demand because the price is higher.
What was the first part they said? Sorry, can you repeat it?
Domestic resources are being used to produce something that could have otherwise been imported for cheaper, whilst the domestic resources were used to produce other things. So there's a big opportunity cost, which is part of that opportunity cost is jobs. And then what was the second one? The second one is
we need to lower our demand.
The quantity demanded, the amount of consumers demand decreases because the price is higher, and they have less money to spend. You reduce their real consumption possibilities.
Okay. No, I mean, you make a good argument. I understand your point of view. Let me ask you this: so, are you against just all Biden's tariffs? I'm guessing, or majority of them. Like, were you kind of mad when he implemented? Wow, now I'm gonna have to pay more because of Biden.
Probably most of them. Yeah, I'd be against. Yeah.
Okay. Now, is this something say Biden was still running and he said he's going to keep these tariffs? Was this something that would have concerned you, or is it kind of just?
I mean, it would have concerned
you because it's on the other side of the aisle.
It would have concerned me, but the alternative is Trump, who concerns me far more when it comes to tariffs. So.
Okay. Now, say Trump wasn't doing universal tariffs. Now he says it, but it's not feasible. He's not actually going to do it. Now, is it something that you're more open to, if it's more of targeted tariffs or specific rate quota tariffs?
I mean, I'm more open to targeted tariffs. I just think there's basically two things. One, I'm skeptical of the government's ability in general to know where tariffs are optimal. Not just Trump, but even Biden and his team. I don't know if the government doesn't have the information necessary to know where a tariff is optimal. They don't know consumers' preferences. They don't know producers' preferences. And it's basically, I just think they almost always have a net cost. It's just that sometimes the benefit to national security is bigger. So, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I guess there's another reason I think they don't do a good job of protecting jobs, and that's because they also hurt U.S. exports, right? So there's a few different reasons. But I guess do we think that hurting U.S. exports, first of all, is probably bad when it comes to jobs, because people in manufacturing export goods to other countries?
Sorry, you cut out on my end for the last 5 seconds.
Yeah, a lot of manufacturing jobs export to other countries. So do we see how it's intuitive that hurting U.S. exports could damage U.S. jobs as well?
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. So I think there's 4 different reasons that tariffs harm exports as well. Firstly is kind of the point I mentioned earlier. It's resource allocation. It's the fact that domestic resources are being used. Domestic resources are now being used to produce whatever domestically and sell domestically, when they otherwise could have been devoted to producing exports. So I think there's kind of an easy way to understand this. We can imagine a country that produces it imports clothing and exports aircrafts. Placing a tariff on clothing that would cause domestic prices to increase here, which would incentivize investment in clothing manufacturing. So domestic investment would move away from aircraft manufacturing and towards domestic clothing. Essentially, the same thing happens if you place a tax on exporting aircraft. If you place a tax on exporting aircraft, well, now you're going to shift investment towards clothing because you're reducing the profitability of investing in aircraft. So I think that's an easy way to see a reason why like those two things can be identical. If you tax imports, you also tax exports. Do we think that's reasonable?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. And then there's another, there's also the technical term is foreign exchange rates. Currencies in foreign markets have their own supply and demand. If there's more demand for a currency, it gets more expensive. If there's less supply for a currency, it gets more expensive. If there's more supply for a currency, it gets cheaper relative to other currencies. So, when we use tariffs, the cost of imported goods rises and demand for imports falls. We're going to buy less imports because we're tariffing them. What that means is there's less demand for foreign currency, which makes the US dollar more expensive relative to other currencies. And basically, a more expensive dollar counteracts the negative effect of on imports of tariffs, because with a stronger dollar, we can buy more of other currencies and therefore afford to buy more imports. The second thing it does is make it more expensive for other currencies to buy our currency, which harms U.S. exports. Does that seem reasonable?
Okay. Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, and we have there are studies that back this up too. It's hard to know exactly how much Trump's tariff specifically appreciated exchange rates, but we do see evidence that they did increase exchange rates for the U.S. dollar. Or they did make the U.S. dollar stronger relative to China. And there's like a meta-analysis by the IMF, 151 countries from 1963 to 2014. It found that tariffs led to exchange rate appreciation. So it seems like we have a logical model there, and we have studies to back it up. The next thing
is there. Oh, sorry.
We'll continue.
I was going to say, because you're talking about the U.S. dollar getting stronger, is that to you like a net negative?
It's not necessarily a negative, but when it comes, it just hurts exports. Is my point. It basically means that tariffs don't have a super big effect on the trade deficit because you counteract their effect by increasing exchange rates, and this is more true the broader the tariff is. And then it's antithetical to bringing manufacturing back because it harms exports. Is the point there?
Okay.
Yeah, and then the last thing I'll mention is retaliatory tariffs. So, we were talking about this earlier a little bit. You're saying we should probably tariff countries that tariff us. Well, a lot of other countries, if we tariff them, are going to tariff us back. And that harms our exports as well, because it's more expensive for them to buy our exports. This actually happened in Trump's first term. He tariffed China. In response, China tariffed a bunch of U.S. agriculture. I don't know if you've heard about this before, but
I've briefly heard about this.
Yeah, a lot of farmers lost business because they couldn't sell to China anymore, and China was buying from Brazil and Argentina. We actually had to spend, I think, $30 billion subsidizing these farmers, giving farmers this money, because otherwise they would have gone bankrupt. And that's not good. Which is literally 92% of the revenue that this tariff raised went towards making sure farmers didn't go bankrupt.
Yeah.
And then
no, I mean, I agree with you bringing up good points.
Yeah. And then just the quick last thing to that is that there are negative long-term effects too. So even if China reduces their tariffs, as they eventually did, they eventually basically granted a waiver. They subsidized buying U.S. agriculture, so now in effect there's no tariff. They still technically have them, but it's just subsidized to offset it. Even though we did that, individuals in China are going to think, well, hey, I might as well buy from Argentina because I don't know if the U.S. is just going to increase tariffs again and we're going to have to retaliate. It's more reliable if I buy from Argentina. And two, other countries build out their fixed cost. They invest in more stuff, which can put them at a relative advantage compared to us.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I also because you increase production costs. So like easiest example here, we have a nail company in the United States, a nail company in Canada. If we put tariffs on steel, well, the nail company in the U.S. has to pay 10% more for the steel used to make their nails. The nail company in Canada doesn't have to do that. So now that U.S. firm is put at a disadvantage in export markets and domestic markets, meaning we're going to buy more Canadian nails and other countries are going to buy more Canadian nails as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Because I know earlier you said you brought up like there's like studies behind this. Now the study that I brought up that I think you've looked up, what do you think about that? Where it shows that prices on certain retail goods only went up 0.9% when tariffs were between 10 to 20%.
I mean, I didn't look at that part of it. The part I heard you cite was the 4.4 figure. I mean, it's possible that retail prices didn't go up that much, but is that retail prices in aggregate, or is that retail prices of only the tariffed goods?
Retail prices of only the tariff goods. Went up 0.9%. So a lot of things people think. I've seen these videos on TikTok all the time. They're like, "Oh, if you tariff 10%, your goods are going to increase by 10%, like the cost of it." And I think that's just kind of crazy that people will just basically make that assumption.
I mean, it depends on a lot of things. Like, it depends on how much the other country might be willing to subsidize their exports to reduce the pre-tariff price. It depends on how much the company is going to reduce its profit margin. So it depends on how available substitutes are for that goods. But I don't know, where does it say that in here? Like, if I look up 0.9.
Should be in the bottom. Or is it in the bottom? Here, I could try to bring it up. I need to pay for that one.
I mean, I have the PDF. When I type in 0.9, nothing. There's a 10.9, 10.09, and there's a table. I don't really know what this table is showing. Table for the year 2011 has a negative 0.09 in it, but that can't be what it's talking about. It says consumers have a discount rate of 0.99, equivalent to an annual real rate of 1%. But I don't know what it's referring to by discount rate here. I'd have to read more of it. There's 90% confidence intervals here, but
let's see, this one showing 4 goods didn't have sharp price increases. Refrigerators exhibited a mild increase. What was it? I made a breakdown of my debate against Destiny, and I put it in there. I screenshotted and highlighted it. But now I can't find it when I'm looking at the actual PDF. Let me see. What did you think about the Jubilee video just as a whole?
I thought it was interesting. I don't even remember some of the stuff that happened on it. I don't know. I think Destiny is honestly not that good at arguing as some economic stuff. So.
Really?
I think rhetorically,
your top debater on your side.
Sure. No, I think rhetorically he's good, but I think he doesn't. I don't know if he has some of the knowledge that he should have on some of these things. But Like
something that you felt like he lacked on that you kind of know, or
I don't think he talked about, like, people I think mentioned the job things to him and he didn't really respond to that. I think all he said was, you know, you're going to increase prices. I think he people talked about manufacturing, and then I think his response was partially correct. He said, like, oh, you want the U.S. manufacturing things when we could be making iPhones or whatever, which that is a good point. But I think it's another good point is that universal tariffs probably wouldn't even help manufacturing. All it would do is harm it. Universal tariffs at least would.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I guess
So this one shows us.
Oh, sure.
It's on page 22. It's the 0.44% increase on goods when the 10% point tariff was when there was a 10% point tariff increase on the good. The price of the good went up 0.44%.
Wait, what?
They
I'm
saw
on
that.
page 22. You said we might be looking at different PDFs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the second paragraph.
Hold on, read it. Read like a bit of text from it so I can control F it to see if it's...
Oh, it's the first column estimates the regression using monthly data from both retailers for the time period running from January 2017 to July 2019.
I think we're probably looking at different PDFs. I think can you link the thing that you're reading?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not as tech savvy as you, so. I mean, you could just, I'll just tell you exactly what I typed in on Google, and then you could go to that one. It's, I just typed in Jenny Tank's study on tariffs, and it's literally the second one. It's the National Bureau of Economic Research. I clicked on that, and I clicked on and it brings up the PDF automatically.
That doesn't. How do you spell her last name?
Tang.
Oh, there we go.
But that wasn't even the one I was trying to find. I was trying to find the 0.9. But cause I don't even think that was the one. I think that's the one I didn't cite correctly. Because I even stated in like my... Because I did a breakdown of my debate and I said like some numbers wrong. So then I was trying to be like transparent that I like stated this wrong in the video.
Sure, because the number I heard you cite before you got cut off was 4.4.
No, I said 0.44.
Oh,
I actually watched the video too. Yeah, which was this one, but I don't think I was citing the correct part because when I'm reading it now, I mean, it kind of makes sense, but you could tell me if that's a correct assumption, if I'm understanding it correctly. Let me get to it. I'm trying to find the 0.9. Do you watch any of the other Jubilee videos?
Yeah, I react to them for YouTube content sometimes, so yeah. It's free views.
How do you think, like, Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro did?
I mean, I think Charlie Kirk did well, I think. But part of that's because he I don't think I guess he had like the two TikTok debaters there. I think when he went up against the TikTok debaters, like I mean, you could see, you know, he doesn't do as well against them as he did against like the other like college students or whatever. The other woke kids. I don't remember some of the Ben Shapiro one. I think Ben Shapiro did decent, especially you know, even when he went up against the one streamer IRI. I think he did decent there too.
Who's the one streamer I've never heard? IRI.
IRI, I'm really important. Yeah, he had like a 10-minute like border debate with Ben Shapiro on that Ben Shapiro episode.
The border one.
I mean, even here, like it seems like. Hold on, quote you said page 22 on page 22. Since I'm now panel B at table 3 offers some basic summary. Where's what am I looking for?
I was saying the 0.44. It's actual page 22, like that's labeled on the document. It might be
okay.
On like your PDF.
Yeah. Okay.
So that might be, yeah.
Oh,
I can't find
0.4% increase in that goods price relative to the goods in the same sector. This estimate increases slightly, but it's very similar if we analyze the prices of each of the two retailers. Are the goods in the other sectors also tariffed, or are the goods in the other retailer not affected? They're not affected. Okay. Price for the products affected by the Chinese imports grow relative to the price of products. So it could be, I mean, yeah, it seems like this study finds relatively small increases in prices, even though they say it's not stark for retail things. I guess it's,
Yeah. And then here's another one. I found the 0.9. It's on page 3, like actual page 3, and it says estimates suggest that a 20% tariff is associated with a 0.9% increase in retail prices of affected household goods such as dishes, furniture, linens, toaster ovens, towels, and umbrellas, and a 1.4% increase in retail prices of affected electronic products after 1 year of tariffs. So I guess my whole point that I'm bringing this up is people, I think, just drastically try to make them seem like it's going to be a lot worse than it actually is. And that's kind of like my main point of why I even brought it up in the debate.
I mean, I
do think there's pros and cons to both things. But I think what they like to do is, because especially, here's the thing, if you're on one side of the political party and the other side does something, you're going to do your best to highlight the cons as much as possible to kind of push that it's bad, because that's what you want to make that kind of look. So, I mean, I don't know if I phrased it well, but that's kind of like the reason why I brought it up.
I mean, I agree. Like, it doesn't always necessarily translate that like a 10% tariff is going to increase prices 10%. I also don't know. Do you know if the study is, when it says affected Chinese goods, does it mean like goods directly tariffed or goods using imports or inputs that were tariffed? Because my understanding is that a lot of retail products were not directly tariffed. They just probably used inputs that were tariffed. Would be my guess, but I don't know for sure.
Can you tell me the difference between like what you just said? Sorry.
I don't know. Are these goods that were directly tariffed, or are these goods that were relying on, production materials that were tariffed?
Oh, so you're saying were the materials tariffed or the actual good one itself tariffed?
Yeah, because my understanding is that a lot of the tariffs on China during Trump's term were like on steel and aluminum and a few other raw materials. I don't think we tariffed some home appliances. To my understanding, we did not tariff many retail products. So it would make sense to me if the increase in prices was relatively low because you're not tariffing the product itself, you're just tariffing the inputs for it. Especially because prices tend to be sticky. They take time to increase because people are used to the price that they're paying.
This one shows after 1 year, so as well.
Well, even
also, can you still hear me? Because my right AirPod just died, so I don't know.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Working fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, my right one just died. But I mean, I don't really have any more on tariffs. If there's anything else that you want to tell me, or if we want to try to come with like a closing statement on tariffs, or whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, like I can.
But I'm open to hearing more. If you want to tell me more, I'm open to whatever.
I'm just checking this out. I would imagine, but like I'd have to read more of the study. But to my understanding, we didn't tariff a lot of goods from China. We tariffed a lot of like steel and aluminum and like a few other things. So it makes sense if retail prices didn't go up that much because they were just relying on inputs that were tariffed, and that represents an overall small. The stuff from China represents an overall small cost of good in total. And then also production with tariffs on only China, production can shift to other countries where tariffing everyone, which I know you don't agree with, but tariffing everyone means that no matter where production is, they always have to, we always have to pay that price. I mean, I guess.
The study also talked about tariffs on refrigerators as well, like the increase in that. So, I mean, yeah, you could go through the study in your spare time, because I think you're correct on some of them was about, tariffing just like the actual like materials, and other is tariffing that like the whole product itself. So I think it's both outlined in the study, so maybe something that if you want to look at later.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
It's just, to my knowledge, we didn't tariff a lot of goods. Again, we just tariff the materials for them. It says he tariffed solar panels, washing machines, steel, aluminum. But I don't think we tariffed like silverware or anything.
Keep up the good
Thank you, Major Tao. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hell yeah, brother.
I think you might be right because it says affected household goods, so I'm assuming affected household goods basically meaning the materials to make the household goods is what was tariffed.
Yeah, but I guess like even if there's a relatively small increase in prices, I would still, I guess like my final thing on tariffs would be, you know, even if they lead to a relatively small increase in consumer prices, there's just not a big benefit to accompany that. So I'm not going to support them regardless. I don't think they protect jobs. I don't think there's an intrinsic need to bring manufacturing back. I think the only cases that are justified is pretty grave national security concerns.
And you also said the threat of the tariff as well.
I don't think that necessarily justifies it, just because I'm skeptical of their ability. I'm skeptical of their ability to actually do that effectively. But you know, usually sometimes people will say like, "Oh, Trump's just going to use them as a threat." And to the extent that tariffs could, in theory, be used to make other countries engage in free trade as well, I would agree that that's a benefit. I'm just skeptical of their ability to do that, so I don't think it justifies them doing that.
No. I mean, you've probably seen in interviews, I don't know if you believe him, but he's talked about how he has used threat of tariffs to stop wars. I mean, obviously, we have no idea how true that is. Is that something that you would see that could have happened, or do you think it's kind of just smoke and mirrors type thing?
I kind of doubt that would happen. But yeah, I mean, just like final thing, like, you know, at the end of the day, like we have the models that show this, and we have the research to back it up. You know, the IMF study, they did 151 countries over from 1963 to 2014. They found tariffs. They increase economic inequality. They decrease domestic output and productivity. They lead to increases in unemployment, and they also lead to exchange rate appreciation, which counteracts their intended purpose anyway. And therefore they only have small effects on trade deficits. So the models and the studies seem to all suggest that this is just not a good thing.
Oh, let me ask you a question I forgot to ask. Now, he did say in the beginning that he wanted to use universal tariffs to get rid of income tax. Now, is that something that you think feasible, something that would be good, or you think it's kind of a long shot? If it was something that he would do, would that be something that you'd be like, okay, maybe I do like tariffs?
It's not feasible. There's a concept in economics called the Laffer curve. Basically, you can only tax something to a certain extent. Like, obviously, if you taxed everything at 110%, well, there'd just be no economic activity. You're not going to raise a ton of revenue. There'd just be no one would do anything. So you can only increase rates on tariffs to a certain extent, or rates on imports to a certain extent before people just stop importing, right? If you tariffed everything at 1,000%, there'd just be no imports. So the revenue maximizing point at which the revenue maximizing point at which you can tax tax imports is probably about 40 to 50%, which would only raise like $500 billion in revenue, not the $2 trillion that income tax raises. And the second thing is that like income tax is progressive. If you make less income, you don't pay much income tax. Some people don't pay any income tax. Like, I think the bottom 50% of American households pay like $600 a year on average for income tax. Tariffs are regressive. They, increase the price of imports at a flat rate. That flat rate is a higher percentage of a poor person's income than it is a rich person's income. And then poor people also consume more imported goods as a percentage of their spending than rich people do, because they need the cheap imports from China, and they just spend less on goods that aren't imported, that are more luxury goods or whatever. So I don't think that's a feasible idea. I don't think it's a great idea, because I think that deadweight loss from tariffs is more than the deadweight loss from income tax, even if I don't think income tax is the best tax.
Got it. Yeah, I just want to know your thoughts on it, because when I heard him say it, everyone like popped out like, "Oh, this is such a great idea," and I was like, "Wait." Because I already knew that we get about $2 trillion in revenue from tax. We get about $4 trillion in revenue altogether. So I was just like, I don't think we're going to make it up with 10% universal tariffs. But I mean,
there's no.
You also do know, like the average American, if you do just across the board, average American pays about $13,000 in taxes per year. But that's when you do it across like all brackets. And then I was just like, but then they say our prices would increase on average of 4,000. So I was just like, doesn't it even seem like those numbers have to be at least even closer to be like a net positive for our government spending to even have the revenue to spend. So.
Yeah.
Oh, did someone join?
Yeah, he is here. Sample, you can make that one point, okay? But this is supposed to be a 1v1, but you can make that one point.
Right. I just want to make one point and then leave. So one thing is, like, let's say a company moved to China, okay, and now we tariff China, okay, in the hopes that the jobs will be brought back. So put aside the fact that the research very much clearly shows that tariffs destroy jobs domestically. Even why would they move to the United States instead of like to another country? Right? Like they can move to Mexico, they can move to wherever else. Like there's no reason for them to move specifically to the United States. I think a better way, instead of doing tariffs, would be giving them tax credits for going to the United States. That's directly an incentive to go to the United States instead of a punishment for going to a specific country. Right? So like even if your goal is to increase domestic production, tariffs are not the way. That's my take. But then but I don't want this to be a 2v1.
No, you're good. Thank you for the information.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to say that. But yeah. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like tax credits can be preferential because they actually bring production back here rather than just to other countries, which is why.
I mean, that's also similar to what he was suggesting with like the corporate tax. If you bring U.S. manufacturing here, then he'll lower the corporate tax for those U.S.-based manufacturers to 15%. I mean, essentially, close to the same idea, right?
Kind of. I mean, Trump's proposal is more broad. Usually when we do tax credits, it's like a pretty specific thing. That's like a tax credit. But I mean, yeah, like even Biden did that with the Chips and Science Act, right? Gives preferential tax treatment to companies that manufacture semiconductors. And I think that's fair, preferable to just tariffing semiconductors.
Yeah. I mean, he did say that it would be more beneficial if it's like tax credits, but lowering the corporate tax to 15% would kind of be just as beneficial. Obviously, it's not the same thing, but it kind of does encourage U.S. manufacturing to come back if their corporate tax can be 15% here compared to, what's that now? Is that 21?
Yeah, it's at 21.
21, and then, yeah. So a 6% decrease.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to know. I don't know what the elasticity of that is, so I don't know how much companies respond to. I agree that would be an incentive for companies to manufacture in the U.S. I don't know. I just don't know what
I was just saying because the government said an incentive to bring U.S. manufacturing back would be tax credits, and I'm just saying that was a proposal that we already did to bring U.S. manufacturing back. On top of that, you get a 15% corporate tax. So I was just kind of answering his question, or kind of responding to his statement.
I guess you want to say whatever you want left on tariffs, and then we can talk about like what other economic stuff from Trump you like or that you don't like from Biden.
So for tariffs, basically my whole point is I just want to say first, thank you for having me on to educate me on it, because trust me, I don't know too much about it, but I try to educate myself at least somewhat on it. But my whole thing is I just don't like the point that everyone thinks is just going to increase prices dramatically. And I do think bringing U.S. manufacturing back will lead to some jobs. I know you guys disagree. And yeah, I mean, I'm against universal tariffs. I totally agree with you that. Agree with you on the national security for tariffs. And then the last part, I'll just disagree with you. If countries are tariffing us, we should be tariffing them, because the actual definition of free trade is freedom of trade without tariffs or trade barriers. So technically we don't have free trade with those countries. But yeah, that's my closing statement on tariffs.
Sure. So I guess are there any other like things from Trump economic policy wise that you really like, or I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest, the hardest part there's a reason why I was able to go on the debate against Esney about economy, because it's the one that not many people wanted to do. Like when I don't know if
the way the video works is you're supposed to raise your hand before the timer goes off, and then they kind of pick so people aren't rushing to the chair as much. Sometimes they would just say, okay, just rush, and then sometimes they'd have like raise your hand. And for like the border, everyone wanted to raise their hand, and all the other ones, everyone raised their hand. And then economy was like almost no one, so that's when I was like, fuck it, I'll go up and talk about it, see how I could do. Yeah, I mean, for like economy wise, I do think the Tax Cut and Jobs Act was beneficial to the middle class, and I know the whole argument is, oh, well, it benefited the wealthy too. I was like, yeah, just because it benefits the wealthy doesn't mean it doesn't benefit the middle class as well. So I do think that was somewhat effective. I do think it had a lot of good things in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Am I like a big fan? I thought it was perfect. No, I don't think it was perfect, but there's also plans that I like about like Harris. I like that she wanted to do a 25% minimum tax on, was it billionaires, or what was the number that they had to be earning?
I think
she 25% flat tax rate. I thought that was a good idea.
I think it was that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for like the economy, I do think the Tax Cut and Jobs Act was good. It lowered the percent of taxes for like 5 out of the 7 brackets. It took away the mandate for Obamacare, the Affordable Health Care Act, so they weren't penalized for not having health care. Increased the standard deduction, increased child tax credits, so I think those are all beneficial.
Yeah, I don't obviously agree like with the notion that like, you know, obviously the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act can benefit disproportionately rich people, but still benefit the middle class. I guess there are a few. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, I don't necessarily think was bad or anything. I don't think it led to any significant increase in growth. Like tax cuts just haven't been shown to do that for the most part. I think one of the big reasons it helped lower class people was because of the child tax credit. It doubled the child tax credit. There are actually a lot of things in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that would have increased most middle class people's income if they didn't have the child tax credit. But I do think the child tax credit is really good, which is why I want Kamala Harris to extend it. We'll see if Trump ends up extending it. We'll see.
Well, he did say, wasn't he increasing it to 5,000? But that was just for newborns, right? And then Harris said she wanted to increase it to 6,000.
I don't know if Trump ever gave a number. My understanding is that Trump
he said 5.
Has vaguely said that he supports it, but Kamala Harris, it seems like, had a better plan. I don't know. I also know J.D. Vance voted against the tax credit every single time it came up in the Senate. So I don't know how much I...
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how much I trust him to do that. But I do think the child tax credit...
5,000. So, but...
I mean, I just haven't... Trump, 5,000 tax credit. It's possible. I just haven't heard it.
And I do think is, the tax cut did kind of increase our long-run GDP and GNP. I think it was like 2%. Obviously, it did decrease our revenue, but that's obviously because taxes were cut.
2%, is that for what? From the tax foundation?
For our long-run GDP and our GNP.
Yeah, it's that long run, like what, over 10 years or whatever?
I think it's 8 or 10 years.
Yeah. I mean,
I forget the number.
I think
Trump
it does have
some benefit.
I don't disagree that, like, I'm not a huge fan of the corporate tax. There are plenty of other taxes I would prefer. But I guess historically it doesn't seem like we have like there's a big meta-analysis that I cite a few times that show like the corporate tax cuts have basically a zero effect on growth. They don't seem to increase growth that much. The tax foundation uses its like I would trust like that evidence over the tax foundation's like projected model, just because this is like observed evidence versus the tax foundation's, you know, more subjective model that's projecting things. But like I would agree, cutting the corporate tax rate probably had a relatively small impact, but positive impact on long run growth, just because you're increasing production. Essentially, you're increasing corporate activity. But I guess Kamala Harris was in favor of extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for everyone making under $400,000 a year, right? So it seems like that would be a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I do think she had some good tax plans in her, or good tax ideas in her proposed plan.
Yeah, and I think they're I guess this issue Kamala Harris is not better on. In fact, arguably she's slightly worse on. Our tax code is like way too complex in my opinion. and the way we do benefits is way too complex. We have like a bunch of different like random exemptions, and I'm pretty sure the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act really like only added to that complexity. I don't think it had any significant and I don't think it reduced complexity to any degree, and I think that's an issue that we need to address as well, because I think it doubled the child tax credit. I think it also had I think it increased the standard deduction, and I think what's the SALT thing, the like state and local deduction? I think it like added a cap to state and local tax deduction or something.
That one I do not know, to be honest with you.
Taxpayers who itemize may deduct up to $10,000 of property sales or income tax already paid to state or local government. So I think that's added complexity as well. That's an issue that I don't think Kamala Harris is necessarily better on, but I don't think Trump has properly addressed. What do we think? I guess it seems like to me Trump has like a lot of plans to decrease revenue through exempting tips and exempting overtime pay and exempting a bunch of other like Social Security benefits and decreasing corporate taxes. Does not seem like he has a solid plan to decrease government spending. I guess like he has Doge, but that's run by fucking Vivek and Elon Musk. I don't really think I trust them to be able to come up with a good plan to cut government spending, especially not by the amount required to pay for these tax cuts. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I feel like, you made 4 points right before, and I wanted to reference one.
Sure, you can. Yeah, sure. Just do that, yeah.
Or can you repeat what the first 4 points were? Because there's one I wanted to reference on, but
first four, I don't know. I think I said the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act probably added. I think the first one I said was that it would have increased taxes in the middle class if it weren't for the child tax credit, and I think I said it added complexity to the tax code with these like state and local deduction thing. It might have actually done other things to reduce the complexity, but I think it also increased complexity there. I remember that, and then I don't know what I think I had 3, and then the last one is just seems like he wants to decrease spending or decrease revenue, but doesn't have a good plan to decrease spending.
Now, what do you think a good plan is, though? Because I mean, what would you do different? Because I mean, most of our spending is in Social Security and Medicaid. That's what most of our mandatory spending is. Our discretionary spending is, on average, what is it, like 1.7 trillion a year right now? So that could obviously be modified each year with Congress and the president to kind of decide on what's a good spending plan. So they could reduce things in that. But I mean, the majority of it, what is it? I think it's like 3 trillion. No, it's not 3 trillion. How much goes to Social Security and Medicaid each year?
I don't know the number, but it's like I think it's 2 to 3 trillion or something. I think it's one. Yeah, I think it's 2 trillion. I think it's 1.9 trillion or something. Yeah, it's where
like the majority of our money goes every time. But there was another thing they said a lot of the spending's on. It was Social Security, Medicaid, and.
But that also, I mean, that does like account for some of the deficit. But like the Social Security and Medicaid are paid for by payroll tax. Like if you decrease Social Security spending, like that money doesn't go to the general fund. It just goes to sustaining Social Security. You'd have to do major reforms to Social Security. Yeah. Which I don't think is like.
Do I think it's good what Elon Musk and Vivek are doing?
I'm asking.
Like, you just just don't trust them in general.
Well, no, but I'm asking like, do you think that they have a good plan, as good a plan for cutting spending as they do for cutting revenue?
That's actually a good question. I don't know. I mean, we're going to have to see how it plays out. I think it's going to be a hard job, but it depends how much we're cutting revenue. Right now, our revenue, if it stays the same, it's what, $4 trillion a year. Right now, we're averaging, I think, it's at 5.5 trillion of government spending.
Yeah, but I think Trump, has like all the things he wants to deduct in the decreasing corporate income tax, all of which are expensive to finance. That decreases revenue quite a bit.
I mean, honestly, I can't tell you if they have a good plan or not. Do I think it's a hard job and it's going to be hard to do? Yeah. Do I have confidence they will do it? I mean, I'm going to give them the benefit down. I'm going to hope that they're able to kind of better our spending while our revenue is reduced. But I mean, something we're just going to have to see.
I guess. I think, yeah, it just doesn't. I think Elon Musk is promising to cut it by like $2 trillion annually, and that just does not seem feasible. And like, in the like, they have like the Twitter page for Doge, right? The Department of Government Efficiency. Like, one of the things that they put on there was like, I think the biggest thing they put on there was net, interest payments on debt. Like, we have to pay that. That's not optional. You can't just cut that. I guess we could default. That's actually probably unconstitutional to default, but defaulting is not the best choice. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you much about that. Sorry, it's kind of
sure
boring when it comes to that regard because I don't know too much. I can't talk too much on it. I mean, we could talk about federal spending, but.
Well, I guess how do you feel about that? Like,
well, right now we do way too much spending. I mean, even during Biden's administration, we have way more deficit spending than during Trump's administration.
Well,
and I think that's just bad, and you can blame it on COVID. But what did he do?
I think for the
$2 trillion.
Yeah, but I think for the one, I think that probably led to some of the job recovery. Two, I think that probably, I think without COVID, Trump actually had higher deficits than Biden. But
yeah, I mean, so do you know how much Trump spent during his administration on COVID-related expenses?
I don't know exactly. No, I think it was about
it's $4 trillion.
$4 trillion, sure.
$4 trillion COVID-related, and then do you know how much Biden spent?
I'm assuming. I think it was like about $2 trillion, right?
Yeah, 2.1. And do you know how much each one has of deficit spending during their 4 years?
Depends how you look at it. Like, are you saying debt approved over 10 years, or are you saying how much they
spend during their term of 4 years, not the debt approved for 10 years. When you do that, then you have to put in the federal interest rates that have gone up during the Biden administration. That's going to cause in 10 years another $5 trillion in deficit. Obviously, it's not directly. I mean, it's kind of his fault, but not 100% his fault. He has some play in it. But I'm talking about the actual spending between each administration. So this goes to their mandatory and discretionary spending. I think Trump was the only one who did supplemental spending, which was, I think, $2 trillion, which was for the COVID, was like the height of COVID. He had $2 trillion of supplement spending.
I don't know the exact number that they each had during their term. I think I have somewhere in my notes stuff on this, but
yeah. Well, my point is, everyone kind of just blames it on COVID is why the spending was so high. And if we look at the deficit spending between Trump and Biden had, I think, 7.7, but he only had $2 trillion of COVID spending, and Trump had 5.5, and he had $4 trillion of COVID spending. So who's actually spending more during their term?
I think what matters more arguably is the 10-year debt approved, right? Because I don't know why you would look at just under their term and not like what they actually approved.
That means you have to put in the 10-year debt approved of Biden's.
But if you do that,
interest rates going up is another $5 trillion from his term.
I mean, I don't know.
Actually, a total of $12 trillion.
Federal interest rate. What do you mean federal interest rate going up?
What was that?
What do you mean federal interest rate going up? Do you mean like what the rate the Fed sets?
Yeah, well, so that was on the interest rate on our on our debt that went in.
That's not Biden's
Am I
decision,
mistaken?
but like even I think if you
No, I mean Biden has a play in it because who elects the board of governors of the Federal Reserve? Do you know who elects them?
it depends what the president nominates him, sure, but that's not. One, the FOMC is separate from that, and the FOMC chooses a member to be the chair. They don't actually. That's a different thing. The president can't control that part, but the president doesn't control the FOMC. He only controls the board of governors and who is the chair of the board of governors. But also, we don't want the. Here's a question: what do you think of Trump calling Jerome Powell in his first term and telling him to lower interest rates?
Well, I mean, lowering interest rates do have pros and cons, just like higher interest rates do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So who should be making it? I mean, it's more of an issue of who should be making that decision, right? Like politicians or like a actual economist that operates independently.
Well, they're a private and public sector. They're not just a private. The Federal Reserve's not just private.
Yeah, but I understand, but they operate independently. They're supposed to operate independently. Biden actually didn't call Jerome Powell. Surprisingly, crazy. Presidents don't usually call the Fed chairman.
Why do you think the president should not be involved if they're the one nominating the 7 board of governors?
Because I think raising interest rates is very politically unpopular, even when it's a necessary thing to do, and voters don't understand enough about the Phillips curve and inflation and unemployment and how money creation works. I think politicians have really bad incentives that are usually aligned with helicoptering money into the short term, which can lead to a lot of negative effects in the long run. That's why, like, we have data on this too. Countries with a greater level of central bank independence have lower inflation rates. This has been empirically proven, and we can pretty easily see like why a politician might want to helicopter money rather than raise interest rates.
So you thought him calling Jerome Powell was
horrible? Absolutely.
You disagree with?
Absolutely. That is like one of. I love Jerome Powell. Okay, so to me, that is absolutely horrible that he did that, and that he said he wanted Jerome Powell to resign. Like, he publicly said, like, I wouldn't stop Jerome Powell from resigning. You know, I think he said he constantly harassed him publicly, you know, saying other countries have lower interest rates. Why can't we lower our interest rate? Yeah, I think that's absolutely horrible they did that. Yes. Shows he has no respect for the independence of the Fed, which is a very important thing.
So you're just against lower interest rates then?
No.
It's like your main thing.
I care about who makes the decision, whether it's a politician or whether it's the FOMC. I want the FOMC to make the decision without political interference. Low interest rates can be good. Okay, listen, negative interest rates can be good, okay? If we're in a recession, then we do fucking negative interest rates, okay? Do quantitative easing. But I don't want the president in charge of that at all.
I mean, it's kind of hard to not have a say in it if you're the one electing the board of governors that control it. That's my point.
They nominate
or nominating, not elect, nominating. So I mean, how are you just going to nominate someone? Because it's the same thing. Like, you're going to nominate someone and you're not going to oversee them at all.
With the Fed, you shouldn't.
Because I mean, the Federal Reserve is a private, so they serve to the public.
Mm-hmm. They're supposed to be politically independent, though.
If they're politically independent, then they wouldn't be nominated by the president.
Well, they're not 100% politically independent, but the operations, at least day to day, are supposed to be politically. Their decisions are not supposed to be influenced by politics. Presidents they do nominate the head of the Federal Reserve, and the Senate confirms them, but they don't even. Okay, Jerome Powell has like 3 positions. 1, he's on the board of governors, which he's nominated for by the president. 2, he's like the chair of the board of governors. But then 3, because in order to be the chair, you have to be a member of the board of governors. 3, he's the head of the FOMC, the Federal Open Market Committee. They're not even. I don't even think they're in the law that sets up the Federal Reserve. But he's the chair of that. That the president has no legal authority over at all, and nor should he. I guess I never want interest rate decisions to be made by the president.
Even if it's an interest rate that you'll agree with? Like, say you're like, wow, I'm glad that they lowered interest rates, and that was either persuaded by whoever the person is in office. You'd be like, nah, I hate this because the president influenced this.
I like the outcome. I don't like how I don't like how we got there. I think political independence of the Fed is very important, And not having that outweighs the cost or outweighs the benefit of any individual interest rate decision that I would like.
Okay. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just don't think they're political independent if they're nominated by the president.
Well, it's a spectrum, obviously.
Whatever political party that president is in or is in power will maybe sway the decision of.
Well, Jerome Powell was nominated by both Trump and Biden, right? Like Biden chose to keep Powell.
Yeah, he was re-nominated during.
Yeah, exactly. Because Biden actually has respect for political independence of the Fed, and Trump does not.
So you just don't want any government interference in it, even if it's the right decision. Kind of your point.
As a system, it's not good to have it be linked to the government. No. Yeah, I want it to be independent, primarily independent. Obviously, it's a spectrum of like independent to fully politically coerced or whatever. But like, yeah.
Okay. I can understand that. I can understand where you're coming from for that. I just don't think it's as bad as people want to make it seem.
I think it's atrocious. Like I just, like I can pull up the study. Like we know countries with independent central banks have lower inflation than countries with less independent central banks. Like this is a very important institution that I think is a good institution that Trump wants to fundamentally corrupt, and I think that's atrocious.
No, I mean I understand if that's something that your preference is. I mean I could see your point that them not having any political interference would more than likely be more beneficial. But if the outcome is something that was politically interfered and it's a good outcome, I'm also not gonna be.
Well, again, I may
about it if that makes sense.
Like the outcome, but I'd be worried because like it's once Federal Reserve independence is gone, it's like hard to get back. Like a lot of politicians aren't like willingly gonna like hand that power over. So you're like fundamentally like corrupting like a very important like central piece of the U.S. economy, a central piece of U.S. institutions that's meant to be independent. You are like gravely corrupting that when you try to influence its decisions. I think that's horrible because I don't think Trump has
corrupting it. If you're trying to influence it for, let's say, it's for the good of your citizens that you're serving, and you influence them for the good of the citizens you're serving, do you think that's corrupt? If it's for the good of
you're fundamentally corrupting that institution if it's meant to be a politically independent institution and you're a politician trying to influence its decisions. Yeah.
Now, would the institution already be corrupt if they're not looking out for the good of the people in the first place?
I mean,
and the president would have to step in and influence that to them to do what is right. Wouldn't it necessarily already be corrupt?
That could be corrupt, but it'd be corrupt in a different way. I also don't think the Fed is corrupt. I think the Fed's very good, but.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's why I really don't like that, because I love my man Jay Powell.
Yeah, I didn't know he's the chair of, what was the other one that you said?
He's the
last one?
The FOMC.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Learned something new.
Yeah, the Federal Market Committee. They're the ones that they control a lot of the monetary policy.
Now, if you want to talk about inflation, since we're still on the economy, what are your reasons why the numbers are so drastic between Trump's first term and Biden's term?
COVID, Fed policy, part of it was deficit spending under Biden, part of it was deficit spending under Trump, a lot of it was supply side shocks as well. Yeah.
So do you attribute to anything of either spending by Biden that contributed to higher inflation, or?
Yeah, I think some of it.
And you just said the Fed.
The Fed did quantitative easing. The Fed lowered interest rates, but yeah, I would agree. A little bit of it was Biden. I don't know how much I would say it's Biden, but yeah.
But you do put blame that Biden plays part in our inflation increasing.
Yeah, but I also grant Biden credit for the jobs he created, or I mean, obviously it's not like him
You're not
directly
talking
creating
about bounce back jobs, right?
Yeah, but prime
You're not
age
talking about the bounce back jobs.
prime age employment is higher than it was under Trump's term, right? Like there are a lot of jobs. It's not just bounce back jobs. He created more jobs on average, like every month, than like Trump did as well. So,
well, our unemployment rates were still basically the same between the last two terms. It was 3.5 under Trump, 3.4 under Biden.
Sure.
Unless they went
well, I mean, if you count like, I think here's what I think is to.
That shows who's not working.
What'd you say? Sorry.
I said, isn't that going to be the most important number, or the number that you would focus on the most, because that shows the amount that's unemployed, and you want that to be as low as possible?
I don't know if that's the most
relatively
important number.
It was the same under Biden and Trump. It was 3.5 under Trump, 3.4 under Biden. So he was slightly
over what time? Under Biden, under Biden, unemployment was under 4% for I think 27 months straight, which is the longest it's ever been that way in in 50 years. Like that's a very impressive record. Also, Trump did have low unemployment, but obviously during COVID it increased like 20%. It just seems like. And also prime age employment under Biden has been higher than it was under Trump. Like
prime age, is that kind of like
the prime age employment to population ratio, people aged 25 to 54 is higher. Actually, I think it decreased slightly because in October because we had that bad jobs report and stuff. But it decreased a little bit. But it was at 80.9 last month. It reached a peak of 80.6 under Trump before, obviously falling due to COVID.
That's my point. There's not too much of a difference between employment rates between both administrations, right? Like it's not a vast difference.
I think if you look at monthly jobs, there is actually a decent difference.
Didn't also the middle class family income raise on average $6,000 during Trump's 4 years?
Yeah, but Trump didn't have the negative effects of COVID. Like he only had that during his last year.
Yeah, with COVID with the last year.
The last year they tailed from March 2020 to January 2021. Biden has to deal with the prolonged negative effects of it.
A whole year. I mean, it started in January, but then things started closing down in beginning of March. I think it was
so it feels like Trump had 3 good years for that. I don't know. I don't know if Biden.
Yeah,
if that's fair.
So if you take
here's a question: Do you think there's any?
Biden,
do you think there's any developed country doing better than us right now in terms of post-COVID recovery?
The only two that you could compare to is Canada and Japan for the G7 countries.
I mean, even we have
doing comparatively better than us.
Comparatively better? How so?
So I think inflation, and I think their employment and energy rates, which I was reading.
I mean, I know real GDP growth in the U.S. is higher than both of those countries.
You said, is there anyone that can contest inflation or just overall doing the best after COVID? I said,
I said overall.
I just comparable to us is Canada and Japan.
Comparable? How so?
True. Those are the only
you said
two
inflation
and that are close to what we're doing, better in some markers, or that are comparable to what we're doing. As Canada and Japan.
Okay, I mean, I know U.S. GDP, real GDP, inflation-adjusted GDP, is higher here than the growth rates are higher than in the other G7 nations. Even per capita is higher. I think Australia was beating us for a little bit, but I think we're higher now. And we managed to bring inflation down. Inflation is at it depends how you measure it, 2.6% right now. But unemployment is still pretty low. Unemployment's at 4.1%. Do you think that's impressive at all?
Oh, no, I do think we are improving. I never said we're not.
Well, not just improving, but doesn't it seem like if we were able to bring inflation back down from a peak of 9%, whilst keeping unemployment low, again, unemployment low it was under 4% for like 27 months, the lowest it's been in 50 years, right? Doesn't that kind of seem like Biden's policies might have, the American Rescue Plan might have stimulated job growth? Like,
well, no, I do think he did have some positive effects that are helping us now. I also do think he didn't handle things in the best of spending ways. I mean, if you look at the height of our inflation, which was in 2022, which was like 8%, if you look at most developed and first world countries, we had the highest inflation compared to the majority of them.
Yeah, I think we had the highest
peak.
Obviously,
something was going wrong. Either it was spending, Biden's policies during COVID at the beginning were having a negative effect on us. Because, I mean, if you want to compare us to all the other countries that were doing better now, also compare us to all the other countries where we're at our worst. How are they doing? We're at our worst.
Well, I think they might.
We
we
had one of the highest inflations compared to most all first world and developed countries during 2022.
I think we had higher inflation, but I also think we have higher growth and higher employment levels. It depends on how you measure unemployment. I don't know for Japan, but like Canada's unemployment rate is 6.5%. Like,
yeah, but I mean, I'm saying, yeah, you could, depending on how you're going to analyze it. But I'm saying if you want to just talk about inflation during that, because that's an easy marker to look at.
Well, I don't know why
2022.
Yeah, again, I agree. Inflation was higher here. It wasn't significantly higher. It was higher here than it was in a lot of other countries. Japan does have a lower unemployment rate than us, although it seems like they've had a lot lower unemployment rates for a while. I agree, like inflation.
My only point is because you could give Biden credit for how we're recovering from COVID, but also give him the credit that he didn't do as well for 2 years that helped in.
Okay, yeah.
My AirPod. Oh wait, I could just go on speaker. Can you hear me fine? Or
yeah. You're good, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, literally my AirPods died. I have some cheap AirPods. My only thing is, if you're gonna give credit to Biden for having our economy improve with his policies the past 2 years, then also give him credit for not handling it correctly either the first 2 years or the amount of spending that caused either the increase in inflation compared to other countries. Because if you're going to compare us now to the countries that were improving, also compare us to the countries when we're at our worst, and we're doing a lot worse than most first world developed countries.
When it comes to inflation, there are trade-offs, right? Like inflation might have been higher, but that might have led to more long-term growth, as I think it probably did.
So how would you analyze that?
You do, I mean, you can do a few different things. I don't know. I'm sure, I don't know if I studies on this, but I mean, like we can see that U.S. GDP growth is higher and inflation came down sooner for us than other countries. Like I think I probably have that graph saved somewhere. I can try to find it.
So what about other first world and developed countries that inflation didn't increase as much during those times?
I mean, like Germany had
less. They were doing something better that we weren't?
No, I think they're doing worse. Like Germany has lower inflation, but Germany's GDP is literally flat. It's flat. Like there is no economic growth there. Like
Germany had higher inflation than us.
Did Germany have higher inflation? I don't know. I know Germany's GDP is flat. Germany might have had lower inflation, but or higher inflation.
No.
But there are a lot of countries.
Germany
the UK, I'm pretty sure the UK had lower inflation, right? Like
UK had higher. No, UK was higher. But if you look at like Canada, Japan, China, more like first world developed countries, I think Switzerland.
Yeah, but like it seems like a lot of these countries have stagnated growth-wise, or not, at least not been as fast. But America seems to be doing pretty well when it comes to growth, like, and when it comes to, again, like prime age employment. I think it's a big thing. I don't know other countries' prime age employment rate, but
the only point I'm saying is if you give him credit for things being bad, now you also have to put blame on him for when things were bad.
I give him partial.
The whole. Yeah. It's always just like which I mean I appreciate you giving partial, but when I ever talk to people, it's anytime you bring up anything about Biden in the last 4 years, it's the same excuse every single time. COVID this, bipartisan border bill this, none of it's his fault. None of it's his reckless spending. None of it's cutting executive order. It's never like ever his fault. And then people are like, oh yeah, like I could admit when I don't like shit that Trump does, like the universal shit, universal tariffs. But I just want people to at least realize that maybe he didn't do the best of job as you think he did. And now we're improving, which is good. But he did not do the best of job as you want to make it seem, and that's just because you want to support your political candidate and kind of be like more one-sided.
I don't think the president has a lot of direct control over inflation. I think the American Rescue Plan was partially responsible for inflation, but I do also think that a lot of negative supply side shocks from COVID were partially responsible for inflation, and I think the American Rescue Plan is partially responsible for our job recovery, for the fact that Americans' real wages are higher now than they ever have been. They're the highest in history. Prime age employment is at all-time highs. Like, even, yeah.
Oh no, like I said, I agree that things are improving now. All I'm saying is, you give them now, you have to give them some blame back then. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, yes, prime age employment has consistently been improving.
No, but I'm saying, obviously, I know that the president has direct control over inflation. But there is things that he could implement that will either increase it or decrease it. Obviously, he doesn't have total control over it, and there's a lot of other factors that contribute to it. I'm saying they do play a part in it, is my point.
Yeah, but I guess, like, would you give the American Rescue Plan any credit for the fact that, like, real consumption is perfectly on trend for the U.S.? Like we had a dip in 2020, but it's right back on trend. That's not something you see in other countries. Like, real personal...
I'll be completely honest. I haven't looked too much into the American Rescue Plan, but if you're saying it does, you seem like you're being transparent, so I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think like it seems logical that like government stimulus is probably going to have a positive impact on consumer spending. Yeah, and like, you know, what's crazy is that real GDP, is higher now than it was projected to be in 2019 before COVID. So, like, not only did we recovered in terms of GDP, we recovered so hard that we're actually better than we thought we would be before COVID even happened. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, here are, like, the 4 big things to be transparent. Like, these aren't things I came up with. These are what economists say. There's an economist, no opinion that I'm, like, quoting here. I guess, like, the 4 things is that we want out of the economy: high employment rates, low and stable inflation rates. You want fast wage growth, and you want fast productivity growth. It seems like right now the U.S. is doing all of those really well. Unemployment's really low. Inflation is a little high, but it's relatively stable. Even if it's a little sticky, it's relatively stable. See, we have fast labor productivity growth. I think which is really good. And wage growth has been fast the whole time. Now, it was outpaced by inflation for a fair amount of time, but now wage growth is outpacing inflation again, which is why real wages are higher now than they ever have been in U.S. history. I give the American Rescue Plan partial credit for that.
Okay. No, I agree with you.
Yeah, and I think another important thing is that, like, relative to other economic recoveries, it seems like wage growth has been strong, GDP growth has been strong. It took us a really long time to recover from the 2008 crisis. It did not take us that long to recover from this one, which I think is a pretty good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we just gotta get companies to stop price gouging. We'll see how that goes.
You playing to the greedflation thing? Are we?
Huh?
You what company is price gouging? I mean, I think there's some that engage in a little, but like,
even though like the average the inflation rate is down, I know inflation means the amount of prices rising over time, but
yeah,
a lot of people thought that since it went up so high that when it went down lower, that prices would decrease first before starting to raise again.
Oh,
inflation just means the amount of
the rate at which prices are increasing. Yeah,
increases. Yeah. So I guess because we was this the first time that we saw it was like our highest increase in inflation in how many years?
And since 1980.
So it was like 35, around 45 years.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
I guess a lot of people's minds, since obviously me and you weren't alive yet, I'm assuming, and then a lot of people thought when it goes go down, prices were going to decrease at least a little bit because it was such a dramatic increase.
Well, I think the biggest reason Kamala Harris lost is because voters don't understand that. Yeah, they don't understand inflation. Disinflation just means the rate at which prices are increasing stop going up as much. A lot of Americans want deflation, prices to actually go down. Now, there are reasons why on a macroeconomic level you might not want that, but...
Yeah. I think maybe that's what people kind of get confused because they think when inflation increases, that prices will decrease.
Yeah. But. I guess seems like we mostly agree there then. It's just like I will give Biden some responsibility for the inflation. I don't think it was probably less than 50% goes to Biden. A lot of it goes to the Fed. A lot of it goes to negative effects from COVID, supply side things. But I also do think the recovery would not have been as strong without the American Rescue Plan. I think doing a bunch of stimulus during COVID was the right decision. Even when Trump did it, I think Trump doing the spending bills was also the right decision. Yeah, it seems like that's a big factor for why the economy seems to be generally good now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with you. My only point is, I'm glad as if you're going to give them credit for us recovering now, you have to give them some blame of when things were bad, and whatever percent you want to put on that, you have to put at least, I don't know what percent that would be good, but as long as you're acknowledging that some of his spending was bad. And I know the Fed is another thing, but at the end of the day, because I know, let me give you an example, because I know Trump has like a bunch of cabinet picks. Some I disagree with. Now, if those cabinet picks do bad, you're going to be like, oh, well, Trump nominated the wrong person. Now, do you think that correlates at all to the Federal Reserve when the president nominates them and they're doing a poor job that's causing us to do bad? Are you going to put some of the blame on the president that nominated him?
I like the Federal Reserve is a unique institution, so like that's why Biden is willing to nominate the same guy that Trump did, because it's meant to be politically independent. You don't usually like play games with that. I mean, it's possible, yeah. Like if there's a bad Fed chairman, I would say like, man, we shouldn't have nominated this guy to the head as the chairman or whatever. There is a mechanism for the federal board governors to remove him if they don't like him. Which seems like that'd be preferable to. I think if the Federal Reserve chairman was actually doing like a actual bad job and not just like a policy disagreement, like there's plenty of policy disagreements I have with the Fed. I feel like they would just remove him internally in the Fed. They wouldn't have, the president wouldn't have to do anything. I would not blame the president that much, but if there was an absurdly bad Fed chairman, then I would.
Okay, but you get my kind of like correlation. Obviously, I know the Fed is independent, but you kind of get my correlation. If you're gonna blame like Trump for some of his cabinet picks, and if they do a poor job, then you have to at least, I don't know. That's just kind of like my reference of, you get what I'm saying, so I don't need to repeat it. But
yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's all I have on the economy. Unless there's anything else you wanted to bring up.
I don't think so.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to discuss, or?
We can. I have to go soon, but like you said in DMs, you want to talk about trans kids a little bit. I don't know how much we're going to disagree on this one, but.
Oh, because I mean, I just want to know kind of like your point of view, because I've talked to people on this, and I'm against obviously kids consenting to gender affirming care. I don't think they are old enough to be doing that because they don't know the effects on their body. And I kind of, whenever I talk to people that are either liberal, they kind of just take whatever their side and they just believe everything. Like that's just kind of their thing. Like they're just super one-sided. So I just kind of wanted to know your take on it.
I mean, like, I think there are plenty of Democrats that go into really cringe areas on the trans shit. I think Republicans way overblow it though. Like the Nancy Mace stuff to me seems insane. That seems like an actual case of, TDS, trans derangement syndrome. I've coined that term. Okay. I guess like I'm fine with children taking puberty blockers so long as they are like one receiving like concurrent mental health counseling, because I think a lot of people who are, claim to be trans or whatever are probably just experiencing like mental health issues. So as long they can take puberty blockers because I don't believe they have super negative effects, and they should receive like concurrent mental counseling, and then they should probably be enrolled in like longer term studies. Like they probably should have to consent to like researching stuff. I think that's how most of Europe does it now. It's like if you accept this care, you have to consent to like being part of like a research group, so we know what the longer term effects are. But I do think there are genuine cases of gender dysphoria that need to be treated. They shouldn't medically transition. They should just have puberty blockers, essentially.
Okay. So you don't think puberty blockers have like negative effects?
I want to say they have no negative effects. The like negative effects I've seen is they might lead to a temporary decrease or a permanent decrease in height and a permanent decrease in bone density. But like the other stuff seems to be like temporary decreases in intelligence that catches up once you are allowed to actually hit puberty, and that naturally you get more intelligent. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, more likely to cause someone to lead to osteoporosis. That's why whenever someone is on puberty blockers, they are subscribed, I forgot the prescription, to basically prevent for the lower bone mineral density decreasing and bone growth from decreasing, because those are effects that lead to osteoporosis. I've talked to a lot of detransitioners that have gone through this. They are now took a God, I can't even fucking say the word.
Fertility?
They're infertile now. Yeah.
Oh, infertile.
They're infertile now. Yeah, they took a test. They are no longer able to do that, and that's been shown that puberty blockers can lead to infertility.
I mean, just like I don't disagree that puberty blockers can lead to infertility, but the stuff I've seen suggests that that's rare and only happens if you take them for a number of years. Usually they tend to be reversible in the fertility thing. It's my understanding.
Yeah, once you start talking to a lot of people in the detransition community, because they kind of get shunned because it kind of doesn't fit
the woke narrative.
Either a narrative that they're trying to purport, you'll kind of realize that they won't even do studies showing it because it's going to go against whatever narrative they're trying to purport, which I think is kind of sad. And also...
Well, we've been using puberty blockers for years to prevent like early puberty, precocious puberty. So we do have some long-term studies on puberty blockers themselves. We don't have like long-term studies on how good is it for people with gender dysphoria. What are the long-term effects of that?
One, you're treating a medical necessity, and one, you're treating a mental illness, right?
Well, that's probably where we're going to disagree the most. I think there are probably genuine cases of like, this person, when they were a fetus or whatever, they're fucking, their brain got fucked up and they feel their gender identity aligns more with the sex of the opposite gender. And in those cases, it seems like we should probably just fucking let them transition. When they're a child, we should probably keep them on puberty blockers so they don't go through the wrong puberty and end up with like permanent negative effects that make them feel dysphoric all the time. It seems like this is my general feeling on it.
So do you know a lot about like gender dysphoria or anything?
It's not like I've done a ton of research onto it, but no.
So let me ask you this, just like a broader question. Do you think you could diagnose a 6-year-old with gender dysphoria?
You could diagnose them with like having traits associated with gender dysphoria. That doesn't necessarily mean that you like immediately medically transition them. That just means like, hey, maybe we should be worried about this. We should maybe get them into mental counseling. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you kind of know like the steps of it at all?
What do you mean the steps of it?
So like first someone gets gender dysphoria diagnosed. That allows them in the majority of states in the U.S. to now either if they decide to get puberty blockers, that usually lasts for about 2 to 3 years. Then they are suggested after puberty blockers to go on hormone replacement therapy. And as anyone knows, messing with your hormones lead to significant amount of personality or bipolar disorder. And then after that, it's also, obviously all these are optional, but then it's suggested to do gender reassignment surgery. And those are basically like the 4 steps.
Yeah, sure.
I guess,
I'm familiar with that. Sure. I guess I don't know if I would support anything beyond just puberty blockers before you turn 18 or whatever, and you should have parental consent even for the whatever puberty blockers like.
Okay, I think honestly, even though I'll disagree with that, I actually think that is because my whole thing is I like to come to a middle ground with people that have opposing beliefs. That's like even like abortion, I could come with a middle ground with you in like 2 seconds that you would more than likely agree with, or at least be like, okay, maybe I could be on board with that.
Yeah, actually, we probably agree on abortion more than you think. What's your abortion position? I'm curious.
My abortion is here at the end of the day. I think you're killing a baby, whatever, and whatever you think the baby doesn't have value yet, whatever makes you feel like it's less of a baby to whatever the decision. But at the end of the day, everyone should be able to do whatever they want with their body. So if I had to make like from a policy standpoint on a good middle ground, the exceptions are always the exceptions federally. So rape, incest, and life of the mother, that's not even in contest.
Yeah.
And I do think that it's such like I personally think it's not a good act. So I would do it where each woman that just wants to get it, they are allowed to get one in their lifetime, and it's tied to their Social Security. Because at the thing, I feel like you're making a mistake, and once you make that mistake once, you're not going to want to make it again. But the exceptions remain always the exceptions. That one is paid for by your insurance or the state, so it never comes out of pocket, and it has to be before a certain week. And I think a good week, in my preference, is either 10 to 12 weeks. If you had to set a number, that'd be done by, because majority of women don't know they're pregnant till about 5 to 6 weeks, and that gives you another month or month and a half to make this decision.
I mean,
if I'm making a policy that would kind of at least appease some people and appease both sides, that's like from a policy standpoint that I would implement.
Yeah, I mostly agree with that. I think to me, like, sentience is what matters, so it's not just humans that matter. Like, I agree, you're killing a living human organism. I just think the only reason living human organisms have value is because they also have a high level of sentience. I also think that animal sentience, to a lesser extent, not nearly as much as humans, matters as well. That's why I don't think you should be able to like torture animals. Sentience seems intuitive to matter for me, so I would agree. Up until the point where the fetus is sentient, you should be able to get an abortion, with the exception of, I mean, life of the mother, obviously, rape and incest, probably. I think we'd probably mostly agree there.
So your cutoff is just 20 weeks instead of 10, right?
I don't know enough about fetal sentience to give you a good answer.
Well, I'm guessing your argument is when they have consciousness, right? That's usually the main argument.
Sentience, which is a little bit different than consciousness, but yeah, sentience. When they have reached sentience, which I don't think there's any possibility at all that happening before 8 weeks, any at all, and then like it's unlikely before 12 weeks, and maybe even not until 20 weeks or whatever. But
okay, now would you agree that if you would restrict it to one per person for their lifetime, besides the rare exceptions?
No, I mean, generally, I believe you should be able to do what you want with your own body, so long as it doesn't harm another sentient being. So, like, in my view, abortion is just, it's control of your own body, and before X amount of time, you're not harming any other sentient being. You're just getting rid of, a living human organism that's not sentient in your body, which is why I'm fine with people doing as many as they want, at least insofar as they're not like external effects.
Sentient?
What
so
did
if
you
you're
say,
making a policy, when is the being sentient? So say you're coming and you're making a policy, because you would have to decide this. Because I mean, you can't just be like, you just believe morality is based on, that's kind of like your moral compass, and that's fine. So if you were to make a policy out of it,
I really don't have a good answer for fetal sentience, because I've seen conflicting things from people I all trust. I would put it at fucking 12 weeks, which is like before when like 80% of abortions happen anyway, so I'm not like too upset about that. That's where I would put it at, but there could be cases made for.
We basically agree, and I just think it should be limited to like one, and you just think it should be as. That's fine. Like I said, I understand everyone. Like, if you want to do whatever you want with your body, at the end of the day, I still think it's wrong. But who am I to tell people they're doing something wrong? You know.
Sure.
But it's also hard when you just like hear about it. You're just like, oh, it's kind of sad. Like, I don't know. It's like a double-edged sword. I think it's.
Yo, it's no. It could be. I don't know. I don't know enough about fetal sentience.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Your thing was cut out.
I was just talking to chat. If I mute, I'm talking to people responding to people in my chat.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. I guess So here's one thing I do want to go over before we part ways. How do you feel about like Jack Smith not being able to continue his prosecutions because Trump has been elected president? Like,
didn't he resign? Or did he
hasn't resigned yet, but
one pursue him.
Yeah, because he's not really allowed to. Yeah, one case has already been dismissed. The documents case is also probably going to be dismissed. I guess how do you?
But he wasn't forced to, is what I'm saying, right? Is that what you said? He was forced
he wasn't.
He wasn't forced to do it. It's something that he elected to do. Right.
So
and you could speculate on the reasons why, but he wasn't forced to, is what I'm saying.
He isn't forced to discontinue them now, but you can't prosecute a sitting president, so he would just have to stop before or once Trump got elected. So there's that. And then 2, Trump said that he was going to fire Jack Smith within 2 seconds, right? So.
Oh, really? I didn't even hear that.
Yeah, Trump does not like Jack Smith because Jack Smith is, prosecuting him.
Jack Smith, that's the one from New York, right?
No, Jack Smith is the federal one. So the election subversion case, the January 6th case, and the documents case, the Mar-a-Lago case.
Got it. He's not part of the committee that who was the committee that found
the January 6th Select Committee?
There was an election interference or something in favor of Trump.
Oh, the Mueller report. That
was it. The Mueller report. I thought it was
the Mueller report was about Russia, the Russiagate stuff.
You know his 34 felony charge where they said that was
the New York case. Yeah, the New York case.
The New York case. There was an organization, I think it was an NGO that looks at election integrity, and they found that there actually was an election interference from those 34 felony counts. Right? I'm trying to remember the name.
What, of the case or the NGO?
NGO.
I mean, I like
where they found that there wasn't election interference, and that was like a big thing of why they moved his misdemeanor to a felony count.
Well, it's because he was falsifying business records. The New York case is the one I care the least about. I care infinitely more about the Jan 6 case, which is what I really want to get to. But my understanding is that the reason, this is a talking point I can give to you, okay? The reason he was charged with felony in New York was because he was falsifying business records in commission of another crime. Now, a lot of people get upset because the exact crime that he was covering up wasn't specified, and people will screech about that. But like at the end of the day, so I think one of them was like not election interference, but just like tax fraud. But like at the end of the day, like he was given a trial, he was given chances to appeal. The jury found him guilty. Like I'm gonna,
Isn't he appealing that right now in the appellate court?
Yeah, I think the sentencing was already like dismissed or whatever. Like they're not going to sentence him because he was elected president. Yeah. The Mar-a-Lago case is in appeals right now too. Yeah. But I guess so here's a question. Do you think there's probable cause that Trump committed conspiracy to either defraud the United States or conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding with all the things about Jan 6?
I'll be completely transparent. I don't know. I don't know a lot about January 6th. But if you want to know my thoughts on January 6th as a whole, I kind of, obviously I disagree with that. No one should be storming the Capitol or breaking in. And I think that was like a horrible act. So I don't condone that at all.
I guess, do you know what the ECA is?
No, I don't.
So there's this law called the Electoral Count Act. It basically goes over how the electoral vote is certified on January 6th. Basically, Trump and his lawyers had a lot of different plans. All those plans failed. So the days before Jan 6th, they basically had one option left. It was for Pence to break the Electoral Count Act. This is not in dispute.
Yeah,
Pence said it was going to break the Electoral Count Act. John Eastman said it was going to break the Electoral Count Act. Kenneth Chesebro said it was going to break the Electoral Count Act. Everyone knew this broke the Electoral Count Act. Eastman thought it was okay to break the Electoral Count Act because he thought it was unconstitutional. What they wanted Pence to do was break the Electoral Count Act, which is breaking federal law, and have Mike Pence not certify the vote from the 7 swing states. And eventually the end result would be it would be thrown to the House delegation, and the House delegation would, in theory, elect Trump. There are a few different ways to get to the House delegation, but that was the plan, is to get it to the House delegation. I guess, in my view, there's no good reason to think that the Electoral Count Act is unconstitutional. John Eastman himself, initially there was a lawyer, Kenneth Chesebro, who said, my plan is to have Pence break the ECA. And John Eastman said, the ECA isn't unconstitutional like you think. But then a few days before January 6th, when all their other plans had failed, Eastman suddenly said, actually, you know what? Maybe the ECA is unconstitutional. He said that they would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court. There was the 2022 ruling where Judge Cannon went over this and said, there's no good reason to believe the ECA is unconstitutional. There was a ruling, Wisconsin Voters Alliance v. Pence, just days before January 6th, where people were suing Mike Pence to have them not certify the vote. And they said the ECA is constitutional. There was a ruling in 1877 that said the ECA was constitutional. So in my view, if you're telling your vice president to break federal law to stop the certification of the vote, that is most definitely probable cause to investigate you for a conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. And I think it's very unfortunate Jack Smith won't be able to continue with that case.
No, I totally see where you're coming from. By the way, that's probably the one thing that I just dislike about Trump the most was all the January 6th stuff.
Sure.
I think that was just, I don't know. And I think one thing that bothered me is that I think it was years later he still wouldn't admit that
he still won't admit that he lost the election.
I was just dude, at this point you're hurting yourself more. At least just fucking lie if you don't believe it, just to come on. I was just you're making yourself look worse. So that was something that I didn't like, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's and then there's the documents case I care less about, but I think that's also, I guess, do you have any issues with what he did with the documents?
The 34 count?
No, that was the New York charge. The federal Mar-a-Lago documents case. The fact that he willfully retained classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and obstructed the investigation into it.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't even know this.
Okay. Well, here's Trump is charged with a few different things.
Now, any of these charges you think he's getting convicted on?
Well, not anymore.
Yeah.
I think it was highly likely that he would have been convicted on the Mar-a-Lago case, because we literally had him on tape saying, I could have declassified these, but I didn't. So that's kind of dead to rights there. We have multiple people who testify that Trump told me to lie to NARA. We have all the NARA National Archives, NARA, as National Archives and Records Association or Administration, I think, who asked for the classified documents back. Trump did not do it. Later, Trump told his lawyers to lie to NARA, which is why he's charged with obstruction. In the Mar-a-Lago case, he probably would have got convicted. In the January 6th case, probably would have got convicted. I'm a little bit less confident in that one, just because there's more things you have to prove, but he probably would have been convicted. the Georgia RICO case, there's a good chance he would have been convicted, and I'm not. That's probably the one I'm least confident in. But
do you think just the Mar-a-Lago one is like kind of the main one? It seems.
Well, I think that's the one he had the highest chance of being convicted of. I think, to me, the classified document stuff does not matter nearly as much as January 6th.
Got it. Were you going to vote for Harris regardless? Like, were you voting blue no matter who it was?
I mean, essentially,
like say Trump wasn't running and it was someone else. Like, were you going blue no matter what?
Probably. I like that. Like, even without Trump, I'm probably more aligned with all the Democratic policies than with the Republican Party policies. It's hard to know what the Republican Party would look like without Trump, but.
Because I voted for Biden in 2020.
Based.
And then before that, I didn't vote when it was Hillary or Trump. So I said, I'm not voting for any of these. And then before that, no, I think Biden was the first one I voted for. And then I wanted Obama, but I didn't vote.
Yeah. Did you down ballot like any Democrats in your state or local races, or did you do Republican all the way?
This year, I think I just did Republican in my state for what was it for? God, I can't remember. That makes me sick. I only voted for like two things. I voted for like two props, presidency, and like one Republican. I just didn't fill it out because I also feel bad. Like if I'm not too informed about the other ones, then I just feel weird voting for them.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. I mean, you could decide what level of informed you have to be to vote. That's a different topic, but yeah, I didn't do Republican all the way down.
I actually wrote in Joe Biden for one of my local elections, just because there was like there was an uncontested race. It was like, soil and water commissioner, and it was literally one person. And I'm like, well, there's a write-in option. I'm going to write in Joe Biden, and I won't feel bad about it because the guy's still going to win. He's running uncontested. Like,
oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. Is there anything else you need, or?
I was going to give just something to think about because I know we just glazed over it. The gender dysphoria thing. I want you to just know how easy it is to maybe just to kind of change your perspective on it. I want you to know how easy it is to diagnose someone with it. Because that was the field I was in, and that's partially why I left the field I was in. I'm sure do you know what unspecified gender dysphoria is?
No.
So all it is so in the DSM-5 you have gender dysphoria as a diagnosis. Unspecified means they don't meet the full criteria of the diagnosis of gender dysphoria, so you diagnose them with unspecified gender dysphoria. So for the vast majority of people with mental illness are diagnosed with unspecified either depression disorder, unspecified anxiety disorder, which by definition means they don't meet the criteria for the disorder.
Okay.
But that doesn't change the treatment at all. So say there's someone that goes in and gets diagnosed with unspecified gender dysphoria. They go through mental health. They don't need to get reevaluated to actually meet the criteria of the diagnosis. And unspecified gender dysphoria still allows them to start puberty blockers, still allows them to get hormone replacement therapy because they don't differentiate the two at all. And another problem is insurance. In majority of states, if you're going through insurance for mental health care, they have to diagnose. Like you can't get.
Oh, sure. Yep.
You can't keep receiving. So they'll give out these diagnoses because one, they have to, and two, they'll be giving it to people that may not even have anything. Maybe they're just experiencing some sort of emotional deregulation or stuff of that nature, and it's being expressed in a certain way, and they'll give them this diagnosis. So just to open your mind maybe a little bit and other people's mind that it's so easy to give someone this diagnosis, and that diagnosis, in my opinion, is a precursor that allows them to get a treatment that more often than not they don't need.
Okay. Well, you want to plug yourself one more time?
yeah, so my name's Daniel. My socials are Brutally Honest Help on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. I don't post as much as I should be. Honestly, if you're watching this, you probably wouldn't like my posts, but that's completely fine. I'm a wellness coach. I focus on people's physical health because I believe that's the main contributor to your mental health. Just food for thought. Anyone wondering if they're ever suffering with anything of like depression or they feel like they're depressed or anxious? 5 things to look at first: your water intake, your sun intake, your sleep quality, how much exercise, and your nutrition. Until you get those 5 in order, once you get those 5 in order, I truly believe your mental health will improve. And that's usually the message I try to give everyone. And yeah, I just want to say thank you for having me on. I appreciate the conversation. I
for sure
learned some things that I didn't know, and I felt we had a respectful conversation. And hopefully I brought up a few points that you're like, oh, well, I could kind of see his point, or maybe something that you have to go back and like, oh, I'll think about that a little bit more. And hopefully I at least achieved that. And that's my closing statement.
Yeah, I think you did. Thanks for coming on. Anything that you want me to link in the description, just send me a link to it and I'll link it all. Yeah.
You just put like my Insta handle or TikTok. It's just Brutally Honest Help on for everything. If you want to put that, then yeah.
All right, yeah. Well, thanks for coming on. I will
all right, man. Have a
see
good
you
night.
later. Yep, you too.
Yeah.
Big win. I'm assuming Sample or Isaac or someone is gonna hop in, so you know what I can do. There's gotta be a better way. What's up?
What's up? How's it going? How do you feel about the discussion?
I think it was good. I think I had fun. I think I don't know, like he has studies on like how big the impact of like of tariffs are in prices, and it's like, well, I haven't like read the study, but like
not the most important thing. Like
I know, but I was just
I
like,
don't care about the price level if wages increase faster. It's just like
exactly. I was like even if it's a small price increase, which by the way, I think it's for goods affected, as in like used imports, because like we didn't. Like most of the studies are on like retail prices. Like we didn't tariff retail products. We tariffed like steel.
Intermediate goods. Yeah.
Yeah, we tariffed like the inputs. So like I'm assuming it. Yeah, obviously because they're a small component of the overall price of these goods. It's going to be a small component. The price increase is going to be small, but like the small price increase is just accompanied by like no benefit. It's like. It doesn't protect jobs. It decreases productivity. Like you're not doing anything good.
Exactly. That's what I think should be harped on. It's the fact that like the price thing is not the most important thing. It's definitely real. And even in that study, they say the pass-through rate is massive for the importers, right? Mm-hmm. So you do hurt like the people who like you can just reason directly that it will harm jobs, right? If I'm in a business that imports a lot of steel and the pass-through rate is almost perfect, right? For a 20% increase, it was like 18.5 or something. So it's almost 100% pass-through rate, right? Like, obviously, it's going to harm jobs in that sector, and that sector far outnumbers other, like, the sectors that produce steel. So you can just very easily reason into that. I think you did fine. I just think you should have harped more on the fact that it does destroy jobs. That like there is very rarely you can make a case. That's not the case Trump is making. That's not the case he has made. And that's not what he will do. And so that's bad. With Biden, even, I think it was an overreach. And even then, like, whatever. Like, it's just not... It's just, like, it should be harped on. I don't know. Like, It's nuanced in the same way that, like, seatbelts are not universally good. It can choke you. But it's pretty good.
Yeah, but yeah.
It's pretty good. Seatbelts are pretty good. Yeah.
I'm scrolling my Twitter timeline, and I just got this picture of a book, on my Twitter timeline.
Oh, really?
Educating the retarded child. So, I wonder.
Probably a lot of funny people copy that image.
Yeah, probably a lot of funny people DM their friends that. Yeah, I bet.
A lot of funny, tall, handsome people copy that image. Yeah, it's probably the case. Well, look, what am I supposed to do? Also, I don't think he was retarded. I was just joking. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. Also, the trans stuff. That's what the fuck. I mean, for one, it's not a problem. It's not a big problem. Like so many. It affects so few people. Who the fuck? Why are we talking about that? Why are we not talking about like school shootings or something? Right? Like that also doesn't affect a lot of people, right? So like, why are we talking about one and not the other? It's dumb to me. Second thing, puberty blockers are not affecting fertility. It's just not. It's HRT that affects fertility. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's very basic, and they're reversible. So I just don't like whatever. It's like, do we think like no one should be below 18 and get any puberty blockers or HRT? Like, are we just like forcing them to go through the wrong puberty and kill themselves at like age 22? Like, what are we doing? Like, I don't know. I don't get it. But yeah, I don't know. Fun convo overall. The guy's reasonable. He's like not a Trump praise. What would you call lunatic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. What do you? Oh yeah. I mean, I gotta go to my macro lecture in like 2 hours. Ay, caramba. But you know, whatever. Yeah. So when are you gonna end stream?
Pretty soon after you leave. I don't have anything else for today. I think I just need to.
You didn't tell him to donate to the shrimp charity.
Oh, my bad.
I'm gonna scold you for that. No, I'm joking. But yeah, think of it. $1. What can $1 buy you? Like
you can't donate $1. You have to donate at least $5.
Oh really? Damn.
Yeah, I typed in $1 and they said no, you can't do that. It said $5 minimum. We're like, okay, fuck it.
Yeah, it can buy you like bananas or something, right? And also, it can buy you saving. What is it like?
Whatever, 1,500 times 5. Yeah.
Agonizing death. That's good. Well, it's not saving them from death. It's saving them from suffering.
From suffering,
yeah. Or like from their eyes being gouged out or whatever to be more fertile. Crazy stuff. Very inhumane. But yeah, I don't know.
Wait, what the fuck?
What do you think the best healthcare system is? Like,
Wait, no, go back to the gouging their eyes out for them to be more fertile? What the fuck?
That was in the article I sent you.
I didn't read the whole article. I didn't know they did that. That's insane.
Oh, here, let me read the relevant part. Here we go. They also secure welfare commitments from corporations to stop crushing the eyes of live shrimp in order to increase their fertility and use the humane slaughter. And use humane slaughter. They do that. They crush their eyes for them to be more fertile. I don't know how that works, but they do it. Pretty bad, pretty cruel, pretty evil, pretty bad thing humanity is doing. And we should kind of not make excuses for it and instead like just be normal and like eat vegan. It seems not demanding. To me. I don't know. But that's just me. Yeah.
Okay, but who is the best healthcare system, you asked?
I mean, I don't know, single payer, multi-payer. I'm a heavily multi-payer film.
I don't know. I've never done a deep dive. Intuitively, it just seems like, having like a public option, but still with private insurance as an option, it seems intuitively better than just doing like a strict like single payer, government controls everything. Intuitively, that seems better, but like I haven't done too much research into it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, sure. But goddamn, I don't know. I don't know. I think I was reasonable overall. I just think it's something that annoys me about like the Biden COVID thing. It's like people will be like, "Oh, so you don't like?" People I see saying like the inflation was not really his fault, but the recovery he gets credit for that. And it's funny to me that they give him credit in one place and not the other place.
Yeah.
It's like it may seem to you inconsistent, but like does that mean they're wrong? Like does that mean they're not like? Can you address the argument instead of like saying you don't like how like the position? Like I don't know, just address the argument. Like what's unreasonable about saying like he didn't really control inflation, which was a global phenomenon, but the recovery seems to have been more quick because of his policies. Like I don't know. Seems clear to me. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. I should have on a trans stuff. I should have just brought up Nancy. I brought up Nancy Mace for a second, and I wanted to get back to it, but I was going to use that as an example. Like, don't you think that like this is just completely unhinged behavior, and like clearly a lot of these people like aren't actually.
And Trump saying he's going to ban transgender people from the military.
Yeah, it's like
again, right? Like this time, actively kick out trans people. Like the last time, I think they just cannot be recruited.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, now time is like this time it's actively kick them. It's just like we're just gonna have a worse military for just virtue signaling. It's gross. It's really gross. It's like unforgivable to me. But yeah. I mean, trying to think if you could have hit anything else. I mean, on the January 6th thing, it's like I always need to mention that we have Pence in 4K in an interview saying Trump asked me to overthrow the election.
Oh, true.
Every
yeah.
Trump voter in 2020 and 2016 voted for Pence as well. So that's the guy you actively wanted to replace Trump if he's president. And he's telling you, he tried to overturn the election. Like, nothing will convince you if this is not it. Like, I don't know. I don't. Just like, but yeah. Also, you should, don't be like the Russia Gate stuff. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, I thought like he might know that word.
Yeah, it's like, but don't give him an inch. Don't give him an inch. It's like, maybe, even if he's connected, what does that mean he's wrong? Does that mean, like, let's say Jack Smith was the guy who wrote the Mueller report. Does that mean he's wrong? Does that mean he doesn't have merit? What does that have to do? Maybe he honestly just, like, didn't know who he was, so he just tried to make associations. But, like, even if he is, like, who cares? It's like, we know he's investigated. That's bad. That's really bad. And it's not good that he has immunity now. Also, I think it's kind of obligatory to bring up terminating the Constitution is bad. Do we agree? It's bad.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know at this point. But yeah, I don't know. Why are you not? I don't know. What are you going to debate in the future? Still Trump stuff?
Yeah, I feel like I might do TikTok tariff debates because I feel like I could do some of those.
That's good. Content, that's good. But, yeah.
And then.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. We're gonna keep doing the tariffs.
Another thing.
Some
on
of the
the
Jan
trans
6
thing
stuff.
is like, I don't think like children should like be having gender affirming care because they don't know the consequences for their body. It's
well,
like,
they don't know the consequences.
That's an argument. We let children have antidepressants. We let them have ADHD medication. Like they don't know what it. Like they don't.
It's
they
not like they're.
comprehend what
It's like their parents still have to consent to it, right? Like.
Yeah. Yeah, and even then, oh my god, I dropped something. Even then, you can make an argument that, like, as long as it's life-saving, that's what I care about. Like, we should just get the data about if it's life-saving, because I'm not sure I would value parental consent as much if it means the child is more likely to die. I don't think it's something we should respect very much. But maybe you could make the argument. I don't know. I'm not sure it's just, like, a good idea. Like, maybe society could not really tolerate that. I'm just saying it does lead to harm. I don't think like parents who are unreasonable is a good thing. Like we should really respect. But I don't know. Whatever. That's me. Maybe that's communism, authoritarianism, whatever.
Yeah, you want to trans all the kids, and I can't believe it.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Well, I want no kids in the first place because I love infertility.
Because you love horse shit so much.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there was anything else. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, the tariff thing. Good job.
Tariff things, and I think we'll do the.
It just seemed like.
Keep doing the Jan 6 stuff.
Nuanced. It's like, what the fuck you mean nuanced? It's like tariffs are almost always bad. Like we have the data on this. You have no data saying otherwise. It's like whatever. You can only say it's not as bad as we think. It's still bad. We shouldn't do it. It's bad. People want to do it. Yeah, I don't know. That's my take. But yeah. I'm gonna wait. A friend of mine sent me an email. Okay, I'm gonna go now.
Bye. Only bring it up because your friend said it. I'm about to end stream, so. Fuck. But I think you did good. I mean, you had data for the like price stuff. His point is just that the data just kind of proves that it's not as bad as people thought it would be. You know what I'm hoping? Okay, I'm praying. I don't know. Jack Smith's case is down, but there are still like all the fake electors, the people who coordinated the plan, or like the people who were actually the fake electors, as in like signed the fake documents and tried to get them to Pence. Praying praying Kenneth Chesbrough ends up in Wisconsin State Prison. Okay, Wisconsin, please, the great state of Wisconsin. Please, please, please. I think Arizona charged him too. Yeah, Arizona charged all the fake electors. They didn't charge Chesbrough. Wisconsin the only one that charged Chesbrough? Georgia case, some people have already, they indicted, Chesbrough for this as well. Although the Georgia case, I don't know how far that would get. It's a RICO case. It's hard to prosecute. And they had the whatever attorneys sleeping together, which complicated it a little bit. But anyways, I love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. I will stream again tomorrow. Make sure you follow for that. Doing more reading, doing more debates. I think I'm going to stream basically every day except for Thanksgiving until December 2nd at least, because then I have more college work and we'll see how many days I don't stream. But basically every day until December 2nd except for Thanksgiving. Yeah, love streaming. Love you guys watching me stream. Greatly appreciate it. You can go sub to the YouTube channel. Takes care, man. Go talk YouTube, brother. All the debates, if you missed it or whatever, will be uploaded on the YouTube channel as well. We'll see who's streaming. Who's streaming? Not many people are streaming. Go over to Carbon Says, I guess. All right. Love streaming. Love you guys watch my stream. I will stream stream again tomorrow. So follow for that. Sub to the YouTube channel. Follow on Kick. Follow on Twitch. Follow on Party. Follow on DLive. Follow on Trovo. All the dumb platforms I stream to. Appreciate all you guys very much. Love that you guys make me able to, do this and technically earn a non-zero amount of money. That's huge. Thanks. Appreciate it. See you guys.